Chapter 29 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 29, in which Barnes comes a-wooing. Ethel had all along known that her holiday was to be a short one, and that, her papa and Barnes arrived, there was to be no more laughing and fun and sketching and walking with Clive. So she took the sunshine while it lasted, determined to bear with a stout heart the bad weather. Sir Brian Newcome and his eldest born arrived at Baden on the very night of Jack Balsize's performance upon the promenade. Of course it was necessary to inform the young bridegroom of the facts. His acquaintances of the public, who by this time know his temper and are acquainted with his language, can imagine the explosions of the one and the vehemence of the other. It was a perfect feu d'artifice of oaths which he sent up. Mr. Newcombe only fired off these volleys of curses when he was in a passion, but then he was in a passion very frequently. As for Lady Clara's little accident, he was disposed to treat that very lightly. "Poor dear Clara, of course, he said. She's been accustomed to fainting fits. No wonder she was agitated on the sight of that villain, after his infernal treatment of her. If I had been there, a volley of oaths comes here along the whole line. I should have strangled the scoundrel. I should have murdered him." "Mercy, Barnes," cries Lady Anne. "It was a mercy Barnes was not there," says Ethel, gravely. "A fight between him and Captain Balsize would have been awful indeed." "I am afraid of no man, Ethel," says Barnes fiercely, with another oath. "Hit one of your own size, Barnes," says Miss Ethel, who had a number of school phrases from her little brothers, and used them on occasion skillfully. "Hit Captain Balsize. He has no friends." As Jack Balsize, from his height and strength, was fitted to be not only an officer, but actually a private in his former gallant regiment, and Brother Barnes was but a puny young gentleman, the idea of a personal conflict between them was rather ridiculous. Some notion of this sort may have passed through Sir Brian's mind, for the baronet said with his usual solemnity, "It is the cause, Ethel, it is the cause, my dear, which gives strength. In such a cause as Barnes's, with a beautiful young creature to protect from a villain, any man would be strong. Any man would be strong." Since his last attack, Barnes used to say, "My poor old governor's exceedingly shaky, very groggy about the head," which was the fact. Barnes was already master at Newcombe and the bank, and awaiting with perfect composure the event which was to place the blood-red hand of the Newcombe baronetcy on his own brougham. Casting his eyes about the room, a heap of drawings, the work of a well-known hand which he hated, met his eye. There were a half-dozen sketches of Baden, Ethel on horseback again, the children and the dogs just in the old way. "D him, is he here?" screams out Barnes. "Is that young pothouse villain here? And hasn't Kew knocked his head off? Is Clive Newcombe here, sir?" he cries out to his father. "The colonel's son. I have no doubt they met by." "By what, Barnes?" says Ethel. "Clive is here, is he?" says the baronet, making caricatures say. "You did not mention him in your letters, Lady Anne." Sir Brian was evidently very much touched by his last attack. Ethel blushed. It was a curious fact, but there had been no mention of Clive in the lady's letters to Sir Brian. "My dear, we met him by the merest chance at Bonn, traveling with a friend of his, and he speaks a little German, and was very useful to us, and took one of the boys in his britska the whole way." "Boys always crowd in a carriage," says Sir Brian. "Kick your shins, always in the way. I remember when we used to come in the carriage from Clapham, when we were boys. I used to kick my brother Tom's shins. Poor Tom. He was a devilish wild fellow in those days. You don't recollect Tom, my Lady Anne?" Further anecdotes from Sir Brian are interrupted by Lord Kew's arrival. "How dido, Kew?" cries Barn. "How's Clara?" And Lord Kew, walking up with great respect to shake hands with Sir Brian, says, "I am glad to see you looking so well, sir," and scarcely takes any notice of Barnes. That Mr. Barnes Newcombe was an individual not universally beloved is a point of history of which there can be no doubt. "You have not told me how Clara is, my good fellow," continues Barnes. "I have heard all about her meeting with that villain, Jack Belsize." "Don't call names, my good fellow," says Lord Kew. "It strikes me you don't know Belsize well enough to call him by nicknames or by other names. Lady Clara Pullane, I believe, is very unwell indeed." "Confound the fellow! How dared he come here?" cries Barnes, backing from this little rebuff. "Dare is another ugly word. I would advise you not to use it to the fellow himself." "What do you mean?" says Barnes, looking very serious in an instant. "Easy, my good friend. Not so very loud. It appears, Ethel, that poor Jack— I know him pretty well, you see, Barnes, and may call him by what names I like— had been dining today with Cousin Clive. He and Monsieur de Florac, and that they went with Jack to the promenade, not in the least aware of Mr. Jack Belsize's private affairs, or of the shindy that was going to happen." "By Jove, he shall answer for it," cries out Barnes in a loud voice. "I dare say he will if you ask him," says the other dryly, "but not before ladies. He'd be afraid of frightening them. Poor Jack was always as gentle as a lamb before women. I had some talk with a Frenchman just now," continued Lord Kew gaily, as if wishing to pass over this side of the subject. "Me Lord Kew," says he, "we have made your friend Jacques to hear reason. He is a little fool. Your friend Jacques. He drank champagne at dinner like an ogre. How is the charmante Miss Clara?" "Florac, you see, calls her Miss Clara, Barnes. The world calls her Lady Clara. You call her Clara, you happy dog, you." "I don't see why that infernal young cub of a Clive is always meddling in our affairs," cries out Barnes, whose rage was perpetually being whipped into new outcries. "Why has he been about this house? Why is he here?" "It is very well for you that he was, Barnes," Lord Kew said. "The young fellow showed great temper and spirit. There has been a famous row, but don't be alarmed. It is all over. It is all over. Everybody may go to bed and sleep comfortably. Barnes need not get up in the morning to punch Jack Belsize's head. I'm sorry for your disappointment. You Fenchurch Street fire-eater. Come away. It will be but proper, you know, for a bridegroom-elect to go and ask news of la charmante Miss Clara." As we went out of the house, Lord Kew told Clive. I said to Barnes that every word I had uttered upstairs with regard to the reconciliation was a lie, that Jack Belsize was determined to have his blood, and was walking under the lime trees by which we had to pass with a thundering big stick. You should have seen the state the fellow was in, sir. The sweet youth started back and turned as yellow as a cream cheese. Then he made a pretext to go into his room and said it was for his pocket handkerchief, but I know it was for a pistol, for he dropped his hand from my arm into his pocket every time I said, "Here's Jack," as we walked down the avenue to Lord Dorking's apartment. A great deal of animated business had been transacted during the 2 hours subsequent to poor Lady Clara's mishap. Clive and Belsize had returned to the former's quarters, while gentle J.J. was utilizing the last rays of the sun to tint a sketch which he had made during the morning. He fled to his own apartment on the arrival of the fierce-looking stranger, whose glaring eyes, pallid looks, shaggy beard, clutched hands, and incessant gasps and mutterings as he strode up and down might well scare a peaceable person. Very terrible must Jack have looked as he trampled those boards in the growing twilight, anon stopping to drink another tumbler of champagne, then groaning expressions of inarticulate wrath, and again sinking down on Clive's bed with a dropping head and breaking voice, crying, "Poor little thing, poor little devil. If the old man sends me a message, you will stand by me, won't you, Newcombe? He was a fierce old fellow in his time, and I have seen him shoot straight enough at Chanticleer. I suppose you know what the affair is about?" "I never heard of it before, but I think I understand," says Clive gravely. "I can't ask Kew. He is one of the family. He is going to marry Miss Newcombe. It is no use asking him." All Clive's blood tingled at the idea that any man was going to marry Miss Newcombe. He knew it before, a fortnight since, and it was nothing to him to hear it. He was glad that the growing darkness prevented his face from being seen. "I am of the family too," said Clive, "and Barnes Newcombe and I had the same grandfather." "Oh, yes, old boy. Old banker, the weaver. What was he?" "I forgot," says poor Jack, kicking on Clive's bed. "In that family the Newcombes don't count." "I beg your pardon," groans poor Jack. They lapse into silence, during which Jack's cigar glimmers from the twilight corner where Clive's bed is, whilst Clive wafts his fragrance out of the window where he sits, and whence he has a view of Lady Anne Newcome's windows to the right, over the bridge across the little rushing river, at the Hotel der Holland hard by. The lights twinkle in the booths under the pretty lime avenues. The hum of distant voices is heard. The gambling palace is all in a blaze. It is an assembly night, and from the doors of the conversation rooms, as they open and close, escape gusts of harmony. Behind, on the little hill, the darkling woods lie calm, the edges of the fir trees cut sharp against the sky, which is clear with the crescent moon and the lampent lights of the starry hosts of heaven. Clive does not see pine-robed hills and shining stars, nor think of pleasure in his palace yonder, nor of pain writhing on his own bed within a few feet of him, where poor Belsize was groaning. His eyes are fixed upon a window whence comes the red light of a lamp, across which shadows float now and again. So every light in every booth yonder has a scheme of its own. Every star above shines by itself, and each individual heart of ours goes on brightening with its own hopes, burning with its own desires, and quivering with its own pain. The reverie is interrupted by the waiter, who announces Monsieur le Vicomte de Florac, and a third cigar is added to the other two smoky lights. Belsize is glad to see Florac, whom he has known in 1,000 haunts. "He will do my business for me. He has been out 6 times, thinks Jack. It would relieve the poor fellow's boiling blood that someone would let a little out. He lays his affair before Florac. He expects a message from Lord Dorking. "Comment donc?" cries Florac. "Il y avait donc quelque chose. Cette pauvre petite miss. Vous voulez tuer le père, après avoir délaissé la fille. Cherchez d'autres témoins, monsieur. Le Vicomte de Florac ne se fait pas complice de telles lâchetés." "By heaven," says Jack, sitting up on the bed, with his eyes glaring, "I have a great mind, Florac, to wring your infernal little neck, and to fling you out of the window. Is all the world going to turn against me? I am half mad as it is. If any man dares to think anything wrong regarding that little angel, or to fancy that she is not as pure and as good and as gentle and as innocent, by heaven, as any angel there, if any man thinks I'd be the villain to hurt her, I should just like to see him," says Jack. "By the Lord, sir, just bring him to me. Just tell the waiters to send him upstairs. Hurt her? I heard her. Oh, I'm a fool. A fool. A D fool. Who's that? It's Kew, says a voice out of the darkness, from behind cigar number 4. And Clive now, having a party assembled, scrapes a match and lights his candles. I heard your last words, Jack, Lord Kew said bluntly, and you never spoke more truth in your life. Why did you come here? What right had you to stab that poor little heart over again, and frighten Lady Clara with your confounded hairy face? You promised me you would never see her. You gave your word of honor you wouldn't, when I gave you the money to go abroad. Hang the money. I don't mind that. It was on your promise that you would prowl about her no more. The Dorkings left London before you came there. They gave you your innings. They have behaved kindly and fairly enough to that poor girl. How was she to marry such a bankrupt beggar as you are? What you have done is a shame, Charlie Bell sighs. I tell you it is unmanly and cowardly. Psst, says Florac. Numero 10. Voilà le mot lâché. Don't bite your thumb at me, Kew went on. I know you could thrash me if that's what you mean by shaking your fists. So could most men. I tell you again, you have done a bad deed. You have broken your word of honor, and you knocked down Clara Poulain today as cruelly as if you had done it with your hand. With this rush upon him, and fiery assault of Kew, Belsize was quite bewildered. The huge man flung up his great arms, and let them drop at his side as a gladiator that surrenders, and asks for pity. He sank down once more on the iron bed. I don't know, says he, rolling and rolling round in one of his great hands, one of the brass knobs of the bed by which he was seated. I don't know, Frank, says he, what the world is coming to, or me either. Here is twice in one night I have been called a coward by you, and by that little what-do-you-call-him. I beg your pardon, Florac. I don't know whether it is very brave in you to hit a chap when he is down. Hit again. I have no friends. I have acted like a blackguard. I own that. I did break my promise. You had that safe enough, Frank, my boy. But I did not think it would hurt her to see me, says he, with a dreadful sob in his voice. I would have given 10 years of my life to look at her. I was going mad without her. I tried every place, everything. Went to Ems, to Wiesbaden, to Hamburg, and played like hell. It used to excite me once, and now I don't care for it. I won no end of money. No end for a poor beggar like me, that is. But I couldn't keep away. I couldn't, and if she had been at the North Pole, by heavens, I would have followed her. And so just to look at her, just to give your confounded stupid eyes 2 minutes' pleasure. You must bring about all this pain, you great baby, cries Kew, who was very soft-hearted, and in truth quite torn himself by the sight of poor Jack's agony. Get me to see her for 5 minutes, Kew, cries the other, gripping the comrade's hand in his. But for 5 minutes. For shame, cries Lord Kew, shaking away his hand. Be a man, Jack, and have no more of this puling. It's not a baby that must have its toy, and cries because it can't get it. Spare the poor girl this pain, for her own sake, and balk yourself of the pleasure of bullying and making her unhappy. Belsize started up with looks that were by no means pleasant. There's enough of this chap I have been called names, and blackguarded quite sufficiently for one sitting. I shall act as I please. I choose to take my own way, and if any gentleman stops me he has full warning. And he fell to tugging his mustachios, which were of a dark, tawny hue, and looked as warlike as he had ever done on any field day. I take the warning, said Lord Kew, and if I know the way you are going, as I think I do, I will do my best to stop you, madman as you are. You can hardly propose to follow her to her own doorway and pose yourself before your mistress as the murderer of her father, like Rodrigue in the French play. If Rooster were here, it would be his business to defend his sister. In his absence, I will take the duty on myself, and I say to you, Charles Belsize, in the presence of these gentlemen, that any man who insults this young lady, who persecutes her with his presence, knowing it can but pain her, who persists in following her when he has given his word of honor to avoid her, that such man is—" "What, my Lord Kew?" cries Belsize, whose chest began to heave. "You know what," answers the other. "You know what a man is who insults a poor woman and breaks his word of honor. Consider the words said, and act upon it as you think fit." "I owe you £4,000, Kew," says Belsize, "and I have got 4,000 on the bills, besides 400 when I came out of that place." "You insult me more," cries Kew, flashing out, "by alluding to the money. If you will leave this place tomorrow, well and good. If not, you will please to give me a meeting. Mr. Newcombe, will you be so kind as to act as my friend? We are connections, you know, and this gentleman chooses to insult a lady who is about to become one of our family." "C'est bien, milord. Ma foi, c'est de guerre un vrai gentilhomme," says Florac, delighted. "Touchez la Makepeace Thackeray. De le cœur. God damn, you are a brave fellow." And the Viscount reached out his hand cordially to Lord Kew. His purpose was evidently pacific. From Kew, he turned to the great guardsman, and taking him by the coat, began to apostrophize him. "And you, mon gros," said he, "is there no way of calming this hot blood without a sangre? Have you a penny to the world? Can you hope to carry off your cheminée, O Rodrigue, and live by robbing afterwards on the Great Way? Suppose you killed Zephasia. You kill Kew, you kill Rooster. Your Chimay will have a pretty moon of honey." "What the devil do you mean about your chemin and your Rodrigue? Do you mean Viscount?" says Belsize. Jack Belsize once more, and he dashed his hand across his eye. "Kew has riled me, and he drove me half wild. I ain't much of a Frenchman, but I know enough of what you said to say it's true, by Jove, and that Frank Kew's a trump. That's what you mean. Give us your hand, Frank. God bless you, old boy. Don't be too hard upon me. You know I'm dead miserable, that I am. Hullo, what's this?" Jack's pathetic speech was interrupted at this instant, for the Viscount de Florac, in his enthusiasm, rushed into his arms and jumped up towards his face and proceeded to kiss Jack. A roar of immense laughter as he shook the little Viscount off, cleared the air, and ended this quarrel. Everybody joined in this chorus. The Frenchman with the West, who said he loved to laugh meme when he did not know why. And now came the moment of the evening when Clive, according to Lord Kew's saying, behaved so well and prevented Barnes from incurring a great danger. In truth, what Mr. Clive did or said amounted exactly to nothing. What moments can we not all remember in our lives when it would have been so much wittier and wiser to say and do nothing? Florac, a very sober drinker like most of his nation, was blessed with a very fine appetite, which, as he said, renewed itself thrice a day at least. He now proposed supper, and poor Jack was for supper too, and especially more drink, champagne and seltzer water. Bring champagne and seltzer water, there is nothing like it. Clive could not object to this entertainment, which was ordered forthwith, and the four young men sat down to share it. Whilst Florac was partaking of his favorite incrovissé, giving not only his palate but his hands, his beard, his mustachios and cheeks a full enjoyment of the sauce, which he found so delicious. He chose to revert now and again to the occurrences which had just passed, and which had better perhaps have been forgotten, and gaily rallied Belsize upon his warlike humor. "If the petit Ferdinand was here, what would you have done with him, Jacques? You would croak him, like this excavisi, ein? You would rock his bones, ein? Jack, who had forgotten to put the seltzer water into his champagne, writhed at the idea of having Barnes Newcombe before him, and swore, could he but see Barnes, he would take the little villain's life. And, but for Clive, Jack might actually have beheld his enemy. Young Clive, after the meal, went to the window with his eternal cigar, and of course began to look at that other window. Here, as he looked, a carriage had at that moment driven up. He saw 2 servants descend, then 2 gentlemen, and then he heard a well-known voice swearing at the couriers. To his credit be it said, he checked the exclamation which was on his lips, and when he came back to the table, did not announce to Kew or his right-hand neighbor, Belsize, that his uncle and Barnes had arrived. Belsize, by this time, had had quite too much wine. When the Viscount went away, poor Jack's head was nodding. He had been awake all the night before, sleepless for how many nights previous. He scarce took any notice of the Frenchman's departure. Lord Kew remained. He was for taking Jack to walk, and for reasoning with him further, and for entering more at large than perhaps he chose to do before the 2 others, upon this family dispute. Clive took a moment to whisper to Lord Kew, "My uncle and Barnes are arrived. Don't let Belsize go out. For goodness' sake, let us get him to bed." And lest the poor fellow should take a fancy to visit his mistress by moonlight, when he was safe in his room, Lord Kew softly turned the key in Mr. Jack's door. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 30, A Retreat. As Clive lay awake revolving the strange incidents of the day, and speculating upon the tragedy in which he had been suddenly called to take a certain part, a sure presentiment told him that his own happy holiday was to come to an end, and that the clouds and storm which he had always somehow foreboded were about to break and obscure this brief, pleasant period of sunshine. He rose at a very early hour, flung his windows open, looked out no doubt towards those other windows in the neighboring hotel, where he may have fancied he saw a curtain stirring, drawn by a hand that every hour now he longed more to press. He turned back into his chamber with a sort of groan, and surveyed some of the relics of the last night's little feast, which still remained on the table. There were the champagne flasks, which poor Jack Belsize had emptied, the tall seltzer water bottle, from which the gases had issued and mingled with the hot air of the previous night's talk, glasses with dregs of liquor, ashes of cigars, or their black stumps, strewing the cloth, the dead men, the burst guns of yesterday's battle. Early as it was, his neighbor J.J. had been up before him. Clive could hear him singing, as was his wont, when the pencil went well, and the colors arranged themselves to his satisfaction over his peaceful and happy work. He pulled his own drawing table to the window, set out his board and color box, filled a great glass from the seltzer water bottle, drank some of the vapid liquor, and plunged his brushes in the rest, with which he began to paint. The work all went wrong. There was no song for him over his labor. He dashed brush and board aside after a while, opened his drawers, pulled out his portmanteaus from under the bed, and fell to packing mechanically. J.J. heard the noise from the next room, and came in smiling, with a great painting brush in his mouth. "Have the bills in, J.J., says Clive. Leave your cards on your friends, old boy. Say good-bye to that pretty little strawberry girl whose picture you have been doing. Polish it off today, and dry the little thing's tears. I read PPC in the stars last night, and my familiar spirit came to me in a vision and said, Clive, son of Thomas, put thy travelling boots on. Lest any premature moralist should prepare to cry fie against the good, pure-minded little J.J., I hereby state that his strawberry girl was a little village maiden of 7 years old, whose sweet little picture a bishop purchased at the next year's exhibition. "Are you going already?" cries J.J., removing the bit out of his mouth. "I thought you had arranged parties for a week to come, and that the princesses and the duchesses had positively forbidden the departure of your lordship." "We have dallied at Capuet long enough," says Clive, "and the legions have the route for Rome. So wills Hannibal, the son of Hasdrubal." "The son of Hasdrubal is quite right," his companion answered. "The sooner we march, the better. I have always said it. I will get all the accounts in. Hannibal has been living like a voluptuous Carthaginian prince. 1, 2, 3 champagne bottles. There will be a deuce of a bill to pay." "Ah, there will be a deuce of a bill to pay," says Clive with a groan whereof J.J. knew the portent. For the young men had the confidence of youth, one in another. Clive was accustomed to pour out his full heart to any crony who was near him, and indeed, had he spoken never a word, his growing attachment to his cousin was not hard to see. 100 times, and with the glowing language and feelings of youth, with the fire of his 20 years, with the ardor of a painter, he had spoken of her and described her. Her magnanimous simplicity, her courage and lofty scorn, her kindness towards her little family, her form, her glorious color of rich carnation and dazzling white, her queenly grace, when quiescent and in motion, had constantly formed the subjects of this young gentleman's ardent eulogies. As he looked at a great picture or statue, as the Venus de Milo, calm and deep, unfathomably beautiful as the sea from which he sprung, as he looked at the rushing aurora of the Rospigliosi, or the Assumption of Titian, more bright and glorious than sunshine, or that divine Madonna and divine infant of Dresden, whose sweet faces must have shone upon Raphael out of heaven. His heart sang hymns, as it were, before these gracious altars, and, somewhat as he worshipped these masterpieces of his art, he admired the beauty of Ethel. J.J. felt these things exquisitely after his manner, and enjoyed honest Clive's mode of celebration and rapturous fioriture of song. But Ridley's natural note was much gentler, and he sang his hymns in plaintive minors. Ethel was all that was bright and beautiful, but she was engaged to Lord Kew. The shrewd, kind confidant used gently to hint the sad fact to the impetuous hero of this piece. The impetuous hero knew this quite well. As he was sitting over his painting board, he would break forth frequently, after his manner, in which laughter and sentiment were mingled, and roar out with all the force of his healthy young lungs. "But her heart it is another's. She never can be mine." And then hero and confidant would laugh each at his drawing table. Miss Ethel went between the two gentlemen by the name of Alice Gray. Very likely, Knight, the Gray mentor, had given Clive Newcome the benefit of his sad counsel. Poor Belsize's agony, and the wretchedness of the young lady who shared in the desperate passion, may have set our young man a-thinking, and Lord Kew's frankness and courage and honor, whereof Clive had been a witness during the night, touched his heart with a generous admiration, and manned him for a trial which he felt was indeed severe. He thought of the dear old father ploughing the seas on the way to his duty, and was determined, by heaven's help, to do his own. Only 3 weeks since, when strolling careless about Baden, he had lighted upon Ethel and the laughing group of little cousins. He was a boy as they were. thinking but of the enjoyment of the day and the sunshine, as careless as those children. And now the thoughts and passions which had sprung up in a week or two had given him an experience such as years do not always furnish. And our friend was to show not only that he could feel love in his heart, but that he could give proof of courage and self-denial and honor. "Do you remember, J.J., says he, as boots and breeches went plunging into the portmanteau, and with immense energy he pummels down one upon the other. "Do you remember?" A dig into the snowy bosom of a dress cambric shirt. My dear old father's only campaign story of his running away. A frightful blow into the ribs of a waistcoat. Running away at Assiagore. "Assia what?" says J.J., wondering. "The siege of Assiagore," says Clive, "fought in the eventful year 1803. Lieutenant Newcomes, who has very neat legs, let me tell you, which also he has imparted to his descendants, had put on a new pair of leather breeches, for he likes to go handsomely dressed into action. His horse was shot. The enemy were upon him, and the governor had to choose between death and retreat. I have heard his brother officers say that my dear old father was the bravest man they ever knew. The coolest hand, sir. What do you think it was Lieutenant Newcomes' duty to do under these circumstances? To remain alone as he was, his troop having turned about, and to be cut down by the Monrata horsemen? To perish or to run, sir?" "I know which I should have done," says Ridley. "Exactly. Lieutenant Newcombe adopted that course. His brand-new leather breeches were exceedingly tight, and greatly incommoded the rapidity of his retreating movement. But he ran away, sir, and afterwards begot your obedient servant. That is the history of the Battle of Assiagore." "And now for the moral," says J.J., not a little amused. "J.J., old boy, this is my Battle of Assiagore. I am off. Dip into the money bag. Pay the people. Be generous, J.J., but not too prodigal. The chambermaid is ugly, yet let her not want for a crown to console her at our departure. The waiters have been brisk and servile. Reward the slaves for their labors. Forget not the humble boots, so shall he bless us when we depart. For artists are gentlemen, though Ethel does not think so. No. God bless her, God bless her," groans out Clive, cramming his two fists into his eyes. If Ridley admired him before, he thought none the worse of him now. And if any generous young fellow in life reads the fable, which may possibly concern him, let him take a senior's counsel and remember that there are perils in our battle, God help us, from which the bravest had best run away. Early as the morning was, Clive had a visitor, and the door opened to let in Lord Kew's honest face. Ridley retreated before it into his own den. The appearance of Earl scared the modest painter, though he was proud and pleased that his Clive should have their company. Lord Kew indeed lived in more splendid apartments on the first floor of the hotel, Clive and his friend occupying a couple of spacious chambers on the second story. "You are an early bird," says Kew. "I got up myself in a panic before daylight almost. Jack was making a deuce of a row in his room, and fit to blow the door out. I have been coaxing him for this hour. I wish we had thought of giving him a dose of laudanum last night. If it finished him, poor old boy, it would do him no harm." And then, laughing, he gave Clive an account of his interview with Barnes on the previous night. "You seem to be packing up to go too," says Lord Kew, with a momentary glance of humor darting from his keen eyes. "The weather is breaking up here, and if you are going to cross the St. Gothard, as the Newcomes told me, the sooner the better. It's bitter cold over the mountains in October." "Very cold," says Clive, biting his nails. "Post or vet?" asks my lord. "I bought a carriage at Frankfurt," says Clive in an offhand manner. "Hullo," cries the other, who was perfectly kind and entirely frank and pleasant, and showed no difference, in his conversation with men of any degree, except perhaps that to his inferiors in station he was a little more polite than to his equals. But who would as soon have thought of a young artist leaving Baden in a carriage of his own as of riding away on a dragon? I only gave £20 for the carriage. It's a little light thing. We are two. A couple of horses carry us and our traps, you know, and we can stop where we like. I don't depend upon my profession, Clive added with a blush. I made 3 guineas once, and that is the only money I ever gained in my life. Of course, my dear fellow. Have I not been to your father's house? At that pretty ball, and seen no end of fine people there. We are young swells. I know that very well. We only paint for pleasure. We are artists, and we intend to paint for money, my lord, says Clive. Will your lordship give me an order? My lordship serves me right, the other said. I think, Newcombe, as you are going, I think you might do some folks here a good turn, though the service is rather a disagreeable one. Jack Belsize is not fit to be left alone. I can't go away from here just now for reasons of state. Do be a good fellow, and take him with you. Put the Alps between him and this confounded business, and if I can serve you in any way, I shall be delighted, if you will furnish me with the occasion. Jack does not know yet that our amiable Barnes is here. I know how fond you are of him. I have heard the story, glass of claret and all. We all love Barnes. How that poor Lady Clara can have accepted him, the Lord knows. We are fearfully and wonderfully made, especially women. Good heavens, Clive broke out. Can it be possible that a young creature can have been brought to like such a selfish, insolent coxcomb as that? Such a cocktail as Barnes Newcombe? You know very well, Lord Kew, what his life is. There was a poor girl whom he brought out of a Newcombe factory when he was a boy himself, and might have had a heart, one would have thought, whom he ill-treated, whom he deserted, and flung out of doors without a penny, upon some pretense of her infidelity towards him, who came and actually sat down on the steps of Park Lane, with a child on each side of her, and not their cries and their hunger, but the fear of his own shame and a dread of a police court, forced him to give her a maintenance. I never see the fellow, but I loathe him, and long to kick him out of window, and this man is to marry a noble young lady, because, forsooth, he is a partner in a bank, and heir to 7,000 or 8,000 a year. Oh, it is a shame. It is a shame. It makes me sick when I think of the lot which the poor thing is to endure. It is not a nice story, said Lord Kew, rolling a cigarette. Barnes is not a nice man, I give you that in. You have not heard it talked about in the family, have you? Good heavens, you don't suppose that I would speak to Ethel, to Miss Newcombe, about such a foul subject as that, cries Clive. I never mentioned it to my own father. He would have turned Barnes out of his doors if he had known it. It was the talk about town, I know, Kew said dryly. Everything is told in those confounded clubs. I told you I give up Barnes. I like him no more than you do. He may have treated the woman ill. I suspect he has not an angelical temper. But in this manner he has not been so bad, so very bad as it would seem. The first step is wrong, of course. Those factory towns, that sort of thing, you know. Well, the commencement of the business is a sad one. But he is not the only sinner in London. He has declared on his honor to me, when the matter was talked about, and he was coming on for election at Bayes, and was as nearly as any man I ever knew in my life, he declared on his word that he only parted from poor Mrs. de Lacy, Mrs. de Lacy the devil used to call herself, because he found that she had served him, as such women will serve men. He offered to send his children to school in Yorkshire, rather a cheap school, but she would not part with them. She made a scandal in order to get good terms, and she succeeded. He was anxious to break the connection. He owned it, had hung like a millstone round his neck and caused him a great deal of remorse. Annoyance, you may call it. He was immensely cut up about it. I remember when that young fellow was hanged for murdering a woman. Barnes said he did not wonder at his having done it. Young men make those connections in their early lives and rue them all their days after. He was heartily sorry, that we may take for granted. He wished to lead a proper life. My grandmother managed his business with the Dorkings. Lady Kew still pulls stroke oar in our boat. You know, and the old woman will not give up her place. They know everything, the elders do. He is a clever fellow. He is witty in his way. When he likes, he can make himself quite agreeable to some people. There has been no sort of force. You don't suppose young ladies are confined in dungeons and subject to tortures, do you? But there is a brood of Poulains at Chanticleer, and old Dorking has nothing to give them. His daughter accepted Barnes of her own free will, he knowing perfectly well of that previous affair with Jack. The poor devil bursts into the place yesterday, and the girl drops down in a faint. She will see Belsize this very day if he likes. I took a note from Lady Dorking to him at 5 o'clock this morning. If he fancies that there is any constraint put upon Lady Clara's actions, she will tell him with her own lips that she has acted of her own free will. She will marry the husband she has chosen and do her duty by him. You are quite a young un who boil and froth up with indignation at the idea that a girl hardly off with an old love should take on with a new. I am not indignant with her, says Clive, for breaking with Belsize, but for marrying Barnes. You hate him, and you know he is your enemy. And indeed, young fellow, he does not compliment you in talking about you. A pretty young scapegrace he has made you out to be, and very likely thinks you to be. It depends on the colors in which your pillow is painted. Our friends and our enemies draw us, and I often think both pictures are alike, continued the easy world philosopher. You hate Barnes, and cannot see any good in him. He sees none in you. There have been tremendous shindies in Park Lane, apropos of your worship, and of a subject which I don't care to mention, said Lord Kew with some dignity. And what is the upshot of all this malevolence? I like you. I like your father. I think he is a noble old boy. There are those who represented him as a sordid schemer. Give Mr. Barnes the benefit of common charity at any rate, and let others like him, if you do not. And as for this romance of love, the young nobleman went on, kindling as he spoke, and forgetting the slang and colloquialisms with which we garnish all our conversation. This fine picture of Jenny and Jessamy falling in love at first sight, billing and cooing in an arbor, and retiring to a cottage afterwards to go on cooing and billing. Pshaw! What folly is this? It is good for romances, and for missus to sigh about. But any man who walks through the world with his eyes open knows how senseless is all this rubbish. I don't say that a young man and woman are not to meet, and to fall in love that instant, and to marry that day year, and love each other till they are 100. That is the supreme lot. But that is the lot which the gods only grant to Baucis and Philemon, and a very, very few besides. As for the rest, they must compromise, make themselves as comfortable as they can, and take the good and the bad together. And as for Jenny and Jessamy, by Jove, look round among your friends, count up the love matches, and see what has been the end of most of them. Love in a cottage. Who is to pay the landlord for the cottage? Who is to pay for Jenny's tea and cream, and Jessamy's mutton chops? If he has cold mutton, he will quarrel with her. If there is nothing in the cupboard, a pretty meal they make. No, you cry out against people in our world making money marriages. Why, kings and queens marry on the same understanding. My butcher has saved a stocking full of money, and marries his daughter to a young salesman. Mr. and Mrs. Salesman prosper in life and get an alderman's daughter for their son. My attorney looks out amongst his clients for an eligible husband for misdeeds, sends his son to the bar, into Parliament, where he cuts a figure and becomes Attorney General, makes a fortune, has a house in Belgrave Square, and marries misdeeds of the second generation to a peer. Do not accuse us of being more sordid than our neighbors. We do but as the world does, and a girl in our society accepts the best party, which offers itself, just as Miss Chummy, when entreated by two young gentlemen of the order of costermongers, inclines to the one who rides from market on a moke, rather than to the gentleman who sells his greens from a hand-basket. This tirade, which his lordship delivered with considerable spirit, was intended, no doubt, to carry a moral for Clive's private hearing, and which, to do him justice, the youth was not slow to comprehend. The point was, young man, if certain persons of rank choose to receive you very kindly, who have but a comely face, good manners, and 300 or 400 pounds a year, do not presume upon their good nature, or indulge in certain ambitious hopes which your vanity may induce you to form. Sail down the stream with the brass pots, master earthen pot, but beware of coming too near. You are a nice young man, but there are prizes which are some too good for you, and are meant for your betters, and you might as well ask the Prime Minister for the next vacant garter as expect to wear on your breast such a star as Ethel Newcome. Before Clive made his accustomed visit to his friends at the hotel opposite, the last great potentiary had arrived who was to take part in the family congress of Baden. In place of Ethel's flushing cheeks and bright eyes, Clive found, on entering, Lady Anne Newcome's sitting-room, the parchment-covered features and the well-known hooked beak of the old Countess of Kew. To support the glances from beneath the bushy black eyebrows on each side of that promontory was no pleasant matter. The whole family cowered under Lady Kew's eyes and nose, and she ruled by force of them. It was only Ethel whom these awful features did not utterly subdue and dismay. Besides Lady Kew, Clive had the pleasure of finding his lordship, her grandson, Lady Anne and children of various sizes, and Mr. Barnes, not one of whom was the person whom Clive desired to behold. The queer glance in Kew's eye, directed towards Clive, who was himself not by any means deficient in perception, informed him that there had just been a conversation in which his own name had figured. Having been abusing Clive extravagantly, as he did whenever he mentioned his cousin's name, Barden must needs hang his head when the young fellow came in. His hand was yet on the chamber door, and Barnes was calling his miscreant and scoundrel within, so no wonder Barnes had a hangdog look. But as for Lady Kew, that veteran diplomatist allowed no signs of discomfiture, or any other emotion, to display themselves on her ancient countenance. Her bushy eyebrows were groves of mystery, her unfathomable eyes were wells of gloom. She gratified Clive by a momentary loan of 2 knuckly old fingers, which he was at liberty to hold or to drop, and then he went on to enjoy the felicity of shaking hands with Mr. Barnes, who, observing and enjoying his confusion over Lady Kew's reception, determined to try Clive in the same way, and he gave Clive at the same time a supercilious "how do do," which the other would have liked to drive down his throat. A constant desire to throttle Mr. Barnes, to beat him on the nose, to send him flying out of window, was a sentiment with which this singular young man inspired many persons whom he accosted. A biographer ought to be impartial, yet I own, in a modified degree, to have partaken of this sentiment. He looked very much younger than his actual time of life, and was not of commanding stature, but patronized his equals, nay, let us say, his betters, so insufferably, that a common wish for his suppression existed amongst many persons in society. Clive told me of this little circumstance, and I am sorry to say of his own subsequent ill behavior. We were standing apart from the ladies, so Clive narrated, when Barnes and I had our little passage of arms. He had tried the finger business upon me before, and I had before told him either to shake hands or to leave it alone. You know the way in which the impudent little beggar stands astride and sticks his little feet out. I brought my heel well down on his confounded little varnished toe, and gave it a scrunch which made Mr. Barnes shriek out one of his loudest oaths. "Gee, clumsy!" screamed out Barnes. Clive said in a low voice, "I thought you only swore at women, Barnes." "It is you that says things before women, Clive," cries his cousin, looking very furious. Mr. Clive lost all patience. "In what company, Barnes, would you like me to say that I think you are a snob? Will you have it on the parade? Come out and I will speak to you." "Barnes can't go out on parade," cries Lady Kew, bursting out laughing. "There's another gentleman there wanting him." And two of the three young men enjoyed this joke exceedingly. I doubt whether Barnes Newcombe, Esquire of Newcombe, was one of the persons amused. "What wickedness are you three boys laughing at?" cries Lady Anne, perfectly innocent and good-natured. "No good, I will be bound. Come here, Clive." Our young friend, it must be premised, had no sooner received the thrust of Lady Kew's 2 fingers on entering than it had been intimated to him that his interview with that gracious lady was at an end, for she had instantly called her daughter to her, with whom her ladyship fell a-whispering, and then it was that Clive retreated from Lady Kew's hand to fall into Barnes's. "Clive trode on Barnes's toe," cries out cheery Lord Kew, "and has hurt Barnes's favourite corn, so that he cannot go out, and is actually obliged to keep the room. That's what we were laughing at." "Hem," growled Lady Kew. She knew to what her grandson alluded. Lord Kew had represented Jack Belsize and his thundering big stick in the most terrific colours to the family council. The joke was too good a one not to serve twice. Lady Anne, in her whispered conversation with the old countess, had possibly deprecated her mother's anger towards poor Clive, but when he came up to the 2 ladies, the younger took his hand with great kindness and said, "My dear Clive, we are very sorry you are going. You were of the greatest use to us on the journey. I am sure you have been uncommonly good-natured and obliging, and we shall all miss you very much." Her gentleness smote the generous young fellow, and an emotion of gratitude towards her for being so compassionate to him in his misery caused his cheeks to blush and his eyes perhaps to moisten. "Thank you, dear aunt," says he. "You have been very good and kind to me. It is I that shall feel lonely, but it is quite time that I should go to my work." "Quite time," said the severe possessor of the eagle beak. "Baden is a bad place for young men. They make acquaintances here of which very little good can come. They frequent the gambling tables and live with the most disreputable French viscounts. We have heard of your goings-on, sir. It is a great pity that Colonel Newcombe did not take you with him to India." "My dear mamma," cries Lady Anne, "I am sure Clive has been a very good boy indeed." The old lady's morality put a stop to Clive's pathetic mood, and he replied with a great deal of spirit, "Dear Lady Anne, you have always been very good, and kindness is nothing surprising from you. But Lady Kew's advice, which I should not have ventured to ask, is an unexpected favour. My father knows the extent of the gambling transactions to which your ladyship was pleased to allude, and introduced me to the gentleman whose acquaintance you don't seem to think eligible." "My good young man, I think it is time you were off," Lady Kew said, this time with great good humour. She liked Clive's spirit, and as long as he interfered with none of her plans, was quite disposed to be friendly with him. Go to Rome, go to Florence, go wherever you like, and study very hard, and make very good pictures, and come back again, and we shall all be very glad to see you. You have very great talents. These sketches are really capital." "Is not he very clever, mamma?" said kind Lady Anne, eagerly. Clive felt the pathetic mood coming on again, and an immense desire to hug Lady Anne in his arms, and to kiss her. How grateful we are! How touched a frank and generous heart is for a kind word extended to us in our pain. The pressure of a tender hand nerves a man for an operation, and cheers him for the dreadful interview with the surgeon. That cool old operator who had taken Mr. Clive's case in hand now produced her shining knife, and executed the first cut with perfect neatness and precision. "We are come here, as I suppose you know, Mr. Newcombe, upon family matters, and I frankly tell you that I think, for your own sake, you would be much better away. I wrote my daughter a great scolding when I heard that you were in this place." "But it was by the merest chance, mamma, indeed it was," cries Lady Anne. "Of course, by the merest chance, and by the merest chance I heard of it too. A little bird came and told me at Kensington. You have no more sense, Anne, than a goose. I have told you so 100 times. Lady Anne requested you to stay, and I, my good young friend, request you to go away." "I needed no request," said Clive. "My going, Lady Kew, is my own act. I was going without requiring any guide to show me to the door." "No doubt you were, and my arrival is the signal for Mr. Newcome's bonjour. I am Bogey, and I frighten everybody away. By the scene which you witnessed yesterday, my good young friend, and all that painful esclandre on the promenade, you must see how absurd and dangerous and wicked, yes, wicked it is for parents to allow intimacies to spring up between young people, which can only lead to disgrace and unhappiness. Lady Dorking was another good-natured goose. I had not arrived yesterday 10 minutes when my maid came running in to tell me of what had occurred on the promenade, and tired as I was, I went that instant to Jane Dorking and passed the evening with her, and that poor little creature to whom Captain Belsize behaved so cruelly. She does not care a fig for him, not one fig. Her childish inclination is passed away these 2 years, whilst Mr. Jack was performing his feats in prison, and if the wretch flatters himself that it was on his account she was agitated yesterday, he is perfectly mistaken, and you may tell him Lady Kew said so. She is subject to fainting fits. Dr. Fink has been attending her ever since she has been here. She fainted only last Tuesday at the sight of a rat walking about their lodgings. They have dreadful lodgings, the Dorkings, and no wonder she was frightened at the sight of that great coarse tipsy wretch. She is engaged, as you know, to your connection, my grandson Barnes. In all respects a most eligible union. The rank of life of the parties suits them to one another. She is a good young woman, and Barnes has experienced from persons of another sort such horrors that he will know the blessing of domestic virtue. It was high time he should. I say all this in perfect frankness to you. Go back again and play in the garden, little brats. This to the innocents who came frisking in from the lawn in front of the windows. You have been? And Barnes sent you in here? Go up to Miss Quigley. No, stop. Go and tell Ethel to come down. Bring her down with you, do you understand? The unconscious infants toddle upstairs to their sister, and Lady Kew blandly says, Ethel's engagement to my grandson, Lord Kew, has long been settled in our family, though these things are best not talked about until they are quite determined, you know, my dear Mr. Newcombe. When we saw you and your father in London, we heard that you too were engaged to a young lady in your own rank of life, a Miss, what was her name? Miss Macpherson, Miss Mackenzie. Your aunt, Mrs. Hobson Newcombe, who I must say is a most blundering, silly person, had said about this story. It appears there is no truth in it. Do not look surprised that I know about your affairs. I am an old witch, and know numbers of things. And, indeed, how Lady Kew came to know this fact, whether her maid corresponded with Lady Anne's maid, what her ladyship's means of information were, avowed or occult, this biographer has never been able to ascertain. Very likely Ethel, who in these last 3 weeks had been made aware of that interesting circumstance, had announced it to Lady Kew in the course of a cross-examination, and there may have been a battle between the granddaughter and the grandmother, of which the family chronicler of the Newcomes has had no precise knowledge. That there were many such, I know, skirmishes, sieges, and general engagements. When we hear the guns and see the wounded, we know there has been a fight. Who knows had there been a battle royal, and was Miss Newcome having her wounds dressed upstairs? You will like to say good-bye to your cousin, I know, Lady Kew continued, with imperturbable placidity. Ethel, my dear, here is Mr. Clive Newcome, who has come to bid us all good-bye. The little girls came trotting down at this moment, each holding a skirt of their oldest sister. She looked rather pale, but her expression was haughty, almost fierce. Clive rose up as she entered, from the sofa by the old countess's side, which place she had pointed him to take during the amputation. He rose up and put his hair back off his face, and said very calmly, "Yes, I'm come to say good-bye. My holidays are over, and Ridley and I are off for Rome. Good-bye, and God bless you, Ethel." She gave him her hand and said, "Good-bye, Clive," but her hand did not return his pressure, and dropped to her side when he let it go. Hearing the words good-bye, little Alice burst into a howl, and little Maud, who was an impetuous little thing, stamped her little red shoes and said, "It isn't be good-bye. Dive can't go." Alice, roaring, clung hold of Clive's trousers. He took them up gaily, each on an arm, as he had done 100 times, and tossed the children onto his shoulders, where they used to like to pull his yellow mustachios. He kissed the little hands and faces, and a moment after was gone. "Coo us too," said Monsieur de Florac, meeting him going over the bridge to his own hotel. "Coo us too, mon petit Clive. Et si qu'on vient de tracher une dent." "C'est ça," says Clive, and walked into the Hotel de France. "Hello, J.J. Ridley," he sang out. "Order the trap out and let's be off." "I thought we were not to march till tomorrow," says J.J., divining perhaps that some catastrophe had occurred. Indeed, Mr. Clive was going a day sooner than he had intended. He woke at Freiburg the next morning. It was the grand old cathedral he looked at, not Baden of the pine-clad hills, of the pretty walks and the lime-tree avenues, not Baden, the prettiest booth of all Vanity Fair. The crowds and the music, the gambling tables and the cadaverous croupiers and clinking gold were far out of sight and hearing. There was one window at the Hotel de Hollande that he thought of, how a fair arm used to open it in the early morning, how the muslin curtain in the morning air swayed to and fro. He would have given how much to see it once more. Walking about at Freiburg in the night, away from his companions, he had thought of ordering horses, galloping back to Baden, and once again under that window calling Ethel, "Ethel." But he came back to his room in the quiet J.J. and the poor Jack Belsize, who had had his tooth taken out too. We had almost forgotten Jack, who took a back seat in Clive's carriage, as befits a secondary personage in this history, and Clive, in truth, had almost forgotten him too. But Jack, having his own cares and business, and having rammed his own carpet-bag, brought it down without a word, and Clive found him environed in smoke when he came down to take his place in the little britska. I wonder whether the window at the Hotel de Holland saw him go. There are some curtains behind which no historian, however prying, is allowed to peep. Tiens, le petit part, said Florac of the cigar, who was always sauntering. Yes, we go, says Clive. There is a fourth place, Viscount. Will you come too? I would love it well, replies Florac, but I am here in faction. My cousin and Seigneur Monsieur le Duc Rivry is coming all the way from Bagnès de Béjour. He says he counts on me. Affaires mon cher, affaires d'état. How pleased the Duchess will be. Easy with that bag, shouts Clive. How pleased the princess will be. In truth, he hardly knew what he was saying. Vous croyez, says Monsieur de Florac. As you have a fourth place, I know who had best take it. And who is that? Asked the young traveller. Lord Kew and Barnes, Esquire of Newcomes, came out of the Hotel de Holland at this moment. Barnes slunk back, seeing Jack Belsize's hairy face. Kew ran over the bridge. Goodbye, Clive. Goodbye, Jack. Goodbye, Kew. It was a great handshake. Away goes the postilion, blowing his horn, and young Hannibal has left Capua behind him. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 31, Madame la Duchesse. In one of Clive Newcomes' letters from Baden, the young man described to me, with considerable humor and numerous illustrations, as his wont was, a great lady to whom he was presented at that watering place by his friend Lord Kew. Lord Kew had travelled in the East with Monsieur le Duc and Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry, the prince being an old friend of his lordship's family. He is the Kew of Madame d'Ivry's book of travels, Footprints of the Gazelles, by a daughter of the Crusaders, in which she prays so fervently for Lord Kew's conversion. He is the Kew who rescued the princess from the Arabs, and performed many a feat which lives in her glowing pages. He persists in saying that he never rescued Madame la Princesse from any Arabs at all, except from one beggar who was bawling out for baksheesh, and whom Kew drove away with a stick. They made pilgrimages to all the holy places, and a piteous sight it was, said Lord Kew, to see the old prince in the Jerusalem processions at Easter pacing with bare feet and a candle. Here, Lord Kew separated from the prince's party. His name does not occur in the last part of the Footprints, which, in truth, are filled full of strange rhapsodies, adventures which nobody was but the princess, and mystic disquisitions. She hesitates at nothing. Like other poets of her nation, not profoundly learned, she invents where she has not acquired, mingles together religion and the opera, and performs Parisian pas de ballet before the gates of monasteries and the cells of anchorites. She describes, as if she had herself witnessed the catastrophe, the passage of the Red Sea, and, as if there were no doubt of the transaction, an unhappy love affair between Pharaoh's eldest son and Moses' daughter. At Cairo, apropos of Joseph's granaries, she enters into a furious tirade against Potiphar, whom she paints as an old savage, suspicious and a tyrant. They generally have a copy of the Footprints of the Gazelles at the circulating library at Baden, as Madame d'Ivry constantly visits that watering place. Monsieur le Duc was not pleased with the book, which was published entirely without his concurrence, and which he described as one of the 10,000 follies of Madame la Duchesse. This nobleman was 45 years older than his Duchess. France is the country where that sweet Christian institution of mariage de convenance, which so many folks of the family about which this story treats are engaged in arranging, is most in vogue. There the newspapers daily announce that Monsieur de Foix has a bureau de confiance, where families may arrange marriages for their sons and daughters in perfect comfort and security. It is but a question of money on one side and the other. Mademoiselle has so many francs of dot. Monsieur has such and such rents or lands in possession or reversion. In a tout d'avoué, a shop with a certain clientele, bringing him such and such an income, which may be doubled by the judicious addition of so much capital, and the pretty little matrimonial arrangement is concluded, the agent touching his percentage, or broken off, and nobody unhappy, and the world none the wiser. The consequences of this system I do not pretend personally to know, but if the light literature of a country is a reflex of its manners, and French novels are the picture of French life, a pretty society must that be, into the midst of which the London reader may walk in 12 hours from this time of perusal, and for which only 20 miles of sea separate us. When the old Duc d'Ivry, of the ancient nobility of France, an emigrant with Artois, a warrior with Condé, an exile during the reign of the Corsican usurper, a grand prince, a great nobleman afterwards, though shorn of 19/20ths of his wealth by the Revolution. When the Duc d'Ivry lost his 2 sons, and his son's son likewise died, as if fate had determined to end the direct line of that noble house, which had furnished queens to Europe and renowned chiefs to the Crusaders. Being of an intrepid spirit, the Duke was ill-disposed to yield to his redoubtable energy, in spite of the cruel blows which the latter had inflicted upon him, and when he was more than 60 years of age, 3 months before the July Revolution broke out, a young lady of a sufficient nobility, a virgin of 16, was brought out of the convent of the Sacré-Cœur at Paris, and married with immense splendor and ceremony to this princely widower. The most august names signed the book of the civil marriage. Madame la Dauphine and Madame la Duchesse de Berry complimented the young bride with royal favors. Her portrait by Dubouf was in the exhibition next year. A charming young duchess indeed, with black eyes and broad ringlets, pearls on her neck, and diamonds in her hair, as beautiful as a princess of a fairy tale. Monsieur d'Ivry, whose early life may have been rather outrageous, was yet a gentleman perfectly well conserved. Resolute against fate, his enemy, one would fancy fate was of an aristocratic turn, and took special delight in combats with princely houses. The Atridae, the Bourbonidea, the d'Ivrys, the Browns and Joneses being of no account. The prince seemed to be determined not only to secure a progeny, but to defy age. At 60 he was still young, or seemed to be so. His hair was as black as the princess's own, his teeth as white. If you saw him on the Boulevard de Gand, sunning among the youthful exquisites there, or riding au bois, with a grace worthy of old Franconi himself, you would take him for one of the young men, of whom indeed up to his marriage he retained a number of the graceful follies and amusements, though his manners had a dignity acquired in old days of Versailles and the Trianon, which the moderns cannot hope to imitate. He was as assiduous behind the scenes of the opera as any journalist, or any young dandy of 20 years. He ranged himself, as the French phrase is, shortly before his marriage, just like any other young bachelor, took leave of Fernie and Aspasie in the Colosseum, and proposed to devote himself henceforth to his charming young wife. The affreux catastrophe of July arrived. The ancient Bourbons, were once more on the road to exile, save one wildly old remnant of the race who rode grinning over the barricades and distributing poignées de main to the stout fists that had pummeled his family out of France. Monsieur le Duc d'Ivry, who lost his place at court, his appointments which helped his income very much, and his peerage would no more acknowledge the usurper of Neuilly than him of Elba. The ex-peer retired to his terrace. He barricaded his house in Paris against all supporters of the citizen king. His nearest kinsman, Monsieur de Florac among the rest, who for his part cheerfully took his oath of fidelity and his seat in Louis Philippe's House of Peers, having indeed been accustomed to swear to all dynasties for some years past. In due time, Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry gave birth to a child, a daughter, whom her noble father received with but small pleasure. What the Duke desired was an heir to his name, a prince of Montcouture, to fill the place of the sons and grandsons gone before him, to join their ancestors in the tomb. No more children, however, blessed the old Duke's union. Madame d'Ivry went the round of all the watering places. Pilgrimages were tried, vows and gifts to all saints supposed to be favorable to the d'Ivry family, or to families in general. But the saints turned a deaf ear. They were inexorable, since the true religion and the elder Bourbons was banished from France. Living by themselves in their ancient castles or their dreary mansion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, I suppose the Duke and Duchess grew tired of one another, as persons who enter into a mariage de convenance sometimes, nay, as those who light a flaming love match and run away with one another, will be found to do. A lady of 21 and a gentleman of 66, alone in a great castle, have not unfrequently a third guest at their table, who comes without a card, and whom they cannot shut out, though they keep their doors closed ever so. His name is Ennui, and many a long hour and weary night must such folks pass in the unbidden society of this old man of the sea. This daily guest at the board, this watchful attendant at the fireside, this assiduous companion who will walk out with you, this sleepless, restless bedfellow. At first, Monsieur d'Ivry, that well-conserved nobleman, who never would allow that he was not young, exhibited no sign of doubt regarding his own youth, except an extreme jealousy and avoidance of all other young fellows. Very likely Madame la Duchesse may have thought men in general dyed their hair, wore stays, and had the rheumatism. Coming out of the convent of the Sacré-Cœur, how was the innocent young lady to know better? You see, in these mariages de convenance, though a coronet may be convenient to a beautiful young creature, and a beautiful young creature may be convenient to an old gentleman, there are articles which the marriage-monger cannot make to convene at all, tempers over which Monsieur de Foix and his like have no control, and tastes which cannot be put into the marriage settlements. So this couple were unhappy, and the Duke and Duchess quarreled with one another like the most vulgar pair who ever fought across a table. In this unhappy state of home affairs, Madame took to literature, Monsieur to politics. She discovered that she was a great unappreciated soul, and when a woman finds that treasure in her bosom, of course she sets her own price on the article. Did you ever see the first poems of Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry? Les Cris de l'Âne? She used to read them to her very intimate friends, in white, with her hair a good deal down her back. They had some success, de Bouffe having painted her as a duchess. Schaeffer depicted her as a muse. That was in the 3rd year of her marriage, when she rebelled against the Duke, her husband, insisted on opening her saloons to art and literature, and a fervent devotee still, proposed to unite genius and religion. Poets had interviews with her, Musicians came and twanged guitars to her. Her husband, entering her room, would fall over the saber and spurs of Count Almariva from the boulevard, or Don Basilio, with his great sombrero and shoe buckles. The old gentleman was breathless and bewildered in following her through all her vagaries. He was of old France, she of new. What did he know of the École Romantique, and these Georgiennes which their Marie Tudors and Tours d'Ernesel, and sanguineous histories of queens who sewed their lovers into sacks, emperors who had interviews with robber captains in Charlemagne's tube, Buridan's and Hermione's, and stuff? Monsieur le Comte de Chateaubriand was a man of genius as a writer, certainly immortal, and Monsieur de Lamartine was a young man extremely bien pensant. But ma foi, give him Crébillon fils, or a bon farce of Monsieur Vade to make laugh. For the great sentiments, for the beautiful style, give him Monsieur de Lomagne, although Bonapartist, or Abbé de Lilla. And for the new school, bah, these little Dumases and Hugos and Bossets, what is all that? Monsieur de Lomian should be immortal, monsieur, he would say, when all these frelicates are forgotten. After his marriage, he frequented the coulisses of the opera no more, but he was a pretty constant attendant at the Théâtre Français, where you might hear him snoring over the chef-d'oeuvres of French tragedy. For some little time after 1830, the Duchesse was as great a Carlist as her husband could wish, and they conspired together very comfortably at first. Of an adventurous turn, eager for excitement of all kinds, nothing would have better pleased the Duchesse than to follow Madame in her adventurous courses in La Verdie, disguised as a boy above all. She was persuaded to stay at home, however, and aid the good cause at Paris, while Monsieur le Duc went off to Brittany to offer his old sword to the mother of his king. But Madame was discovered up the chimney at Rennes, and all sorts of things were discovered afterwards. The world said that our silly little Duchess of Paris was partly the cause of the discovery. Spies were put upon her, and to some people she would tell anything. Monsieur le Duc, on paying his annual visit to August exiles at Goritz, was very badly received. Madame le Dauphin gave him a sermon. He had an awful quarrel with Madame la Duchesse on returning to Paris. He provoked Monsieur le Comte Turcelin, le Beau Turcelin, an officer of ordnance of the Duke of Orleans, into a duel, apropos of a cup of coffee in a salon. He actually wounded the Beau Turcelin. He's 65 years of age. His nephew, Monsieur de Florac, was loud in praise of his kinsman's bravery. That pretty figure and complexion which still appears so captivating in Monsieur de Bouff's portrait of Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry have long existed. It must be owned only in paint. Je le préfère à l'huile, the Vicomte de Florac said of his cousin. She should get her blushes from Monsieur de Bouff. Those of her present furnishers are not near so natural. Sometimes the Duchess appeared with these postiche roses, sometimes of a mortal paleness. Sometimes she looked plump, on other occasions woefully thin. When she goes into the world, said the same chronicler, ma cousine surrounds herself with jupons. C'est pour défendre sa vertu. When she is in a devotional mood, she gives up rouge, roast meat, and crinoline, and fait maigre absolument. Despite the Duke, her husband, she took up with the Vicomte of Florac, and to please herself she cast him away. She took his brother, the Abbé de Florac, for a director, and presently parted from him. Mon frère, ce saint homme, ne parle jamais de Madame la Duchesse. Maintenant, said the Vicomte. She must have confessed to him des choses affreuses. Oh oui, Refuse ma parole d'honneur. The Duc d'Ivry became archi-royaliste. Madame la Duchesse must make herself ultra-Philippista. Oh oui, tout ce qu'il a de plus Madame Adelaide au monde, cried Florac. She were foes of Monsieur le Regent. She used to keep a fast of the day of the supplice of Philippe Egalite, saint and martyr. I say used, for to make to enrage her husband and to recall the abbé my brother, did she not advise herself to consult Monsieur le Pasteur Grigouge, and to attend the preach at his temple? When this sheep had brought her shepherd back, she dismissed the Pastor Grigou. Then she tired of Monsieur l'Abbé again, and my brother has come out from her, shaking his good head. Ah, she must have put things into it which astonished the good abbé. You know, he has since taken the Dominican robe. My word of honor, I believe it was terror of her that drove him into a convent. You shall see him at Rome, Clive. Give him news of his elder, and tell him this gross prodigal is repenting amongst the swine. My word of honor, I desire but the death of Madame la Vicomtesse de Florac, to marry and range myself. After being a royalist, Philippist, Catholic, Huguenot, Madame d'Ivry must take to pantheism, to bearded philosophers who believe in nothing, not even in clean linen, eclecticism, republicanism, what know I? All her changes have been chronicled by books of her composition. Les Démons, Poem Catholic. Charles IX is the hero, and the demons are shot for the most part at the catastrophe of St. Bartholomew. My good mother, all good Catholic as she is, was startled by the boldness of this doctrine. Then there came une dragonade, par Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry, which is all on your side. That was the time of the Pastor Grigou, that one. The last were Les Deux Déchus, poem on 20 chants, par Madame la D.D.I. Guard yourself well from this muse. If she takes a fancy to you, she will never leave you alone. If you see her often, she will fancy you are in love with her and tell her husband. She always tells my uncle, afterwards, after she has quarreled with you and grown tired of you. Being in London once, she had the idea to make herself a cocker, wore the costume, consulted a minister of that cult, and quarreled with him as of rule. It appears the Quakers do not beat themselves. Otherwise, my poor uncle must have paid of his person. The turn of the philosophers then came. The chemists, the natural historians, what know I? She made a laboratory in her hotel, and rehearsed poisons like Madame de Brinvilliers. She spent hours in the Jardin des Plantes. Since she has grown a frisement negre and wears mounting robes, she has taken more than ever to the idea that she resembles Mary Queen of Scots. She wears a little frill and a little cap. Every man she loves, she says, has come to misfortune. She calls her lodgings Loch Leven. I pity the landlord of Loch Leven. She calls ses grosses blackball, vous savez, that pillar of Estimonets, that prince of mauvais ton, her Bothwell. Little Mijaud, the poor little pianist, she named her Rizzio. Young Lord Greenhorn, who was here with Governor, a Monsieur of Oxford, she christened her Darnley, and the minister Anglican, her John Knox. The poor man was quite enchanted. Beware of this haggard siren, my little Clive. Mistrust her dangerous song. Her cave is jonchée with the bones of her victims. Be you not one. Far from causing Clive to avoid Madame la Duchesse, these cautions very likely would have made him only the more eager to make her acquaintance, but that a much nobler attraction drew him elsewhere. At first, being introduced to Madame d'Ivry's salon, he was pleased and flattered, and behaved himself there merrily and agreeably enough. He had not studied Horace Vernet for nothing. He drew a fine picture of Kew rescuing her from the Arabs, with a plenty of sabres, pistols, burnooses, and dromedaries. He made a pretty sketch of her little girl Antoinette, and a wonderful likeness of Miss O'Grady, the little girl's governess, the mother dame de compagnie. Miss O'Grady was the richest Milesian brogue who had been engaged to give Antoinette the pure English accent. But the French lady's great eyes and painted smiles would not bear comparison with Ethel's natural brightness and beauty. Clive, who had been appointed painter in ordinary to the Queen of Scots, neglected his business and went over to the English faction. So did one or two more of the princess's followers, leaving Her Majesty by no means well pleased at their desertion. There had been many quarrels between Monsieur d'Ivry and his next of kin. Political differences, private differences, a long story. The Duke, who had been wild himself, could not pardon the Vicomte de Florac for being wild. Efforts at reconciliation had been made which ended unsuccessfully. The Vicomte de Florac had been allowed for a brief space to be intimate with the chief of his family, and then had been dismissed for being too intimate. Right or wrong, the Duke was jealous of all young men who approached the Duchess. He is suspicious, Madame de Florac indignantly said, because he remembers, and he thinks other men are like himself. The Vicomte discreetly said, "My cousin has paid me the compliment to be jealous of me," and acquiesced in his banishment with a shrug. During the emigration, the old Lord Kew had been very kind to exiles, Monsieur d'Ivry amongst the number, and that nobleman was anxious to return all Lord Kew's family when they came to France, the hospitality which he had received himself in England. He still remembered or professed to remember Lady Kew's beauty. How many women are there, awful of aspect, at present, of whom the same pleasing legend is not narrated? It must be true, for do not they themselves confess it? I know a few things more remarkable or suggestive of philosophic contemplation than those physical changes. When the old Duke and the old Countess met together and talked confidentially, their conversation bloomed into a jargon wonderful to hear. Old scandals woke up, old naughtiness rose out of their graves, and danced and smirked and gibbered again, like those wicked nuns whom Bertram and Robert le Dably evoke from their sepulchres while the bassoon performs a diabolical incantation. The Brighton pavilion was tenanted. Ranelagh and the Pantheon swarmed with dancers and masks. Perdita was found again, and walked a minuet with the Prince of Wales. Mrs. Clark and the Duke of York danced together, a pretty dance. The old Duke wore a jabot and airs de pigeon, the old Countess a hoop, and a cushion on her head. If haply the young folks came in, the elders modified their recollections, and Lady Kew brought honest old King George and good old ugly Queen Charlotte to the rescue. Her ladyship was sister of the Marquis of Steyne, and in some respects resembled that lamented nobleman. Their family had relations in France. Lady Kew had always a pied-à-terre at Paris, a bitter little scandal shop, where les bien-pensants assembled and retailed the most awful stories against the reigning dynasty. It was she who handed over Le Petit Kew, when quite a boy, to Monsieur and Madame d'Ivry, to be lancé into Parisian society. He was treated as the son of the family by the Duke, one of whose many Christian names his Lordship, Francis George Xavier, Earl of Kew and Viscount Waltham, bears. If Lady Kew hated anyone, and she could hate very considerably, she hated her daughter-in-law, Walham's widow, and the Methodists who surrounded her. Kew remained among a pack of psalm-singing old women and parsons with his mother. Fi donc. Frank was Lady Kew's boy. She would form him, marry him, leave him her money if he married to her liking, and show him life. And so she showed it to him. Have you taken your children to the National Gallery in London and shown them the Mariage à la Mode? Was the artist exceeding the privilege of his calling in painting the catastrophe in which those guilty people all suffer? If this fable were not true, if many and many of your young men of pleasure had not acted it and rued the moral, I would tear the page. You know that in our nursery tales there is commonly a good fairy to counsel, and a bad one to mislead the young prince. You perhaps feel that in your own life there is a good principle imploring you to come into its kind bosom, and a bad passion which tempts you into its arms. Be of easy mind, good-natured people. Let us disdain surprises and coups de théâtre for once, and tell those good souls who are interested about him that there is a good spirit coming to the rescue of our young Lord Kew. Surrounded by her court and royal attendants, the Reine Marie used graciously to attend the play-table, where luck occasionally declared itself for and against her majesty. Her appearance used to create not a little excitement in the saloon of roulette, the game which she patronized, it being more fertile of emotions than the slower trente et quarante. She dreamed of numbers, had favorite incantations by which to conjure them, noted the figures made by peels of peaches, and so forth, the number of houses on hackney coaches, was superstitious comme toutes les reines poétiques. She commonly brought a beautiful agate bonbonniere full of gold pieces when she played. It was wonderful to see her grimaces, to watch her behavior, her appeals to heaven, her delight and despair. Madame la Baronne de la Courtship played on one side of her, Madame la Comtesse de Schlagenbad on the other. When she had lost all her money, Her Majesty would condescend to borrow, not from those ladies. Knowing the royal peculiarity, they never had any money. They always lost. They swiftly pocketed their winnings and never left a mass on the table, or quitted it, as courtiers will, when they saw luck was going against their sovereign. The officers of her household were Count Punter, a Hanoverian, the Cavalier Spada, Captain Blackball, of a mysterious English regiment, which might be any one of the 120 in the army list, and other noblemen and gentlemen, Greeks, Russians, and Spaniards, Mr. and Mrs. Jones of England, who had made the princess's acquaintance at Bagneres, where her lord still remained in the gout, and perseveringly followed her all the way to Baden, were dazzled by the splendor of the company in which they found themselves. Miss Jones wrote such letters to her dearest friend, Miss Thompson, Cambridge Square, London, as caused that young person to crevel with envy. Bob Jones, who had grown a pair of mustachios since he left home, began to think slightingly of poor little Fanny Thompson, now he had gotten into the best continental society. Might not he quarter a countess's coat on his brougham along with the Jones arms? Or more slap-up still, have the two shields painted on the panels with the coronet over? Do you know the princess calls herself the Queen of Scots, and she calls me Julian Avenel, says Jones, delighted, to Clive, who wrote me about the transmogrification of our schoolfellow, an attorney's son, whom I recollected, a snivelling little boy at Greyfriars. I say, Newcombe, the princess is going to establish an order, cried Bob in ecstasy. Every one of her aides-de-camp has a bunch of orders at his button, excepting, of course, poor Jones. Like all persons who beheld her, when Miss Newcombe and her party made their appearance at Baden, Monsieur de Florac was enraptured with her beauty. I speak of it constantly before the Duchesse. I know it pleases her. So the Viscount said, "You should have seen her looks when your friend Monsieur Jones praised Miss Newcome. She ground her teeth with fury. Tiens ce petit noir de Kew." He always spoke of her as a mere sac d'argent that he was about to marry, an ingot of the cité, une fille de Lord Mayor. Have all English bankers such pearls of daughters? If the Vicomtesse de Florac had but quitted the earth, dont elle fait l'ornement, I would present myself to the charmante mise and ride a steeplechase with Kew. That he should win it, the Viscount never doubted. When Lady Anne Newcome first appeared in the ballroom at Baden, Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry begged the Earl of Kew, notre fille, she called him, to present her to his aunt Maddie and her charming daughter. "My fille had not prepared me for so much grace," she said, turning a look towards Lord Kew, which caused his lordship some embarrassment. Her kindness and graciousness were extreme. Her caresses and compliments never ceased all the evening. She told the mother and the daughter, too, that she had never seen anyone so lovely as Ethel. Whenever she saw Lady Anne's children in the walk, she ran to them, so that Captain Blackball and Count Punter, ATC, were amazed at her tenderness. She étouffed them with kisses. What lilies and roses! What lovely little creatures! What companions for her own Antoinette! "This is your governess, Miss Quigley, mademoiselle. You must let me present you to Miss O'Grady, your compatriot, and I hope your children will always be together." The Irish Protestant governess scowled at the Irish Catholic. There was a boiling water between them. Little Antoinette, a lonely little girl, was glad to find any companions. "Mamma kisses me on the promenade," she told them in their artless way. "She never kisses me at home." One day when Lord Kew, with Florac and Clive, were playing with the children, Antoinette said, "Pourquoi le venez-vous pour chez nous, Monsieur le Kew? And why does Mamma say you are a lache? She said so yesterday to say Messieurs. And why does Mamma say thou art only a variant, mon cousin? Thou art always very good for me. I love thee better than all those messers. Ma tante Florac et tête, bon pour mon appareil aussi. Ah, qu'elle était bon. C'est que l'argent aimant bien le petit cherubins. And my mother is an angel, seest thou, cries Florac, kissing her. "Thy mother is not dead," said little Antoinette. "Then why dost thou cry, my cousin?" And the three spectators were touched by this little scene and speech. Lady Anne Newcome received the caresses and compliments of Madame la Duchesse with marked coldness on the part of one commonly so very good-natured. Ethel's instinct told her that there was something wrong in this woman, and she shrank from her with haughty reserve. The girl's conduct was not likely to please the French lady, but she never relaxed in her smiles and her compliments, her caresses, and her professions of admiration. She was present when Clara Poulain fell, and prodigal of culinaries and consolation, and shawls and scent bottles to the unhappy young lady. She would accompany her home. She inquired perpetually after the health of cette pauvre petite Miss Clara. Oh, how she railed against ces Anglaises and their prudery. Can you fancy her in her circle, the tea-table set in the twilight that evening, the court assembled, Madame le Cruciacasse and Madame le Schlagenbad, and their whiskered, humbled servants, Baron Punter and Count Spada, and Marquis Iago, and Prince Ayafchino, and worthy Captain Blackball? Can you fancy a moonlight conclave, and ghouls feasting on the fresh corpse of a reputation, the jibes and sarcasms, the laughing and the gnashing of teeth? How they tear the dainty limbs, and relish the tender morsels. The air of this place is not good for you, believe me, my little Kew. It is dangerous. Have pressing affairs in England. let your chateau burn down, or your intendant run away and pursue him. Partez, mon petit Kew, partez, or evil will come of it. Such was the advice which a friend of Lord Kew gave the young nobleman. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 32, Barnes' Courtship. Ethel had made various attempts to become intimate with her future sister-in-law, had walked and ridden and talked with Lady Clara before Barnes' arrival. She had come away not very much impressed with respect for Lady Clara's mental powers. Indeed, we have said that Miss Ethel was rather more prone to attack women than to admire them, and was a little hard upon the fashionable young persons of her acquaintance and sex. In after life, care and thought subdued her pride, and she learned to look at society more good-naturedly. But at this time, and for some years after, she was impatient of commonplace people, and did not choose to conceal her scorn. Lady Clara was very much afraid of her. Those timid little thoughts, which would come out, and frisk and gambol with pretty, graceful antics, and advance confidingly at the sound of Jack Belsize's jolly voice, and nibble crumbs out of his hand, shrank away before Ethel, severe nymph with the bright eyes, and hid themselves under the thickets and in the shade. Who has not overheard a simple couple of girls, or of lovers possibly, pouring out their little hearts, laughing at their own little jokes, prattling and prattling away unceasingly, until mamma appears with her awful didactic countenance, or the governess with her dry moralities, and the colloquy straightway ceases. The laughter stops. The chirp of the harmless little birds is hushed. Lady Clara, being of a timid nature, stood in as much awe of Ethel as of her father and mother, whereas her little sister, a brisk young creature of 17, who was of the order of romps or tomboys, was by no means afraid of Miss Newcome, and indeed a much greater favorite with her than her placid elder sister. Young ladies may have been crossed in love, and have had their sufferings, their frantic moments of grief and tears, their wakeful nights, and so forth. But it is only in very sentimental novels that people occupy themselves perpetually with that passion, and, I believe, what are called broken hearts are very rare articles indeed. Tom is jilted, is for a while in a dreadful state, bores all his male acquaintance with his groans and his frenzy, rallies from the complaint, eats his dinner very kindly, takes an interest in the next turf event, and is found at Newmarket, as usual, bawling out the odds which he will give or take. Miss has her paroxysm and recovery. Madame Crinolin's new importations from Paris interest the young creature. She deigns to consider whether pink or blue will become her most. She conspires with her maid to make the spring morning dresses answer for the autumn. She resumes her books, piano, and music, giving up certain songs perhaps that she used to sing. She waltzes with the captain, gets a color, waltzes longer, better, and 10 times quicker than Lucy, who is dancing with the major, replies in an animated manner to the captain's delightful remarks, takes a little supper, and looks quite kindly at him before she pulls up the carriage windows. Clive may not like his cousin Barnes Newcome, and many other men share in that antipathy, but all ladies do not. It is the fact that Barnes, when he likes, can make himself a very pleasant fellow. He is dreadfully satirical, that is certain, But many persons are amused by those dreadful satirical young men, and to hear fun made of our neighbors, even of some of our friends, does not make us very angry. Barnes is one of the best waltzers in all society. That is the truth. Whereas, it must be confessed, someone else was very heavy and slow, his great foot always crushing you, and he always begging your pardon. Barnes whirls a partner round the room, ages after she is ready to faint. What wicked fun he makes of other people when he stops. He is not handsome, but in his face there is something odd-looking and distinguished. It is certain he has beautiful small feet and hands. He comes every day from the city, drops in his quiet, unobtrusive way, and drinks tea at 5 o'clock. Always brings a budget of the funniest stories with him. Makes Mamma laugh, Clara laugh, Henrietta, who is in the schoolroom still, die of laughing. Papa has the highest opinion of Mr. Newcome as a man of business. If he had had such a friend in early life, his affairs would not be where they now are. Poor dear kind papa. Do they want to go anywhere? Is not Mr. Newcome always ready? Did he not procure that delightful room for them to witness the Lord Mayor's show, and make Clara die of laughing at those odd city people at the Mansion Hall ball? He is at every party, and never tired, though he gets up so early. He waltzes with nobody else. He is always there to put Lady Clara in the carriage. At the drawing-room, he looked quite handsome in his uniform of the Newcombe Hussars, bottle green and silver lace. He speaks politics so exceedingly well with papa, and gentlemen after dinner. He is a sound conservative, full of practical good sense and information, with no dangerous newfangled ideas such as young men have. When poor dear Sir Brian Newcome's health gives way quite, Mr. Newcome will go into Parliament, and then he will resume the old barony which has been in abeyance in the family since the reign of Richard III. They had fallen quite low. Mr. Newcome's grandfather came to London with a satchel on his back, like Whittington. Isn't it romantic? This process has been going on for months. It is not in one day that poor Lady Clara has been made to forget the past and to lay aside her mourning. Day after day, very likely, the undeniable faults and many peccadillos of that other person have been exposed to her. People around the young lady may desire to spare her feelings, but can have no interest in screening poor Jack from condign reprobation. A wild prodigal, a disgrace to his order, a son of old Highgate's leading such a life and making such a scandal. Lord Dorking believes Mr. Belsize to be an abandoned monster and fiend in human shape, gathers and relates all the stories that ever have been told to the young man's disadvantage, and of these he's sure there are enough, and speaks of him with transports of indignation. At the end of months of unwearied courtship, Mr. Barnes Newcome is honestly accepted, and Lady Clara is waiting for him at Baden, not unhappy to receive him. When walking on the promenade with her father, the ghost of her dead love suddenly rises before her, and the young lady faints to the ground. When Barnes Newcome thinks fit, he can be perfectly placable in his demeanor and delicate in his conduct. What he said upon this painful subject was delivered with the greatest propriety. He did not for one moment consider that Lady Clara's agitation arose from any present feeling in Mr. Belsize's favor, but that she was naturally moved by the remembrance of the past, and the sudden appearance which recalled it, and but that a lady's name should never be made the subject of dispute between men. Newcome said to Lord Dorking, with great dignity, and that Captain Belsize has opportunely quitted the place. I should certainly have chastised him. He and another adventurer, against whom I have had to warn my own family, have quitted Baden this afternoon. I am glad that both are gone, Captain Belsize especially, for my temper, my lord, is hot, and I do not think I should have commanded it. Lord Kew, when the elder lord informed him of this admirable speech of Barnes Newcomes, upon whose character, prudence, and dignity the Earl of Dorking pronounced a fervent eulogium, shook his head gravely, and said, yes, Barnes was a dead shot, and a most determined fellow, and did not burst out laughing until he and Lord Dorking had parted. Then, to be sure, he took his fill of laughter. He told the story to Ethel. He complimented Barnes on his heroic self-denial. The joke of the thundering big stick was nothing to it. Barnes Newcombe laughed too. He had plenty of humor, Barnes. I think you might have whopped Jack when he came out from his interview with the Dorkings, Kew said. The poor devil was so bewildered and weak that Alfred might have thrashed him. At other times you would find it more difficult, Barnes, my man. Mr. B. Newcombe resumed his dignity, said a joke was a joke, and there was quite enough of this one, which assertion we may be sure he conscientiously made. That meeting and parting between the old lovers passed with a great deal of calm and propriety on both sides. Mrs. Parents, of course, were present when Jack, at their summons, waited upon them and their daughter, and made his hangdog bow. My Lord Dorking said, poor Jack, in the anguish of his heart, had poured out the story to Clive Newcombe afterwards. Mr. Belsize, I have to apologize for words which I used in my heat yesterday, and which I recall and regret, as I am sure you do that there should have been any occasion for them. Mr. Belsize, looking at the carpet, said he was very sorry. Lady Dorking here remarked that as Captain Belsize was now at Baden, he might wish to hear from Lady Clara Polane's own lips that the engagement into which she had entered was formed by herself, certainly with the consent and advice of her family. Is it not so, my dear? Lady Clara said, yes, mamma, with a low curtsy. We have now to wish you good-bye, Charles Belsize, said my lord, with some feeling. As your relative and your father's old friend, I wish you well. I hope your future course in life may not be so unfortunate as the past year. I request that we may part friends. Good-bye, Charles. Clara, shake hands with Captain Belsize. My Lady Dorking, you will please to give Charles your hand. You have known him since he was a child, and we are sorry to be obliged to part in this way. In this wise, Mr. Jack Belsize's tooth was finally extracted, and for the moment we wish him and his brother patient a good journey. Little lynx-eyed Dr. von Fink, who attends most of the polite company at Baden, drove ceaselessly about the place that day with the real version of the fainting fit story, about which we may be sure the wicked and malicious and the uninitiated had 100 absurd details. Lady Clara ever engaged to Captain Belsize? Fiddle-dee-dee. Everybody knew the captain's affairs, and that he could no more think of marrying than flying. Lady Clara faint at seeing him? She fainted before he came up. She was always fainting, and had done so thrice in the last week to his knowledge. Lord Dorking had a nervous affection of his right arm, and was always shaking his stick. He did not say villain. He said William. Captain Belsize's name is William. It is not so in the peerage. Is he called Jack in the peerage? Those peerages are always wrong. These candid explanations, of course, had their effect. Wicked tongues were, of course, instantaneously silent. People were entirely satisfied. They always are. The next night, being assembly night, Lady Clara appeared at the rooms and danced with Lord Kew and Mr. Barnes Newcombe. All the society was as gracious and good-humoured as possible, and there was no more question of fainting than of burning down the conversation house. But Madame de Krukerstrasse and Madame de Schlagenbad, and those horrid people whom the men speak to, but whom the women salute with silent curtsies, persisted in declaring that there was no prude like an English prude, and to Dr. Finks's assertions, explanations, only replied, with a shrug of their bold shoulders, Taisez-vous, docteur. Vous n'êtes qu'une vieille bête. Lady Kew was at the rooms, uncommonly gracious. Miss Ethel took a few turns of the waltz with Lord Kew, but this nymph looked more farouche than upon ordinary days. Bob Jones, who admired her hugely, asked leave to waltz with her, and entertained her with recollections of Clive Newcome at school. He remembered a fight in which Clive had been engaged, and recounted that action to Miss Newcome, who seemed to be interested. He was pleased to deplore Clive's fancy for turning artist, and that Miss Newcome recommended him to have his illness taken, for she said his appearance was exceedingly picturesque. He was going on with further prattle, but she suddenly cut Mr. Jones short, making him a bow, and going to sit down by Lady Kew. And the next day, sir, said Bob, with whom the present writer had the happiness of dining at a mess dinner at the Upper Temple. When I met her on the walk, sir, she cut me as dead as a stone. The airs that swells give themselves is enough to make any man turn Republican. Miss Ethel indeed was haughty, very haughty, and of a difficult temper. She spared none of her party except her kind mother, to whom Ethel always was kind, and her father, whom, since his illnesses, she tended with much benevolence and care. But she did battle with Lady Kew repeatedly, coming to her Aunt Julia's rescue, on whom her mother, as usual, exercised her powers of torturing. She made Barnes quail before her by the shafts of contempt which she flashed at him, and she did not spare Lord Kew, whose good nature was no shield against her scorn. The old Queen Mother was fairly afraid of her. She had left off beating Lady Julia when Ethel came in, of course taking her revenge in the young girl's absence, but trying in her presence to soothe and please her. Against Lord Kew, the young girl's anger was most unjust, and the more cruel because the kindly young nobleman never spoke a hard word of any one mortal soul, and, carrying no arms, should have been assaulted by none. But his very good nature seemed to make his young opponent only the more wrathful. She shot because his honest breast was bare. It bled at the wounds which he inflicted. Her relatives looked at her surprised at her cruelty, and the young man himself was shocked in his dignity, and best feelings by his cousin's wanton ill humor. Lady Kew fancied she understood the cause of this peevishness, and remonstrated with Miss Ethel. "Shall we write a letter to Lucerne, and order Dick Tinto back again?" said her ladyship. "Are you such a fool, Ethel, as to be hankering after that young scapegrace, and his yellow beard? His drawings are very pretty. Why, I think he might earn a couple of hundred a year as a teacher, and nothing would be easier than to break your engagement with Kew, and whistle the drawing-master back again." Ethel took up the whole heap of Clive's drawings, lighted a taper, carried the drawings to the fireplace, and set them in a blaze. "A very pretty piece of work," says Lady Kew, "and which proves satisfactorily that you don't care for the young Clive at all. Have we arranged a correspondence? We are cousins, you know. We may write pretty cousinly letters to one another." A month before, the old lady would have attacked her with other arms than sarcasm, but she was scared now, and dared to use no coarser weapons. "Oh," cried Ethel in a transport, "what a life ours is, and how you buy and sell, and haggle over your children. It is not Clive I care about, poor boy. Our ways of life are separate, I cannot break from my own family, and I know very well how you would receive him in it. Had he money, it would be different. You would receive him and welcome him, and hold out your hands to him. But he is only a poor painter, and we, forsooth, are bankers in the city, and he comes among us on sufferance, like those concert singers whom Mamma treats with so much politeness, and who go down and have supper by themselves. Why should they not be as good as we are? Monsieur de C., my dear, is of a noble family, interposed Lady Kew. When he has given up singing and made his fortune, no doubt he can go back into the world again. Made his fortune, yes, Ethel continued. That is the cry. There never were, since the world began, people so unblushingly sordid. We own it, and are proud of it. We barter rank against money, and money against rank, day after day. Why did you marry my father to my mother? Was it for his wit? You know he might have been an angel and you would have scorned him. Your daughter was bought with papa's money as surely as ever Newcombe was. Will there be no day when this mammon worship will cease among us? Not in my time or yours, Ethel, the elder said, not unkindly. Perhaps she thought of a day long ago, before she was old herself. We are sold, the young girl went on. We are as much sold as Turkish women, the only difference being that our masters may have but one Circassian at a time. No, there is no freedom for us. I wear my green ticket and wait till my master comes. But every day as I think of our slavery, I revolt against it more. That poor wretch, that poor girl whom my brother is to marry, why did she not revolt and fly? I would, if I loved a man sufficiently, loved him better than the world, than wealth, than rank, than fine houses and titles. And I feel I love these best. I would give up all to follow him. What can I be with my name and my parents? I belong to the world like all the rest of the family. It is you who have bred us up, you who are answerable for us. Why are there no convents to which we can fly? You make a fine marriage for me. You provide me with a good husband, a kind soul, not very wise, but very kind. You make me what you call happy, and I would rather be at the plow like the women here. No, you wouldn't, Ethel, replies the grandmother dryly. These are the fine speeches of schoolgirls. The showers of rain would spoil your complexion. You would be perfectly tired in an hour, and come back to luncheon. You belong to your belongings, my dear, and are not better than the rest of the world. Very good-looking, as you know perfectly well, and not very good-tempered. It is lucky that Kew is. Calm your temper, at least before marriage. Such a prize does not fall to a pretty girl's lot every day. Why, you sent him away quite seared by your cruelty. And if he is not playing at roulette or at billiards, I dare say he is thinking what a little termagant you are, and that he had best pause while it is yet time. Before I was married, your poor grandfather never knew I had a temper. Of after days I say nothing. But trials are good for all of us, and he bore his like an angel. Lady Kew, too, on this occasion at least, was admirably good-humored. She also, when it was necessary, could put a restraint on her temper, and, having this match very much at heart, chose to coax and to soothe her granddaughter, rather than to endeavor to scold and frighten her. "Why do you desire this marriage so much, Grandmamma?" the girl asked. "My cousin is not very much in love. At least I should fancy not," she added, blushing. "I am bound to own Lord Kew is not in the least eager, and I think if you were to tell him to wait for 5 years, he would be quite willing. Why should you be so very anxious?" "Why, my dear? Because I think young ladies who want to go and work in the fields should make hay while the sun shines. Because I think it is high time that Kew should ranger himself. Because I am sure He will make the best husband, and Ethel the prettiest countess in England. And the old lady, seldom exhibiting any signs of affection, looked at her granddaughter very fondly. From her, Ethel looked up into the glass, which very likely repeated on its shining face the truth her elder had just uttered. Shall we quarrel with the girl for that dazzling reflection? For owning that charming truth, and submitting to the conscious triumph? Give her part of vanity, of youth, of desire to rule and be admired. Meanwhile, Mr. Clive's drawings had been crackling in the fireplace at her feet, and the last spark of that combustion is twinkling out unheeded. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 33, Lady Kew at the Congress. When Lady Kew heard that Madame d'Ivry was at Baden, and was informed at once of the French lady's graciousness toward the Newcombe family and of her fury against Lord Kew, the old countess gave a loose to that energetic temper which nature had gifted her, a temper which she tied up sometimes and kept from barking and biting, but which, when unmuzzled, was an animal of whom all her ladyship's family had a just apprehension. Not one of them but in his or her time had been wounded, lacerated, tumbled over, otherwise frightened or injured by this unruly brute. The cowards brought its sops and patted it. The prudent gave it a clear berth, and walked round so as not to meet it. But woe be to those of the family who had to bring the meal, and prepare the litter, and, to speak respectfully, share the kennel with Lady Kew's black dog. Surely a fine furious temper, if accompanied with a certain magnanimity and bravery which often go together with it, is one of the most precious and fortunate gifts with a gentleman or lady can be endowed. A person always ready to fight is certain of the greatest consideration amongst his or her family circle. The lazy grow tired of contending with him. The timid coax and flatter him. And as almost everyone is timid or lazy, a bad-tempered man is sure to have his own way. It is he who commands, and all the others obey. If he is a gourmand, he has what he likes for dinner, and the tastes of all the rest are subservient to him. We playfully transfer the gender, as a bad temper is of both sexes, has the place which she likes best in the drawing-room, nor do her parents, nor her brothers and sisters, venture to take her favorite chair. If she wants to go to a party, Mamma will dress herself in spite of her headache, and Papa, who hates those dreadful soirees, will go upstairs after dinner and put on his poor old white neckcloth, though he has been toiling at chambers all day, and must be there early in the morning. He will go out with her, we say, and stay for the cotillion. If the family are taking their tour in the summer, it is she who obtains whither they shall go, and when they shall stop. If he comes home late, the dinner is kept for him, and no one dares to say a word, though ever so hungry. If he is in a good humor, how everyone frisks about and is happy. How the servants jump up at his bell and run to wait upon him. How they sit up patiently, and how eagerly they rush out to fetch cabs in the rain. Whereas for you and me, who have the tempers of angels, and never were known to be angry or to complain, nobody cares whether we are pleased or not. Our wives go to the milliner's and send us the bill, and we pay it. Our John finishes reading the newspaper before he answers our bell, and brings it to us. Our sons loll in the armchair, which we should like, fill the house with their young men, and smoke in the dining room. Our tailors fit us badly. Our butchers give us the youngest mutton. Our tradesmen done us much more quickly than other people's, because they know we are good-natured, and our servants go out whenever they like, and openly have their friends to supper in the kitchen. When Lady Kew said, "Sic volo, sic jubeo," I promise you few persons of her ladyship's belongings stopped, before they did her biddings, to ask her reasons. If, which very seldom happens, there are two such imperious and dominating spirits in a family, unpleasantries, of course, will arise from their contentions, or, if out of doors, the family Bahazet meets with some other violent Turk. Dreadful battles ensue. All the allies on either side are brought in, and the surrounding neighbors perforce engaged in the quarrel. This was unluckily the case in the present instance. Lady Kew, unaccustomed to have her will questioned at home, liked to impose it abroad. She judged the persons around her with great freedom of speech. Her opinions were quoted, as people's sayings will be, and if she made bitter speeches, depend on it, they lost nothing in the carrying. She was furious against Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry, and exploded in various companies whenever the lady's name was mentioned. Why was she not with her husband? Why was the poor old Duke left to his gout, and this woman trailing through the country with her vagabond court of billiard markers at her heels? She to call herself Mary Queen of Scots, forsooth. Well, she merited the title in some respects, though she had not murdered her husband as yet. Ah, I would like to be Queen Elizabeth if the Duchess is Queen of Scots, said the old lady, shaking her old fist, and these sentiments being uttered in public, upon the promenade, to mutual friends. Of course, the Duchess had the benefit of Lady Kew's remarks a few minutes after they were uttered, and her Grace, and the distinguished princess, counts and noblemen in her court, designated as billiard-makers by the old countess, returned the latter's compliments with pretty speeches of their own. Scandals were dug up respecting her ladyship, so old that one would have thought them forgotten these 40 years, so old that they happened before most of the Newcomes now extant were born, and surely, therefore, are out of the province of this contemporary biography. Lady Kew was indignant with her daughter. There were some moments when any conduct of her friends did not meet her ladyship's approbation, even for the scant civility with which Lady Anne had received the Duchess's advance. Leave a card upon her. Yes, send a card by one of your footmen, but go in to see her, because she was at the window and saw you drive up. Are you mad, Anne? That was the very reason you should not have come out of your carriage. But you were so weak and good-natured that if a highwayman stopped you, you would say, "Thank you, sir," as you gave him your purse. Yes, and if Mrs. Macheath called on you afterwards, you would return the visit. Even had these speeches been made about the Duchess, and some of them not addressed to her, things might have gone on pretty well. If we quarreled with all the people who abused us behind our backs, and began to tear their eyes out as soon as we set ours on them, what a life it would be! And when should we have any quiet? Backbiting is all fair in society. Abuse me, and I will abuse you. But let us be friends when we meet. Have not we all entered a dozen rooms and been sure, from the countenances of the amiable persons present, that they had been discussing our little peculiarities, perhaps as we were on the stairs? Was our visit, therefore, the less agreeable? Did we quarrel and say hard words to one another's faces? No, we wait until some of our dear friends take their leave, and then comes our turn. My back is at my neighbor's service, As soon as that is turned, let him make what faces he thinks proper. But when we meet, we grin and shake hands like well-bred folk, to whom clean linen is not more necessary than a clean, sweet-looking countenance and a nicely got-up smile for company. Here was Lady Kew's mistake. She wanted, for some reason, to drive Madame d'Ivry out of Baden, and thought there were no better means of effecting this object than by using the high hand, and practicing those frowns upon the Duchess which had scared away so many other persons. But the Queen of Scots was resolute too, and her band of courtiers fought stoutly round about her. Some of them could not pay their bills, and could not retreat. Others had courage, and did not choose to fly. Instead of coaxing and soothing Madame d'Ivry, Madame de Kew thought by a brisk attack to rout and dislodge her. She began on almost the very first occasion when the ladies met. I was so sorry to hear that Monsieur le Duc was ill at Bagnères. Madame la Duchesse, the old lady began on their very first meeting, after the usual salutations had taken place. Madame la Comtesse is very kind to interest herself in Monsieur d'Ivry's health. Monsieur le Duc, at his age, is not disposed to travel. You, dear milady, are more happy in being always able to retain the gout de voyage. I come to my family, my dear Duchess. How charmed they must be to possess you, my Lady Anne. You must be inexpressibly consoled by the presence of a mother so tender. Permit me to present Madame la Comtesse de la Courtship to Madame la Comtesse de Kew. Milady is sister to that amiable Marquis of Stein, whom you have known, Ambrosine. Madame la Baronne de Schlagenbad, Lady Kew. Do you not see the resemblance to Milor? These ladies have enjoyed the hospitalities, the splendors of Gaunt House. They were of those famous routs of which the charming Mistress Crawley, La Somnolente Becky, made part. How sad the Hotel de Gaunt must be under the present circumstances. Have you heard, milady, of the charming Mistress Becky? Monsieur le Duc describes her as the most spirituelle Englishwoman he had ever met. The Queen of Scots turns and whispers her lady of honor, and shrugs and taps her forehead. Lady Kew knows that Madame d'Ivry speaks of her nephew, the present Lord Stein, who is not in his right mind. The Duchess looks round, and sees a friend in the distance whom she beckons. Comtesse, you know already Monsieur the Captain Blackball. He makes the delight of our society. A dreadful man with a large cigar, a florid waistcoat, and billiards written on his countenance, swaggers forward at the Duchess's summons. The Countess of Kew has not gained much by her attack. She has been presented to Krucakache and Schlagenbad. She sees herself on the eve of becoming the acquaintance of Captain Blackball. Permit me, Duchess, to choose my English friends at least for myself, says Lady Kew, drumming her foot. But, madame, assuredly, you do not love this good Monsieur de Blackball. Eh? The English manners are droll. Pardon me for saying so. It is wonderful how proud you are as a nation, and how ashamed you are of your compatriots. There are some persons who are ashamed of nothing, Madame la Duchesse, cries Lady Kew, losing her temper. Is that gracieuseté for me? How much goodness! This good Monsieur de Blackball is not very well bred, but for an Englishman he is not too bad. I have met with people who are more ill-bred than Englishmen in my travels. And they are, said Lady Anne, who has been in vain endeavoring to put an end to this colloquy. English women, madame, I speak not for you. You are kind. You are too soft, dear Lady Anne, for a persecutor. The counsels of the worldly woman who governed and directed that branch of the Newcomes family, of whom it is our business to speak now for a little while, bore other results than those which the elderly lady desired and foresaw. who can foresee everything and always, not the wisest among us. When His Majesty Louis XIV jockeyed his grandson onto the throne of Spain, founding thereby the present revered dynasty of that country, did he expect to peril his own and bring all Europe about his royal ears? Could a late king of France, eager for the advantageous establishment of one of his darling sons, and anxious to procure a beautiful Spanish princess, with a crown and kingdom in reversion for the simple and obedient youth, ever suppose that the welfare of his whole august race and reign would be upset by that smart speculation? We take only the most noble examples to illustrate the conduct of such a noble old personage as her Ladyship of Kew, who brought a prodigious deal of trouble upon some of the innocent members of her family, whom, no doubt, she thought to better in life by her experienced guidance and undoubted worldly wisdom. We may be as deep as Jesuits, know the world ever so well, lay the best ordered plans and the profoundest combinations, and by a certain not unnatural turn of fate, we, in our plans and combinations, are sent flying before the wind. We may be as wise as Louis Philippe, that many counseled Ulysses, whom the respectable world admired so, and after years of patient scheming and prodigies of skill, after coaxing, wheedling, doubling, bullying, wisdom, behold yet stronger powers interpose, and schemes and skill and violence are naught. Frank and Ethel, Lady Kew's grandchildren, were both the obedient subjects of this ancient despot, this imperious old Louis XIV, in a black front and cap and ribbon, this scheming old Louis Philippe in tabinet, but their blood was good and their tempers high, and for all her bidding and driving and the training of her menage, the generous young colts were hard to break. Ethel, at this time, was especially stubborn in training, rebellious to the whip, and wild under harness, and the way in which Lady Kew managed her won the admiration of her family, for it was a maxim among these folks that no one could manage Ethel but Lady Kew. Barnes said no one could manage his sister but his grandmother. He couldn't, that was certain. Mamma never tried, and indeed was so good-natured that rather than ride the filly, she would put the saddle on her own back and let the filly ride her. No, there was no one but her ladyship capable of managing that girl, Barnes owned, who held Lady Kew in much respect and awe. If the tightest hand were not kept on her, there's no knowing what she mightn't do, said her brother. Ethel Newcomes, by Jove, is capable of running away with the writing master. After poor Jack Belsize's mishap and departure, Barnes' own bride showed no spirit at all, save one placid contentment. She came at call and instantly, and went through whatever paces her owner demanded of her. She laughed whenever need was, simpered and smiled when spoken to, danced whenever she was asked, drove out at Barnes's side in Kew's phaeton, and received him certainly not with warmth, but with politeness and welcome. It is difficult to describe the scorn with which her sister-in-law regarded her. The sight of the patient, timid little thing chafed Ethel, who was always more haughty and flighty and bold when in Clara's presence than at any other time. Her ladyship's brother, Captain Lord Viscount Rooster, before mentioned, joined the family party at this interesting juncture. My Lord Rooster found himself surprised, delighted, subjugated by Miss Newcombe, her wit and spirit. "By Jove, she is a plucky one," his lordship exclaimed. "To dance with her is the best fun in life. How she pulls all the other girls to pieces, by Jove, and how splendidly she chaffs everybody. But," he added with the shrewdness and sense of humor which distinguished the young officer, "I'd rather dance with her than marry her. By a deuced long score. I don't envy you that part of the business, Kew, my boy. Lord Kew did not set himself up as a person to be envied. He thought his cousin beautiful, and with his grandmother, that she would make a very handsome countess, and he thought the money which Lady Kew would give or leave to the young couple a very welcome addition to his means. On the next night, when there was a ball at the room, Miss Ethel chose to appear in a toilette the very grandest and finest which she had ever assumed, who was ordinarily exceedingly simple in her attire, and dressed below the mark of the rest of the world. Her clustering ringlets, her shining white shoulders, her splendid raiment. I believe indeed it was her court dress which the young lady assumed, astonished all beholders. She excelled all other beauties by her appearance, so much so that Madame d'Ivry's court could not but look, the men in admiration, the women in dislike, at this dazzling young creature. None of the countesses, duchesses, princesses, Russ, Spanish, Italian, were so fine or so handsome. There were some New York ladies at Baden, as there are everywhere else in Europe now. Not even these were more magnificent than Miss Ethel. General Jeremiah J. Bung's lady owned that Miss Newcombe was fit to appear in any party in Fourth Avenue. She was the only well-dressed English girl Mrs. Bung had seen in Europe. A young German Durchlauch deigned to explain to his aide-de-camp how very handsome he thought Miss Newcombe. All our acquaintances were of one mind. Mr. Jones of England pronounced her stunning. The admirable Captain Blackball examined her points with the skill of an amateur and described them with agreeable frankness. Lord Brewster was charmed as he surveyed her, and complimented his late companion in arms on the possession of such a paragon. Only Lord Kew was not delighted, nor did Miss Ethel mean that he should be. She looked as splendid as Cinderella in the prince's palace. But what need for all this splendor, this wonderful toilette, this dazzling neck and shoulders, whereof the brightness and beauty blinded the eyes of lookers-on? She was dressed as gaudily as an actress of the varieties going to supper at Trois Freres. It was Mademoiselle Mobile en habit de coeur, Madame d'Ivry remarked to Madame Schlangenbad. Barnes, who with his bride-elect for a partner, made a vis-a-vis for his sister and the admiring Lord Brewster, was puzzled likewise by Ethel's countenance and appearance. Little Lady Clara looked like a little schoolgirl dancing before her. 1, 2, 3 of the attendants of Her Majesty the Queen of Scots were carried off in the course of the evening by the victorious young beauty, whose triumph had the effect, which the headstrong girl perhaps herself anticipated, of mortifying the Duchesse d'Ivry, of exasperating old Lady Kew, and of annoying the young nobleman to whom Miss Ethel was engaged. The girl seemed to take a pleasure in defying all three. A something embittered her, alike against her friends and her enemies. The old dowager chaffed and vented her wrath upon Lady Anne and Barnes. Ethel kept the ball alive by herself almost. She refused to go home, declining hints and commands alike. She was engaged for ever so many dances more. Not dance with Count Punter. It would be rude to leave him after promising him. Not waltz with Captain Blackball. He was not a proper partner for her. Why then did Kew know him? Lord Kew walked and talked with Captain Blackball every day. Was she to be so proud as not to know Lord Kew's friends? She greeted the captain with the most fascinating smile as he came up whilst the controversy was pending, and ended it by whirling round the room in his arms. Madame d'Ivry viewed with such pleasure as might be expected the defection of her adherents, and the triumph of her youthful rival, who seemed to grow more beautiful with each waltz, so that the other dancers paused to look at her, the men breaking out in enthusiasm, the reluctant women being forced to join in the applause. Angry as she was, and knowing how Ethel's conduct angered her grandson, old Lady Kew could not help admiring the rebellious beauty, whose girlish spirit was more than a match for the imperious dowager's tough old resolution. As for Mr. Barnes' displeasure, the girl tossed her saucy head, shrugged her fair shoulders, and passed on with a scornful laugh. In a word, Miss Ethel conducted herself as a most reckless and intrepid young flirt, using her eyes with the most consummate effect, chattering with astounding gaiety, prodigal of smiles, gracious thanks and killing glances. What wicked spirit moved her? Perhaps had she known the mischief she was doing, she would have continued it still. The sight of this wilfulness and levity smote poor Lord Kew's honest heart with cruel pangs of mortification. The easy young nobleman had passed many a year of his life in all sorts of wild company. The Chaumière knew him, and the balls of Parisian actresses, the coulisses of the opera at home and abroad. Those pretty heads of ladies whom nobody knows used to nod their shining ringlets at Kew, from private boxes at theaters or dubious park broughams. He had run the career of young men of pleasure, and laughed and feasted with jolly prodigals and their company. He was tired of it. Perhaps he remembered an earlier and purer life, and was sighing to return to it. Living as he had done among the outcasts, his ideal of domestic virtue was high and pure. He chose to believe that good women were entirely good. Duplicity he could not understand. Ill temper shocked him. Wilfulness he seemed to fancy belonged only to the profane and wicked, not to good girls, with good mothers in honest homes. Their nature was to love their families, to obey their parents, to tend their poor, to honor their husbands, to cherish their children. Ethel's laugh woke him up from one of those simple reveries very likely, and then she swept round the ballroom rapidly, to the praise and notes of the orchestra. He never offered to dance with her more than once in the evening, went away to play, and returned to find her still whirling to the music. Madame d'Ivry remarked his tribulation and gloomy face, though she took no pleasure at his discomfiture, knowing that Ethel's behavior caused it. In plays and novels, and I dare say in real life too sometimes, when the wanton heroine chooses to exert her powers of fascination and to flirt with Sir Harry or the captain, the hero, in a pique, goes off and makes love to somebody else. Both acknowledge their folly after a while, shake hands, and are reconciled, and the curtain drops or the volume ends. But there are some people too noble and simple for these amorous scenes and smirking artifices. When Kew was pleased, he laughed. When he was grieved, he was silent. He did not deign to hide his grief or pleasure under disguises. His error, perhaps, was in forgetting that Ethel was very young, that her conduct was not designed so much as girlish mischief and high spirits, and that if young men have their frolics, sow their wild oats, and enjoy their pleasure, young women may be permitted sometimes the more harmless vagaries of gaiety and sportive outbreaks of wilful humor. When she consented to go home at length, Lord Kew brought Miss Newcome's little white cloak for her, under the hood of which her glossy curls, her blushing cheeks and bright eyes looked provokingly handsome, and encased her in this pretty garment without uttering one single word. She made him a saucy curtsy in return for this act of politeness, which salutation he received with a grave bow, and then he proceeded to cover up old Lady Kew, and to conduct her ladyship to her chariot. Miss Ethel chose to be displeased at her cousin's displeasure. What were balls made for but that people should dance? She a flirt? She displeased Lord Kew? If she chose to dance, she would dance. She had no idea of his giving himself airs. Besides, it was such fun taking away the gentleman of Mary Queen of Scots' court from her. Such capital fun. So she went to bed, singing and performing wonderful roulades as she lighted her candle and retired to her room. She had had such a jolly evening, such famous fun, and, I dare say, but how shall a novelist penetrate these mysteries? When her chamber door was closed, she scolded her maid and was as cross as two sticks. You see, there come moments of sorrow after the most brilliant victories, and you conquer and rout the enemy utterly, and then regret that you fought. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 34, The End of the Congress of Baden. Mention has been made of an elderly young person from Ireland, engaged by Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry as companion and teacher of English for her little daughter. When Miss O'Grady, as she did sometime afterwards, quitted Madame d'Ivry's family, she spoke with great freedom regarding the behavior of that duchess, and recounted horrors which she, the latter, had committed. A number of the most terrific anecdotes issued from the lips of the indignant miss, whose volubility Lord Kew was obliged to check, not choosing that his countess, with whom he was paying a bridal visit to Paris, should hear such dreadful legends. It was there that Miss O'Grady, finding herself in misfortune, and reading of Lord Kew's arrival at the Hotel Bristol, waited upon his lordship and the Countess of Kew, begging them to take tickets in a raffle for an invaluable ivory writing desk, sole relic of her former prosperity, which she proposed to give her friends the chance of acquiring. In fact, Miss O'Grady lived for some years on the produce of repeated raffles for this beautiful desk. Many religious ladies of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, taking an interest in her misfortunes and alleviating them by the simple lottery system. Protestants as well as Catholics were permitted to take shares in Miss O'Grady's raffles, and Lord Kew, good-natured then as always, purchased so many tickets that the contrite O'Grady informed him of a transaction which had nearly affected his happiness, and in which she took a not very creditable share. Had I known your lordship's real character, Miss O.G. was pleased to say, no tortures would have induced me to do an act for which I have undergone penance. It was that black-hearted woman, my lord, who maligned your lordship to me, that woman whom I called friend once, but who was the most false, depraved, and dangerous of her sex. In this way do ladies' companions sometimes speak of ladies, when quarrels separate them, when confidential attendants are dismissed, bearing away family secrets in their minds and revenge in their hearts. The day after Miss Ethel's feats at the assembly, old Lady Kew went over to advise her granddaughter, and to give her a little timely warning about the impropriety of flirtations, above all, with such men as are to be found at watering places, persons who are never seen elsewhere in society. Remark the peculiarities of Kew's temper, who never flies into a passion like you and me, my dear, said the old lady, being determined to be particularly gracious and cautious. When once angry, he remains so, and is so obstinate that it is almost impossible to coax him into good humor. It is much better, my love, to be like us, continued the old lady, to fly out in a rage and have it over. But que voulez-vous? Such is Frank's temper, and we must manage him. So she went on, backing her advice by a crowd of examples drawn from the family history, showing how Kew was like his grandfather, her old poor husband, still more like his late father, Lord Walham, between whom and his mother there had been differences, chiefly brought on by my Lady Walham, of course, which had ended in the almost total estrangement of mother and son. Lady Kew then administered her advice, and told her stories with Ethel alone for a listener, and in most edifying manner. She besought Miss Newcome to manage Lord Kew's susceptibilities, as she valued her own future comfort in life, as well as the happiness of a most amiable man, of whom, if properly managed, Ethel might make what she pleased. We have said Lady Kew managed everybody, and that most of the members of her family allowed themselves to be managed by her ladyship. Ethel, who had permitted her grandmother to continue her sententious advice, while she herself sat tapping her feet on the floor and performing the most rapid variations of that air which is called the Devil's Tattoo, burst out, at length, to the elder lady's surprise, with an outbreak of indignation, a flushing face, and a voice quivering with anger. "This most amiable man," she cried out, "that you designed for me. I know everything about this most amiable man, and thank you and my family for the present you make me. For the past year, what have you been doing? Every one of you. My father, my brother, and you yourself have been filling my ears with cruel reports against a poor boy, whom you chose to depict as everything that was dissolute and wicked, when there was nothing against him, nothing but that he was poor. Yes, you yourself, Grandmamma, have told me many and many a time that Clive Newcome was not a fit companion for us, warned me against his bad courses, and painted him as extravagant, unprincipled. I don't know how bad. How bad? I know how good he is, how upright, generous, and truth-telling, though there was not a day until lately that Barnes did not make some wicked story against him. Barnes, who, I believe, is bad himself, like the other young men. Yes, I am sure there was something about Barnes in that newspaper, which my father took away from me. And you come, and you lift up your hands and shake your head, because I dance with one gentleman or another. You tell me I am wrong. Mamma has told me so this morning. Barnes, of course, has told me so. And you bring me Frank as a pattern, and tell me to love and honor and obey him. Look here." And she drew out a paper and put it into Lady Kew's hands. "Here is Kew's history, and I believe it is true. Yes, I am sure it is true." The old dowager lifted her eyeglass to her black eyebrow and read a paper written in English and bearing no signature, in which many circumstances of Lord Kew's life were narrated for poor Ethel's benefit. It was not a worse life than that of 1,000 young men of pleasure, but there were Kew's many misdeeds set down in order, such a catalogue as we laugh at when Leporello trolls it, and sings his master's victories in France, Italy, and Spain. Madame d'Ivry's name was not mentioned in this list, and Lady Kew felt sure that the outrage came from her. With real ardor, Lady Kew sought to defend her grandson from some of the attacks here made against him, and showed Ethel that the person who could use such means of culminating him would not scruple to resort to falsehoods in order to effect her purpose. "Her purpose," cries Ethel. "How do you know it is a woman?" Lady Kew lapsed into generalities. She thought the handwriting was a woman's. At least, it was not likely that a man should think of addressing an anonymous letter to a young lady, and so wreaking his hatred upon Lord Kew. Besides, Frank has had no rivals, except one young gentleman who has carried his paint boxes to Italy, says Lady Kew. "You don't think your dear Colonel's son would leave such a piece of mischief behind him? You must act, my dear," continued her ladyship, as if this letter had never been written at all. "The person who wrote it no doubt will watch you. Of course, we are too proud to allow him to see that we are wounded. And pray do not think of letting poor Frank know a word about this horrid transaction." "Then the letter is true?" burst out Ethel. "You know it is true, Grandmamma, and that is why you would have me keep it secret from my cousin. Besides," she added with a little hesitation, "your caution comes too late. Lord Kew has seen the letter." "You fool!" screamed the old lady. "You were not so mad as to show it to him?" "I'm sure the letter is true," Ethel said, rising up very haughtily. "It is not by calling me bad names that your ladyship will disprove it. Keep them, if you please, for my Aunt Julia. She is sick and weak and can't defend herself. I do not choose to bear abuse from you, or lectures from Lord Kew. He happened to be here a short while since, when the letter arrived. He had been good enough to come to preach me a sermon on his own account. He to find fault with my actions," cried Miss Ethel, quivering with wrath and clenching the luckless paper in her hand. "He to accuse me of levity, and to warn me against making improper acquaintances. He began his lectures too soon. I am not a lawful slave yet, and prefer to remain unmolested, at least as long as I am free." "And you told Frank all this, Miss Newcombe? And you showed him that letter?" said the old lady. "The letter was actually brought to me whilst his lordship was in the midst of his sermon," Ethel replied. "I read it as he was making his speech," she continued, gathering anger and scorn as she recalled the circumstances of the interview. "He was perfectly polite in his language. He did not call me a fool or use a single other bad name. He was good enough to advise me and to make such virtuous, pretty speeches, that if he had been a bishop, he could not have spoken better. And as I thought the letter was a nice commentary on his lordship's sermon, I gave it to him. I gave it to him," cried the young woman, "and much good may it do him. I don't think my Lord Kew will preach to me again for some time." "I don't think he will indeed," said Lady Kew in a hard, dry voice. "You don't know what you may have done. Will you be pleased to ring the bell and order my carriage? I congratulate you on having performed a most charming morning's work." Ethel made her grandmother a very stately curtsy. I pity Lady Julia's condition when her mother reached home. All who knew Lord Kew may be pretty sure that in that unlucky interview with Ethel, to which the young lady has alluded, he just said no single word to her that was not kind and just and gentle. Considering the relation between them, he thought himself justified in remonstrating with her as to the conduct which he chose to pursue, and in warning her against acquaintances of whom his own experience had taught him the dangerous character. He knew Madame d'Ivry and her friends so well that he would not have his wife-elect a member of their circle. He could not tell Ethel what he knew of those women and their history. She chose not to understand his hints, did not, very likely, comprehend them. She was quite young, and the stories of such lives as theirs had never been told before her. She was indignant at the surveillance which Lord Kew exerted over her, and the authority which he began to assume. At another moment, and in a better frame of mind, she would have been thankful for his care, and very soon and ever after she did justice to his many admirable qualities, his frankness, honesty, and sweet temper. Only her high spirit was in perpetual revolt at this time against the bondage in which her family strove to keep her. The very worldly advantages of the position which they offered her served but to chafe her the more. Had her proposed husband been a young prince with a crown to lay at her feet, she had been yet more indignant, very likely, and more rebellious. Had Kew's younger brother been her suitor, or Kew in his place, she had been not unwilling to follow her parents' wishes. Hence the revolt in which she was engaged, the wayward freaks and outbreaks her haughty temper indulged in. No doubt she saw the justice of Lord Kew's reproofs. That self-consciousness was not likely to add to her good humor. No doubt she was sorry for having shown Lord Kew the letter the moment after she had done that act, of which the poor young lady could not calculate the consequences that were now to ensue. Lord Kew, on glancing over the letter, at once divined the quarter whence it came. The portrait drawn of him was not unlike, as our characters described by those who hate us are not unlike. He had passed a reckless youth. Indeed, he was sad and ashamed of that past life, longed like the poor prodigal to return to better courses, and had embraced eagerly the chance afforded him of a union with a woman young, virtuous, and beautiful, against whom and against heaven he hoped to sin no more. If we had told or hinted at more of this story than will please the ear of modern conventionalism, I beseech the reader to believe that the writer's purpose at least is not dishonest, nor unkindly. The young gentleman hung his head with sorrow over that sad detail of his life and its follies. What would he have given to be able to say to Ethel, "This is not true"? His reproaches to Miss Newcome, of course, were at once stopped by this terrible assault on himself. The letter had been put in the Baden post office, and so had come to its destination. It was in a disguised handwriting. Lord Kew could form no idea even of the sex of the scribe. He put the envelope in his pocket when Ethel's back was turned. He examined the paper when he left her. He could make little of the superscription or of the wafer which had served to close the note. He did not choose to caution Ethel as to whether she should burn the letter or divulge it to her friends. He took his share of the pain, as a boy at school takes his flogging, stoutly and in silence. When he saw Ethel again, which he did in an hour's time, the generous young gentleman held his hand out to her. "My dear," he said, "if you had loved me, you never would have shown me that letter." It was his only reproof. After that, he never again reproved or advised her. Ethel blushed. "You are very brave and generous, Frank," said, bending her head, "and I am captious and wicked." He felt the hot tear blotting on his hand from his cousin's downcast eyes. He kissed her little hand. Lady Anne, who was in the room with her children, when these few words passed between the two in a very low tone, thought it was a reconciliation. Ethel knew it was a renunciation on Kew's part. She never liked him so much as at that moment. The young man was too modest and simple to guess himself what the girl's feelings were. Could he have told them, his fate and hers might have been changed. "You must not allow our kind letter-writing friend," Lord Kew continued, "to fancy we are hurt. We must walk out this afternoon, and we must appear very good friends." "Yes, always, Kew," said Ethel, holding out her hand again. The next minute, her cousin was at the table carving roast fowls and distributing the portions to the hungry children. The assembly of the previous evening had been one of those which the Fermier de Jour at Baden beneficently provides for the frequenters of the place, and now was to come off a much more brilliant entertainment, in which poor Clive, who was far into Switzerland by this time, was to have taken a share. The bachelors had agreed to give a ball, one of the last entertainments of the season. A dozen or more of them had subscribed the funds, and we may be sure Lord Kew's name was at the head of the list, as it was of any list, of any scheme, whether of charity or fun. The English were invited, and the Russians were invited, the Spaniards and Italians, Poles, Prussians, and Hebrews. all the motley frequenters of the place, and the warriors in the Duke of Baden's army. Unlimited supper was set in the restaurant. The dancing room glittered with extra lights, and a profusion of cut paper flowers decorated the festive scene. Everybody was present, those crowds with whom our story has nothing to do, and those 2 or 3 groups of persons who enact minor or greater parts in it. Madame d'Ivry came in a dress of stupendous splendor, even more brilliant than that in which Miss Ethel had figured at the last assembly. If the Duchess intended to écrasser Miss Newcome by the superior magnificence of her toilette, she was disappointed. Miss Newcome wore a plain white frock on that occasion, and resumed, Madame d'Ivry said, her role of ingenue for that night. During the brief season in which gentlemen enjoyed the favor of Mary Queen of Scots, that wandering sovereign led them through all the paces and vagaries of a regular passion. As in a fair, where time is short and pleasure numerous, the master of the theatrical booth shows you a tragedy, a farce, and a pantomime, all in a quarter of an hour, having a dozen new audiences to witness his entertainments in the course of the forenoon. So this lady with her platonic lovers went through the complete dramatic course, tragedies of jealousy, pantomimes of rapture, and farces of parting. There were billets on one side and the other, hints of a fatal destiny, and a ruthless, lynx-eyed tyrant who held a demoniac grasp over the Duchess by means of certain secrets which he knew. There were regrets that we had not known each other sooner. Why were we brought out of our convent and sacrificed to Monsieur le Duc? There were frolic interchanges of fancy and poesy, pretty boudoirs, sweet reconciliations, yawns finally, and separation. Adolphe went out and Alphonse came in. It was the new audience for which the bell rang, the band played, and the curtain rose, and the tragedy, comedy, and farce were repeated. Those Greenwich performers who appear in the theatrical pieces above mentioned make a great deal more noise than your stationary tragedians, and if they have to denounce a villain, to declare a passion, or to threaten an enemy, they roar, stamp, shake their fists, and brandish their sabers, so that every man who sees the play has surely a full pennyworth for his penny. Thus, Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry perhaps a little exaggerated her heroine's parts, liking to strike her audiences quickly, and also to change them often. Like good performers, she flung herself heart and soul into the business of the stage, and was what she acted. She was Phaedra, and if in that first part of the play she was uncommonly tender to Hippolyte, in the second she hated him furiously. She was Medea, and if Jason was Volage, woe to Creusa. Perhaps our poor Lord Kew had taken the first character in a performance with Madame d'Ivry, for his behavior in which part it was difficult enough to forgive him. But when he appeared at Baden, the affianced husband of one of the most beautiful and young creatures in Europe, when his relatives scorned Madame d'Ivry, no wonder she was maddened and enraged, and would have recourse to revenge, steel, poison. There was in the Duchess's court a young fellow from the south of France, whose friends had sent him to Favre-en-Droit at Paris, where he had gone through the usual course of pleasure and studies of the young inhabitants of the Latin Quarter. He had at one time exalted Republican opinions, and had fired his shot with distinction at Saint-Marie. He was a poet of some little note. A book of his lyrics, Les Roses d'une Affectée, having made a sensation at the time of their appearance. He drank great quantities of absinthe of a morning, smoked incessantly, played roulette whenever he could get a few pieces, contributed to a small journal, and was especially great in his hatred of la femme Angleterre. Delendo est Cathargo was tattooed beneath his shirt sleeves. Fifine and Clarice, young milliners of the students' district, had punctured this terrible motto on his manly right arm. Le leopard, emblem of England, was his aversion. He shook his fist at the caged monster in the garden of plants. He desired to have "Here lies an enemy of England" engraved upon his early tomb. He was skilled at billiards and dominoes, adroit in the use of arms, of unquestionable courage and fierceness. Mr. Jones of England was afraid of Monsieur de Castellonis, and cowered before his scowls and sarcasms. Captain Blackball, the other English aide-de-camp of the Duchesse d'Ivry, a warrior of undoubted courage who had been on the ground more than once, gave him a wide berth, and wondered what the little beggar meant when he used to say, "Since the days of the Prince Noir, monsieur, my family has been at feud with l'Angleterre." His family were grocers at Bordeaux, and his father's name was Monsieur Cabasse. He had married a noble in the Revolutionary times, and the son at Paris called himself Victor Cabasse de Castellonis, then Victor C. de Castellonis, then Monsieur de Castellonis. One of the followers of the Black Prince had insulted a lady of the House of Castellonis when the English were lords of Guyenne. Hence our friend's wrath against the leopard. He had written and afterwards dramatized a terrific legend describing the circumstances and the punishment of the Briton by a knight of the Castellonis family. A more awful coward never existed in a melodrama than that felon English knight. His Blanche Fille, of course, died of hopeless love for the conquering Frenchman, her father's murderer. The paper in which the feuilleton appeared died at the 6th number of the story. The theater at the Boulevard refused the drama, so the author's rage against l'Enfant Albion was yet unappeased. On beholding Miss Newcome, Victor had fancied a resemblance between her and Agnes de Clairvaux, the Blanche miss of his novel and drama, and cast an eye of favor upon the young creature. He even composed verses in her honor, for I presume that the Miss Betty and the Princess Kriemhilde of the poems, which he subsequently published, were no other than Miss Newcome and the Duchess, her rival. He had been one of the lucky gentlemen who had danced with Ethel on the previous evening. On the occasion of the ball, he came to her with a high-flown compliment and a request to be once more allowed to waltz with her, a request to which he expected a favorable answer, thinking, no doubt, that his wit, his powers of conversation, and the amour qui flambe dans son regard had had their effect upon the charming Mise. Perhaps he had a copy of the very verses in his breast pocket, with which he intended to complete his work of fascination. For her sake alone, he had been heard to say that he would enter into a truce with England and forget the hereditary wrongs of his race. But the Blanche Miss, on this evening, declined to waltz with him. His compliments were not of the least avail. He retired with them and his unuttered verses in his crumpled bosom. Miss Newcome only danced in one quadrille with Lord Kew, and left the party quite early, to the despair of many of the bachelors, who lost the fairest ornament of their ball. Lord Kew, however, had been seen walking with her in public, and particularly attended to her during her brief appearance in the ballroom, and the old dowager, who regularly attended all places of amusement and was at 20 parties and 6 dinners the week before she died, thought fit to be particularly gracious to Madame d'Ivry upon this evening, and, far from shunning the Duchess's presence or being rude to her, as on former occasions, was entirely smiling and good-humored. Lady Kew, too, thought there had been a reconciliation between Ethel and her cousin. Lady Anne had given her mother some account of the handshaking, Kew's walk with Ethel, the quadrille, which she had danced with him alone, induced the elder lady to believe that matters had been made up between the young people. So, by way of showing the Duchesse that her little shot of the morning had failed in its effect, as Frank left the room with his cousin, Lady Kew gaily hinted that the young girl was au petit sous with Miss Ethel, that she was sure her old friend, the Duc d'Ivry, would be glad to hear that his godson was about to range himself. He would settle down on his estates. He would attend to his duties as an English peer and a country gentleman. "We shall go home," says the benevolent countess, "and kill the veau gras, and you shall see our dear prodigal will become a very quiet gentleman." The Duchess said, my Lady Kew's plan was most edifying. She was charmed to hear that Lady Kew loved veal. There were some who thought that meat rather insipid. A waltzer came to claim her hand at this moment, and as she twirled round the room upon that gentleman's arm, wafting odors as she moved, her pink silks, pink feathers, pink ribbons, making a mighty rustling, the Countess of Kew had the satisfaction of thinking that she had planted an arrow in that shriveled little waist, which Count Punter's arm embraced, and had returned the stab which Madame d'Ivry had delivered in the morning. Mr. Barnes and his elect bride had also appeared, danced, and disappeared. Lady Kew soon followed her young ones, and the ball went on very gaily, in spite of the absence of these respectable personages. Being one of the managers of the entertainment, Lord Kew returned to it after conducting Lady Anne and her daughter to their carriage, and now danced with great vigor and with his usual kindness, selecting those ladies whom other waltzers rejected because they were too old, or too plain, or too stout, or what not. But he did not ask Madame d'Ivry to dance. He could condescend to dissemble so far as to hide the pain which he felt, but did not care to engage in that more advanced hypocrisy of friendship, which for her part, his old grandmother had not shown the least scruple in assuming. Amongst other partners, my lord selected that intrepid waltzer, the Gräfin von Grumpelheim, who, in spite of her age, size, and large family, never lost a chance of enjoying her favorite recreation. "Look with what a camel my lord waltzes," said Monsieur Victor to Madame d'Ivry, whose slim waist he had the honor of embracing to the same music. "What man but an Englishman would ever select such a dromedary?" "Avant de Maria," said Madame d'Ivry. "Il faut avouer que my lord se permet d'énormes distractions." "My lord marries himself, and when and whom?" cried the Duchess's partner. "Miss Newcome, do you not approve of his choice? I thought the eyes of Stenio," the Duchess called Monsieur Victor Stenio, "looked with some favor upon that little person. She is handsome, even very handsome. Is it not so often in life, Stenio? Are not youth and innocence? I give Miss Ethel the compliment of her innocence. Now, sir, too, that the little painter is dismissed. Are we not cast into the arms of jaded roués? Tender young flowers, are we not torn from our convent gardens and flung into a world of which the air poisons our pure life, and withers the sainted buds of hope and love and faith? Faith, the mocking world tramples on it, n'est-ce pas? Love, the brutal world strangles the heaven-born infant at its birth. Hope, it smiled at me in my little convent chamber, played among the flowers which I cherished, warbled with the birds that I loved. But it quitted me at the door of the world, Stenio. It folded its white wings and veiled its radiant face. In return for my young love, they gave me 60 years, the dregs of a selfish heart, egotism cowering over its fire, and cold for all its mantle of ermine. In place of the sweet flowers of my young years, they gave me these, Stenio, and he pointed to her feathers and her artificial roses. "Oh, I should like to crush them under my feet." And she put out the neatest little slipper. The Duchess was great upon her wrongs, and paraded her blighted innocence to everyone who would feel interested by that piteous spectacle. The music here burst out more swiftly and melodiously than before. The pretty little feet forgot their desire to trample upon the world. She shrugged the lean little shoulders. Said the Queen of Scots, dansons et oublions. And Stenio's arm once more surrounded her fairy waist. She called herself a fairy. Other ladies called her a skeleton. And they whirled away in the waltz again, and presently she and Stenio came bumping up against the stalwart Lord Kew and the ponderous Madame de Gumpelheim, as a wherry gashes against the oaken ribs of a steamer. The little couple did not fall. They were struck on to a neighboring bench, luckily, but there was a laugh at the expense of Stenio and the Queen of Scots, and Lord Kew, settling his panting partner onto a seat, came up to make excuses for his awkwardness to the lady who had been its victim. At the laugh produced by the catastrophe, the Duchess's eyes gleamed with anger. "Monsieur de Castellani," she said to her partner, "have you had any quarrel with the Englishman?" "With Saint Malo?" "But no," said Stenio. "He did it on purpose. There has been no day but his family has insulted me," hissed out the Duchess. And at this moment Lord Kew came up to make his apologies. He asked 1,000 pardons, Madame la Duchesse, for being so maladroit. "Maladroit? Et très maladroit, monsieur," says Stenio, curling his moustache. "C'est bien le mot, monsieur." "Also, I make my excuses to Madame la Duchesse, which I hope she will receive," said Lord Kew. The Duchess shrugged her shoulders and sunk her head. "When one does not know how to dance, one ought not to dance," continued the Duchess's knight. "Monsieur is very good to give me lessons in dancing," said Lord Kew. "Any lessons which you please, my lord," cries Stenio, "and everywhere where you will them." Lord Kew looked at the little man with surprise. He could not understand so much anger for so trifling an accident, which happens 12 times at every crowded ball. He again bowed to the Duchess and walked away. "This is your Englishman, your Kew, whom you vaunt everywhere," said Stenio to Monsieur de Florac, who was standing by and witnessed the scene. "Is he simply bête, or is he poltroon as well? I believe him to be both." "Silence, Victor," cried Florac, seizing his arm and drawing him away. "You know me, and that I am neither one or the other. Believe my word, that my Lord Kew wants neither courage nor wit." "Will you be my witness?" Florac continues the other. "To take him your excuses? Yes, it is you who have insulted." "Yes, parbleu, I have insulted," says the Gascon. "A man who never willingly offended soul alive. A man full of heart, the most frank, the most loyal. I have seen him put to the proof, and believe me, he is all I say." So much the better for me," cried the Southern. "I shall have the honor of meeting a gallant man, and there will be 2 on the field." "They are making a tool of you, my poor Gascon," said Monsieur de Florac, who saw Madame d'Ivry's eyes watching the couple. She presently took the arm of the noble Count de Prunter and went for fresh air into the adjoining apartment, where play was going on as usual, and Lord Kew and his friend Lord Rooster were pacing the room apart from the gamblers. My Lord Rooster, at something which Kew said, looked puzzled and said, "Pooh, stuff! Damned little Frenchman! Confounded nonsense!" "I was searching you, my lord," said Madame d'Ivry, in a most winning tone, tripping behind him with her noiseless little feet. "Allow me a little word. Your arm. You used to give it to me once, mon fils. I hope you think nothing of the rudeness of Monsieur de Castelloni's. He is a foolish Gascon. He must have been too often to the buffet this evening. Lord Kew said, no, indeed, he thought nothing of de Castelloni's rudeness. I am so glad. These heroes of the salle d'armes have not the commonest manners. These Gascons are always flambeurs en vent. What would the charming Miss Ethel say if she heard of the dispute? Indeed, there is no reason why she should hear of it, said Lord Kew, unless some obliging friend should communicate it to her. Communicate it to her, the poor dear. Who would be so cruel as to give her pain? Asked the innocent Duchesse. Why do you look at me so frank? Because I admire you, said her interlocutor, with a bow. I have never seen Madame la Duchesse to such advantage as today. You speak in enigmas. Come back with me to the ballroom. Come and dance with me once more. You used to dance with me. Let us have one waltz more, Kew. And then, in a day or two I shall go back to Monsieur le Duc and tell him that his filou is going to marry the fairest of all English women and to turn hermit in the country, an orator in the Chamber of Peers. You have wit, ah, see, you have wit. And she led back Lord Kew, rather amazed himself at what he was doing, into the ballroom, so that the good-natured people who were there and who beheld them dancing could not refrain from clapping their hands at the sight of this couple. The Duchess danced as if she was bitten by that Neapolitan spider which, according to the legend, is such a wonderful dancing center. She would have the music quicker and quicker. She sank on Kew's arm and clung on his support. She poured out all the light of her languishing eyes into his face. Their glances rather confused than charmed him. But the bystanders were pleased. They thought it so good-hearted of the Duchess, after the little quarrel, to make a public avowal of reconciliation. Lord Rooster, looking on at the entrance of the dancing-room over Monsieur de Florac's shoulder, said, It's all right. She's a clipper to dance, the little Duchess. The viper, said Florac. How she was. I suppose that business with the Frenchman is all over, says Lord Rooster. Confounded piece of nonsense. You believe it finished? We shall see, said Florac, who perhaps knew his fair cousin better. When the waltz was over, Kew led his partner to his seat and bowed to her. But though she made room for him at her side, pointing to it, and gathering up her rustling robes so that he might sit down, he moved away, his face full of gloom. He never wished to be near her again. There was something more odious to him in her friendship than her hatred. He knew hers was the hand that had dealt that stab at him and Ethel in the morning. He went back and talked with his two friends in the doorway. Couch yourself, my little Kew, said Florac. You are all pale. You were best in bed, mon garçon. She has made me promise to take her in to supper, Kew said with a sigh. She will poison you, said the other. Why have they abolished the rouge nu? My word of honor, they should reestablish it for this woman. There is one in the next room, said Kew with a laugh. Come, Viscount, let us try our fortune. And he walked into the playroom. That was the last night on which Lord Kew ever played a gambling game. He won constantly. The 00 seemed to obey him, so that the croupiers wondered at his fortune. Florac backed it, saying with the superstition of a gambler, I am sure something goes to arrive to this boy. From time to time, Monsieur de Florac went back to the dancing-room, leaving his niece under Kew's charge. He always found his heaps increased. Indeed, the worthy Viscount wanted a turn of luck in his favor. On one occasion, he returned with a grave face, saying to Lord Rooster, She has the other one in hand. We are going to see. 36 encore. Et rouge gagné, cried the croupier with his nasal tone. Monsieur de Florac's pockets overflowed with double Napoleons, and he stopped his play, luckily, for Kew, putting down his winnings, once, twice, thrice, lost them all. When Lord Kew had left the dancing room, Madame d'Ivry saw Stenio following him with fierce looks, and called back that bearded bard. "You were going to pursue Monsieur de Kew," she said. "I knew you would. Sit down here, sir," and she patted him down on her seat with her fan. "Do you wish that I should call him back, madame?" said the poet, with the deepest tragic accents. "I can bring him when I want him, Victor," said the lady. "Let us hope others will be equally fortunate," the Gascon said, with one hand in his breast, the other stroking his moustache. "Fi, monsieur, qui vous sentez la table. Je vous le défends, entendez-vous, monsieur?" "Pourtant, I have seen the day when Madame la Duchesse did not disdain a cigar," said Victor. "If the odor incommodes, permit that I retire." "And you also would quit me, Sternio? Do you think I do not mark your eyes towards Miss Newcombe? Your anger when she refused you to dance. Ah, we see all. A woman does not deceive herself, do you see? You send me beautiful verses, poet. You can write as well of a statue or a picture, of a rose or a sunset, as of the heart of a woman. You were angry just now because I danced with Monsieur de Kew. Do you think in a woman's eyes jealousy is unpardonable?" "You know how to provoke it, madame," continued the tragedian. "Monsieur," replied the lady with dignity, "am I to render you an account of all my actions, and ask your permission for a walk?" "In fact, I am but the slave, madame," groaned the Gascon. "I am not the master." "You are a very rebellious slave, monsieur," continues the lady, with a pretty mew, and a glance at the large eyes artfully brightened by her rouge. Suppose I danced with Monsieur de Kew. Not for his sake. Heaven knows to dance with him is not a pleasure, but for yours. Suppose I do not want a foolish quarrel to proceed. Suppose I know that he is ni so de poltron as you pretend. I overheard you, sir, talking with one of the basest of men, my good cousin, Monsieur de Florac, but it is not of him I speak. Suppose I know the Comte de Kew to be a man, cold and insolent, ill-bred, and grossier, as the men of his nation are, but one who lacks no courage, one who is terrible when roused. Might I have no occasion to fear, not for him, but for me? Ah, Marie, ah, madame, believe you that a man of my blood will yield a foot to any Englishman? Do you know the story of my race? Do you know that since my childhood I have vowed hatred to that nation? Tenez, madame, this Monsieur Jones who frequents your salon. It was but respect for you that has enabled me to keep my patience with this stupid islander. This Captain Blackball, whom you distinguish, who certainly shoots well, who mounts well to horse. I have always thought his manners were those of the marker of a billiard. But I respect him because he has made war with Don Carlos against the English. But this young Monsieur de Kew, his laugh crisps me the nerves. His insolent air makes me bound. In beholding him, I said to myself, I hate you. Think whether I love him better after having seen him, as I did but now, madame. Also, but this Victor did not say. He thought Kew had laughed at him at the beginning of the evening, when the Blanche Miss had refused to dance with him. Ah, Victor, it is not him, but you that I would save, said the Duchesse. And the people round about, and the Duchess herself afterwards said, yes, certainly, she had a good heart. She entreated Lord Kew. She implored Monsieur Victor. She did everything in her power to appease the quarrel between him and the Frenchman. After the ball came the supper, which was laid at separate little tables, where parties of half a dozen enjoyed themselves. Lord Kew was of the Duchess's party, where our Gascon friend had not a seat. But being one of the managers of the entertainment, his lordship went about from table to table, seeing that the guests had each lacked nothing. He supposed, too, that the dispute with the Gascon had possibly come to an end. At any rate, disagreeable as the other's speech had been, he had resolved to put up with it, not having the least inclination to drink the Frenchman's blood, or to part with his own on so absurd a quarrel. He asked people in his good-natured way to drink wine with him, and catching Monsieur Victor's eye scowling at him from a distant table, he sent a waiter with a champagne bottle to his late opponent, and lifted his glass as a friendly challenge. The waiter carried the message to Monsieur Victor, who, when he heard it, turned up his glass, and folded his arms in a stately manner. Monsieur de Castelloni's Kew refused, milord, said the waiter, rather scared. He charged me to bring that message to milord. Florac ran across to the angry Gascon. It was not while, at Madame d'Ivry's table, that Lord Kew sent his challenge and received his reply. His duties as steward had carried him away from that pretty early. Meanwhile, the glimmering dawn peered into the windows of the refreshment room, and behold, the sun broke in and scared all the revellers. The ladies scurried away like so many ghosts at cockcrow, some of them not caring to face that detective luminary. Cigars had been lighted ere this. The men remained smoking them, with those sleepless German waiters still bringing fresh supplies of drink. Lord Kew gave the Duchesse d'Ivry his arm, and was leading her out. Monsieur de Castelloni stood scowling directly in their way, upon which, with rather an abrupt turn of the shoulder and a pardon, monsieur, Lord Kew pushed by, and conducted the Duchesse to her carriage. She did not in the least see what had happened between the two gentlemen in the passage. She ogled and nodded, and kissed her hands quite affectionately to Kew as the fly drove away. Florac, in the meanwhile, had seized his compatriot, who had drunk champagne copiously with others, if not with Kew, and was in vain endeavoring to make him hear reason. The Gascon was furious. He vowed that Lord Kew had struck him. "By the tomb of my mother," he bellowed, "I swear I will have his blood." Lord Rooster was bawling out, "D him, carry him to bed and shut him up," which remarks Victor did not understand, or 2 victims would doubtless have been sacrificed on his mamma's mausoleum. When Kew came back, as he was only too sure to do, the little Gascon rushed forward with a glove in his hand, and having an audience of smokers round about him, made a furious speech about England, leopards, cowardice, insolent islanders, and Napoleon at St. Helena, and demanded reason for Kew's conduct during the night. As he spoke, he advanced towards Lord Kew, glove in hand, and lifted it, as if he was actually going to strike. "There is no need for further words," said Lord Kew, taking his cigar out of his mouth. "If you don't drop that glove, upon my word I will pitch you out of the window. Ha! Pick the man up, somebody. You'll bear witness, gentlemen. I couldn't help myself. If he wants me in the morning, he knows where to find me." I declare that my Lord Kew has acted with great forbearance, and under the most brutal provocation. The most brutal provocation, entendez-vous, Monsieur Cabas? Cried out Monsieur de Florac, rushing forward to the Gascon, who had now risen. "Monsieur's conduct has been unworthy of a Frenchman and a gallant homme." "D-it, he has had it on his nob, though," said Lord Viscount Rooster, laconically. "Ah, Rooster, ceci n'est pas pour rire," Florac cried sadly, as they both walked away with Lord Kew. "I wish that first blood was all that was to be shed in this quarrel." "Gah, how did he go down?" cried Rooster, convulsed with laughter. "I am very sorry for it," said Kew quite seriously. "I couldn't help it. God forgive me." And he hung down his head. He thought of the past and its levities, and punishment coming after his pet Claude. It was with all his heart the contrite young man said, "God forgive me." He would take what was to follow as the penalty of what had gone before. Parlez de Hulk, Lohner, parlez malade, mon pauvre Kew, said his French friend, and Lord Rooster, whose classical education had been much neglected, turned round and said, "Hello, mate, what ship's that?" Viscount Rooster had not been 2 hours in bed when the Count de Pointer, formerly of the Black Jaegers, waited upon him upon the part of Monsieur de Castellonis and the Earl of Kew, who had referred him to the Viscount to arrange matters for a meeting between them. As the meeting must take place out of the Baden territory, and they ought to move before the police prevented them, the Count proposed that they should at once make for France, where, as it was an affair of honor, they would assuredly be let to enter without passports. Lady Anne and Lady Kew heard that the gentlemen after the ball had all gone out on a hunting party, and were not alarmed for 24 hours at least. On the next day, none of them returned, and on the day after, the family heard that Lord Kew had met with rather a dangerous accident, but all the town knew he had been shot by Monsieur de Castellonis on one of the islands on the Rhine, opposite Pall, where he was now lying. End of chapter 34. Chapter 25 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 25 is passed in a public house. I had no more conversation with Miss Newcombe that night, who had forgotten her curiosity about the habits of authors. When she had ended her talk with Miss Mackenzie, she devoted the rest of the evening to her uncle, Colonel Newcombe, and concluded by saying, "And now you will come and ride with me tomorrow, uncle, won't you?" Which the colonel faithfully promised to do. And she shook hands with Clive very kindly, and with Rosie very frankly, but as I thought with rather a patronizing air, and she made a very stately bow to Mrs. Mackenzie, and so departed with her father and mother. Lady Kew had gone away earlier. Mrs. Mackenzie informed us afterwards that the Countess had gone to sleep after her dinner, if it was at Mrs. Mack's story about the governor's ball at Tobago, and the quarrel for precedence between the Lord Bishop's lady, Mrs. Rochett, and the Chief Justice's wife, Lady Barwise, I should not be at all surprised. A handsome fly carried off the ladies to Fitzroy Square, and the two worthy Indian gentlemen in their company, Clive and I walking, with the usual Havana to light us home. And Clive remarked that he supposed there had been some difference between his father and the bankers, for they had not met for ever so many months before, and the colonel always had looked very gloomy when his brothers were mentioned. "And I can't help thinking," says the astute youth, "that they fancied I was in love with Ethel. I know the colonel would have liked me to make up to her, and that may have occasioned the row. Now, I suppose, they think I am engaged to Rosie. What the deuce are they in such a hurry to marry me for?" Clive's companion remarked that marriage was a laudable institution, and an honest attachment and excellent conservator of youthful morals, on which Clive replied, "Why don't you marry yourself?" This, it was justly suggested, was no argument, but a merely personal allusion foreign to the question, which was that marriage was laudable, etc. Mr. Clive laughed. "Rosie is as good a little creature as can be," he said. "She is never out of temper, though I fancy Mrs. Mackenzie tries her. I don't think she is very wise, but she is uncommonly pretty, and her beauty grows on you. As for Ethel, Anything so high and mighty I have never seen since I saw the French giantess. Going to court and about to parties every night where a parcel of young fools flatter her, has perfectly spoiled her. By Jove, how handsome she is, how she turns with her long neck and looks at you from under those black eyebrows. If I painted her hair, I think I should paint it almost blue and then glaze over with lake. It is blue, and how finely her head is joined onto her shoulders. And he waves in the air an imaginary line with his cigar. She would do for Judith, wouldn't she? Or how grand she would look as Herodias' daughter, sweeping down a stair, in a great dress of cloth of gold like Pall Veronese, holding a charger before her with white arms, you know, with the muscles accented like that glorious Diana at Paris, a savage smile on her face, and a ghastly solemn gory head on the dish. I see the picture, sir. I see the picture. And he fell to curling his mustachios just like his brave old father. I could not help laughing at the resemblance and mentioning it to my friend. He broke, as was his wont, into a fond eulogium of his sire, wished he could be like him, worked himself up into another state of excitement, in which he averred that if his father wanted him to marry, he would marry that instant. And why not Rosie? She is a dear little thing. Or why not that splendid Miss Sherrick? What a head, a regular Titian. I was looking at the difference of their color at Uncle Honeyman's that day of the déjeuner. The shadows in Rosie's face, sir, are all pearly tinted. You ought to paint her in milk, sir, cries the enthusiast. Have you ever remarked the gray round her eyes and the sword-up purple bloom of her cheek? Rubens could have done the color, but I don't somehow like to think of a young lady and that sensuous old Peter Pall in company. I look at her like a little wildflower in a field, like a little child at play, sir. Pretty little tender nursling. If I see her passing in the street, I feel as if I would like some fellow to be rude to her, that I might have the pleasure of knocking him down. She is like a little songbird, sir, a tremulous, fluttering little linnet that you would take into your hand, pavidam quaterum matrum, and smooth its little plumes, and let it perch on your finger and sing. The Sherrick creates quite a different sentiment. The Sherrick is splendid, stately, sleepy. Stupid, hints Clive's companion. Stupid? Why not? Some women ought to be stupid. What you call dullness, I call repose. Give me a calm woman, a slow woman, a lazy, majestic woman. Show me a gracious virgin bearing a lily, not a leering giggler frisking a rattle. A lively woman would be the death of me. Look at Mrs. Mac, perpetually nodding, winking, grinning, throwing out signals which you are to be at the trouble to answer. I thought her delightful for 3 days. I declare I was in love with her. That is, as much as I can be after. But never mind that. I feel I shall never be really in love again. Why shouldn't the Sherrick be stupid, I say? About great beauty, there should always reign a silence. As you look at the great stars, the great ocean, any great scene of nature, you hush, sir. You laugh at a pantomime, but you are still in a temple. When I saw the great Venus of the Louvre, I thought, wert thou alive, O goddess, thou shouldst never open those lovely lips but to speak lowly, slowly. Thou shouldst never descend from that pedestal, but to walk stately to some near couch and assume another attitude of beautiful calm. To be beautiful is enough. If a woman can do that well, who shall demand more from her? You don't want a rose to sing, and I think wit is out of place where there's great beauty, as I wouldn't have a queen to cut jokes on her throne. I say, Pendennis, here broke off the enthusiastic youth, have you got another cigar? Shall we go into Finch's and have a game at billiards. Just one. It's quite early yet. Or shall we go in the haunt? It's Wednesday night, you know, when all the boys go. We tap at a door in old street in Soho. An old maid with a kind, comical face opens the door and nods friendly and says, "How do, sir? Ain't seen you this ever so long. How do, Mr. Newcombe? Who's here? Most everybody's here." We pass by a little snug bar in which a trim elderly lady is seated by a great fire on which boils an enormous kettle, while two gentlemen are attacking a cold saddle of mutton and West India pickles. Hard by Mr. Noakes, the landlady's elbow, with mutual bows, we recognize Hickson, the sculptor, and Morgan, the intrepid Irish chieftain, chief of the reporters of the Morning Press newspaper. We pass through a passage into a back room and are received with a roar of welcome from a crowd of men, almost invisible in the smoke. "I am right glad to see thee, boy," cries a cheery voice, "that will never troll a chorus more. We spake anon of thy misfortune, gentle youth, and that thy warriors of Assay have charged the academy in vain. Mayhap thou frightenest the courtly school with barbarous visages of grisly war. Pendennis, thou dost wear a thirsty look, resplendent swell. Untwine thy choker white, and I will either stand a glass of grog, or thou shalt pay the like for me, my lad, and tell us of the fashionable world." Thus spake the brave old Tom Sargent, also one of the press, one of the old boys, a good old scholar with a good old library of books, who had taken his seat any time these 40 years by the chimney fire in this old haunt, where painters, sculptors, men of letters, actors used to congregate, passing pleasant hours in rough, kindly communion, and many a day seeing the sunrise lighting the rosy street ere they parted, and Betsy put the useless lamp out and closed the hospitable gates of the haunt. The time is not very long since, though today is so changed. As we think of it, the kind familiar faces rise up, and we hear the pleasant voices and singing. There are, they met, the honest, hearty companions. In the days when the haunt was a haunt, stagecoaches were not quite over. Casinos were not yet invented. Clubs were rather rare luxuries. There were sanded floors, triangular sawdust boxes, pipes, and tavern parlors. Young Smith and Brown from the Temple did not go from chambers to dine at the Polyanthus or the Megatherium, off pottage a la bisque, turbot au gratin, colletettes a la what-d'ye-call-'em, and a pint of St. Emilion, but ordered their beefsteak and a pint of port from the plump head waiter at the Cock, did not disdain the pit of the theatre, and for a supper a homely refection at the tavern. How delightful are the suppers in Charles Lamb to read of even now, the cards, the punch, the candles to be snuffed, the social oysters, the modest cheer. Whoever snuffs a candle now? What man has a domestic supper whose dinner hour is 8 o'clock? Those little meetings, in the memory of many of us yet, are gone quite a way into the past. 25 years ago is 100 years off. So much has our social life changed in those 5 lustres. James Boswell himself, were he to revisit London, would scarce venture to enter a tavern. He would find scarce a respectable companion to enter its doors with him. It is an institution as extinct as a hackney coach. Many a grown man who peruses this historic page has never seen such a vehicle, and only heard of rum punch as a drink which his ancestors used to tipple. Cheery old Tom Sargent is surrounded at the haunt by a dozen of kind boon companions. They toil all day at their avocations of art, or letters, or law, and here meet for a harmless night's recreation and converse. They talk of literature or politics or pictures or plays, socially banter one another over their cheap cups, sing brave songs sometimes when they are especially jolly, kindly ballads in praise of love and wine, famous maritime ditties in honor of old England. I fancy I hear Jack Brent's noble voice rolling out the sad, generous refrain of The Deserter. Then for that reason and for a season, we will be merry before we go. Or Michael Percy's clear tenor, caroling the Irish chorus of What's that to anyone, whether or no? Or Mark Wilder, shouting his bottled song of Gary Owen na Gloria. These songs were regarded with affection by the brave old frequenters of the haunt. A gentleman's property in a song was considered sacred. It was respectfully asked for. It was heard with the more pleasure for being old. Honest Tom Sargent, how the times have changed since we saw thee. I believe the present chief of the reporters of the newspaper, which responsible office Tom filled, goes to Parliament in his brougham and dines with the ministers of the crown. Around Tom are seated grave royal academicians, rising gay associates, writers of other journals besides the Pall Mall Gazette, a barrister maybe, whose name will be famous some day, a hewer of marble perhaps, a surgeon whose patients have not come yet, and one or two men about town who like this queer assembly better than haunts much more splendid. Captain Shannon has been here, and his jokes are preserved in the tradition of the place. Owlet, the philosopher, came once and tried, as his wont is, to lecture, but his metaphysics were beaten down by a storm of banter. Slatter, who gave himself such airs because he wrote in the Review, tried to air himself at the haunt, but was choked by the smoke and silenced by the unanimous pooh-poohing of the assembly. Dick Walker, who rebelled secretly at Sargent's authority, once thought to give himself consequence by bringing a young lord from the Blue Posts, but he was so unmercifully chaffed by Tom that even the young lord laughed at him. His lordship has been heard to say that he had been taken to a monstrous queer place, queer set of folks, in a tap somewhere, though he went away quite delighted with Tom's affability. But he never came again. He could not find the place, probably. You might pass the haunt in the daytime and not know it in the least. I believe, said Charlie Ormond, A.R.A. he was then, I believe in the day there's no such place at all. And when Betsy turns the glass off at the door lamp as we go away, the whole thing vanishes. The door, the house, the bar, the haunt, Betsy, the beer boy, Mrs. Noakes, and all. It has vanished. It is to be found no more, neither by night nor by day, unless the ghosts of good fellows still haunt it. As the genial talk in Glasgow round, and after Clive and his friend had modestly answered the various queries put to them by good old Tom Sargent, the acknowledged praises of the assembly and sacrum of this venerable wigwam, the door opens and another well-known figure is recognized with shouts as it emerges through the smoke. "Bayham, all hail," says Tom. "Frederick, I am right glad to see thee." Bayham says he is disturbed in spirit and calls for a pint of beer to console him. "Hast thou flown far, thou restless bird of night?" asked Father Tom, who loves speaking in blank verses. "I have come from Cursitor Street," says Bayham, in a low groan. "I have just been to see a poor devil in quod there." "Is that you, Pendennis? You know the man, Charles Honeyman." "What?" cries Clive, starting up. "Oh, my prophetic soul, my uncle," growls Bayham. "I did not see the young one, but 'tis true." The reader is aware that more than the 3 years have elapsed, of which time the preceding pages contain the harmless chronicle, and while Thomas Newcomes' leave has been running out and Clive's mustachios growing, the fate of other persons connected with our story has also had its development, and their fortune has experienced its natural progress, its increase or decay. Our tale, such as it has hitherto been arranged, has passed leisurely in scenes wherein the present tense is perforce adopted, the writer acting as chorus to the drama, and occasionally explaining, by hints or more open statements, what has occurred during the intervals of the acts, and how it happens that the performers are in such or such a posture. In the modern theater, as the playgoing critic knows, the explanatory personage is usually of quite a third-rate order. He is the two walking gentleman friends of Sir Harry Courtly, who welcome the young baronet to London, and discourse about the niggardliness of Harry's old uncle, the nabob, and the depth of Courtly's passion for Lady Annabel, the premier amoureuse. He is the confidant in white linen to the heroine in white satin. He is Tom You Rascal, the valet or tiger, more or less impudent and acute, that well-known menial in top boots and a livery frock, with red cuffs and collar, whom Sir Harry always retains in his service, addresses with scurrilous familiarity, and pays so irregularly. Or he is Lucetta, Lady Annabel's waiting maid, who carries the billet doux and peeps into them, knows all about the family affairs, pops the lover under the sofa, and sings a comic song between the scenes. Our business now is to enter into Charles Honeyman's privacy, to peer into the secrets of that reverend gentleman, and to tell what has happened to him during the past months, in which he has made fitful though graceful appearances on our scene. While his nephew's whiskers have been budding, and his brother-in-law has been spending his money and leave, Mr. Honeyman's hopes have been withering, his sermons growing stale, his once blooming popularity drooping and running to seed. Many causes have contributed to bring him to his present melancholy strait. When you go to Lady Whittlesey's chapel now, it is by no means crowded. Gaps are in the pews. There is not the least difficulty in getting a snug place near the pulpit, whence the preacher can look over his pocket handkerchief and see Lord Doseley no more. His lordship has long gone to sleep elsewhere, and a host of the fashionable faithful have migrated too. The incumbent can no more cast his fine eyes upon the French bonnets of the female aristocracy, and see some of the loveliest faces in Mayfair regarding him with expressions of admiration. Actual dowdy tradesmen of the neighborhood are seated with their families in the aisles. Ridley and his wife and son have one of the very best seats. To be sure, Ridley looks like a nobleman, with his large waistcoat, bald head, and gilt book. J.J. has a fine head, but Mrs. Ridley, cook and housekeeper, is written on her round face. The music is by no means of its former good quality. That rebellious and ill-conditioned Bazo Bellew has succeeded and seduced the 4 best singing boys, who now perform glees at the Cave of Harmony. Honeyman has a right to speak of persecution, and to compare himself to a hermit in so far that he preaches in a desert. Once, like another hermit, Saint Hermon, he used to be visited by lions. None such come to him now. Such lions as frequent the clergy are gone off to lick the feet of other ecclesiastics. They are weary of poor Honeyman's old sermons. Rivals have sprung up in the course of these 3 years, have sprung up round about Honeyman, and carried his flock into their folds. We know how such simple animals will leap one after another, and that it is the sheepest way. Perhaps a new pastor has come to the church of St. Jacob's hard by. Bold, resolute, bright, clear, a scholar and no pedant. His manly voice is thrilling in their ears. He speaks of life and conduct, of practice as well as faith. And crowds of the most polite and most intelligent and best informed and best dressed and most selfish people in the world come and hear him twice at least. There are so many well-informed and well-dressed, etc., people in the world, that the succession of them keeps St. Jacob's full for a year or more. Then it may be a bawling quack, who has neither knowledge nor scholarship, nor charity, but who frightens the public with denunciations and rouses them with the energy of his wrath, succeeds in bringing them together for a while, till they tire of his din and curses. Meanwhile, the good, quiet old churches round about ring their accustomed bell, open their Sabbath gates, receive their tranquil congregations and sober priest, who has been busy all week, at schools and sick-beds, with watchful teaching, gentle counsel, and silent alms. Though we saw a honeyman but seldom, for his company was not altogether amusing, and his affectation, when one became acquainted with it, very tiresome to witness. Fred Bayham, from his garret at Mrs. Ridley's, kept constant watch over the curate, and told us of his proceedings from time to time. When we heard the melancholy news first announced, of course the intelligence damped the gaiety of Clive and his companion, and F.B. conducted all the affairs of life with great gravity, telling Tom Sargent that he had news of importance for our private ear. Tom, with still more gravity than F.B.'s, said, "Go, my children, you had best discuss this topic in a separate room, apart from the din and fun of a convivial assembly." And ringing the bell, he bade Betsy bring him another glass of rum and water, and one for Mr. Desborough, to be charged to him. We adjourned to another parlour then, where gas was lighted up, and F.B., over a pint of beer, narrated poor Honeyman's mishap. "Saving your presence, Clive," said Bayham, "and with every regard for the youthful bloom of your young heart's affections, your Uncle Charles Honeyman, sir, is a bad lot. I have known him these 20 years, when I was at his father's as a private tutor. Old Miss Honeyman is one of those cards which we call trumps. So was old Honeyman a trump, but Charles and his sister." I stamped on F.B.'s foot under the table. He seemed to have forgotten that he was about to speak of Clive's mother. Of your poor mother, I may say vidi tantum. I scarcely knew her. She married very young, as I was when she left Borhambury. But Charles exhibited his character at a very early age, and it was not a charming one. No, by no means a model of virtue. He always had a genius for running into debt. He borrowed from every one of the pupils. I don't know how he spent it except in hardbake and alecompagne, and even from old Norsey's groom. Pardon me, we used to call your grandfather by that playful epithet, "Boys will be boys, you know." Even from the doctor's groom he took money, and I recollect thrashing Charles Honeyman for that disgraceful action. At college, without any particular show, he was always in debt and difficulties. Take warning by him, dear youth, by him and by me, if you like. See me, F. Bayham, descended from the ancient kings that long the Tuscan sceptre swayed, dodge down a street to get out of sight of a boot shop, and my colossal frame tremble if a chap puts his hand on my shoulder, as you did, Pendennis, the other day in the Strand, when I thought a straw might have knocked me down. I have had my errors, Clive, I know 'em. I'll take another pint of beer, if you please. Betsy, has Mrs. Noakes any cold meat in the bar? And an accustomed pickle? Ha! Give her my compliments and say F.B. is hungry." I resume my tale. Faults F.B. has and knows it. Humbug he may have been sometimes, but I'm not such a complete humbug as Honeyman. Clive did not know how to look at this character of his relative, but Clive's companion burst into a fit of laughter, at which F.B. nodded gravely and resumed his narrative. "I don't know how much money he has had from your governor, but this I can say. The half of it would make F.B. a happy man. I don't know out of how much the Reverend Party has nobbled his poor old sister at Brighton. He has mortgaged his chapel to Sherrick, I suppose you know, who is master of it, and can turn him out any day. I don't think Sherrick is a bad fellow. I think he's a good fellow. I have known him do many a good turn to a chap in misfortune. He wants to get into society. What more natural? That was why you were asked to meet him the other day, and why he asked you to dinner. I hope you had a good one. I wish he'd ask me. Then Moss has got his bills, and Moss's brother-in-law in Cursitor Street has taken possession of his revered person. He's very welcome. One Jew has the chapel, another Hebrew has the clergyman. It's singular, ain't it? Sherrick might turn Lady Whittlesey into a synagogue and have the chief rabbi into the pulpit, where my uncle the bishop has given out the text. The shares of that concern ain't at a premium. I have had immense fun with Sherrick about it. I like the Hebrew, sir. He maddens with rage when F.B. goes and asks him whether any more pews are let overhead. Honeyman begged and borrowed in order to buy out the last man. I remember when the speculation was famous, when all the boxes, I mean the pews, were taken for the season, and you couldn't get a place, come ever so early. Then Honeyman was spoiled and gave his sermons over and over again. People got sick of seeing the old humbug cry, the old crocodile. Then we tried the musical dodge. F.B. came forward, sir, there. That was a coup. I did it, sir. Ballou wouldn't have sung for any man but me. And for 22 months I kept him as sober as Father Matthew. Then Honeyman didn't pay him. There was a row in the sacred building, and Ballou retired. Then Sherrick must meddle in it, and having heard a chap out Hempstead way who Sherrick thought would do, Honeyman was forced to engage him, regardless of expense. You recollect the fellow, sir? The Reverend Simon Rawkins, the lowest of the Low Church, sir. A red-haired dumpy man, who gasped at his H's and spoke with a Lancashire twang. He'd no more do for Mayfair than Grimaldi for Macbeth. He and Honeyman used to fight like cat and dog in the vestry, and he drove away a third of the congregation. He was an honest man and an able man, too, though not a sound churchman. F.B. said this with a very edifying gravity. I told Sherrick this the very day I heard him, and if he had spoken to me on the subject, I might have saved him a pretty penny, a precious deal more than the paltry sum which he and I had a quarrel about at that time. A matter of business, sir. A pecuniary difference about a small 3 months thing which caused a temporary estrangement between us. As for Honeyman, he used to cry about it. Your uncle is great in the lacrimatory line, Clive Newcombe. He used to go with tears in his eyes to Sherrick and implore him not to have Rawkins, but he would. And I must say for poor Charles that the failure of Lady Whittlesey's has not been altogether Charles's fault, and that Sherrick has kicked down that property. Well then, sir, poor Charles thought to make it all right by marrying Mrs. Brumby, and she was very fond of him, and the thing was all but done, in spite of her sons, who were in a rage as you may fancy. But Charlie, sir, has such a propensity for humbug that he will tell lies when there is no earthly good in lying. He represented his chapel at $1,200 a year, his private means as so-and-so, and when he came to book up with Biggs the lawyer, Mrs. Brumby's brother, it was found that he lied and prevaricated so that the widow in actual disgust would have nothing more to do with him. She was a good woman of business, and managed the hat shop for 9 years, whilst poor Brumby was at Dr. Tokley's. A first-rate shop it was, too. I introduced Charles to it. My uncle the bishop had his shovels there, and they used for a considerable period to cover this humble roof with tiles, said F.B., tapping his capacious forehead. I am sure he might have had Brumby, he added, in his melancholy tones, but for those unlucky lives. She didn't want money. She had plenty. She longed to get into society and was bent on marrying a gentleman. But what I can't pardon in Honeyman is the way in which he has done poor old Ridley and his wife. I took him there, you know, thinking they would send their bills in once a month, that he was doing a good business. In fact, that I had put him into a good thing, and the fellow has told me a score of times that he and the Ridleys were all right. But he has not only not paid his lodgings, but he has had money of them. He has given dinners. He has made Ridley pay for wine. He has kept paying lodgers out of the house. And he tells me all this with a burst of tears when he sent for me to Lazarus's tonight, and I went to him, sir, because he was in distress. Went into the lion's den, sir, says F.B., looking round nobly. I don't know how much he owes them, because of course you know the sum he mentions ain't the right one. He never does tell the truth, does Charles. But think of the pluck of those good Ridleys, never saying a single word to F.B. about the debt. We are poor, but we have saved some money and can lie out of it, and we think Mr. Honeyman will pay us, says Mrs. Ridley to me this very evening, and she thrilled my heartstrings, sir, and I took her in my arms and kissed the old woman, says Bayham, and I rather astonished little Miss Cann, and young J.J., who came in with a picture under his arm. But she said she had kissed Master Frederick long before J.J. was born, and so she had. That good and faithful servant, and my emotion in embracing her was manly, sir, manly. Here old Betsy came in to say that the supper was a-waiting for Mr. Bayham, and it was a-getting very late, and we left F.B. to his meal, and bidding adieu to Mrs. Noakes, Clive and I went each to our habitation. End of chapter 25. Chapter 36 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 36, in which Monsieur de Florac is promoted. However much Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry was disposed to admire and praise her own conduct in the affair, which ended so unfortunately for poor Lord Kew, between whom and the Gascon, her Grace vowed that she had done everything in her power to prevent a battle. The old Duke, her lord, was, it appeared, by no means delighted with his wife's behaviour, nay, visited her with his very sternest displeasure. Miss O'Grady, the Duchess's companion and her little girl's instructress, at this time resigned her functions in the Ivry family. It is possible that in the recriminations consequent upon the governess's dismissal, the Miss Irlandaise, in whom the family had put so much confidence, divulged stories unfavorable to her patroness, and caused the indignation of the Duke, her husband. Between Florac and the Duchess, there was also open war and rupture. He had been one of Kew's seconds in the latter's affair with the Viscount's countryman. He had even cried out for fresh pistols, and proposed to engage Castellones, when his gallant principal fell, and though a second duel was luckily averted as murderous and needless, Monsieur de Florac never hesitated afterward, and in all companies, to denounce with the utmost virulence the instigator and the champion of the odious original quarrel. He vowed that the Duchess had shot le petit Kew as effectually as if she had herself fired the pistol at his breast. Murderer, poisoner, Brinvilliers, 100 more such epithets he used against his kinswoman, regretting that the good old times were past, that there was no chambre ardente to try her, and no rack and wheel to give her her due. The biographer of the Newcomes has no need, although he possesses the fullest information, to touch upon the Duchess's doings, further than as they relate to that most respectable English family. When the Duke took his wife into the country, Florac never hesitated to say that to live with her was dangerous for the old man, and to cry out to his friends of the boulevards or the jockey club, "Ma parole d'honneur, cette femme la tuera." Do you know, O gentle and unsuspicious readers, or have you ever reckoned as you have made your calculation of society, how many most respectable husbands help to kill their wives? How many respectable wives aid in sending their husbands to Hades? The wife of a chimney sweep or a journeyman butcher comes shuddering before a police magistrate, her head bound up, her body scarred and bleeding with wounds, which the drunken ruffian, her lord, has administered. A poor shopkeeper or mechanic is driven out of his home by the furious ill temper of the shrill virago his wife, takes to the public house, to evil courses, to neglecting his business, to the gin bottle, to delirium tremens, to perdition. Bow Street and policemen and the newspaper reporters have cognizance in certain jurisdiction over these vulgar matrimonial crimes. But in politer company, how many murderous assaults are there by husband or wife, where the woman is not felled by the actual fist, though she staggers and sinks under blows quite as cruel and effectual, where, with old wounds yet unhealed, which she strives to hide under a smiling face from the world, she has to bear up and be stricken down and to rise to her feet again, under fresh daily strokes of torture, where the husband, fond and faithful, has to suffer slights, coldness, insults, desertion, his children sneered away from their love for him, his friends driven from his door by jealousy, his happiness strangled, his whole life embittered, poisoned, destroyed. If you were acquainted with the history of every family in your street, don't you know that in 2 or 3 of the houses there such tragedies have been playing? Is not the young mistress of number 20 already pining at her husband's desertion? The kind master of number 30, racking his fevered brains and toiling through sleepless nights to pay for the jewels on his wife's neck, and the carriage out of which he ogles Lothario in the park? The fate under which man or woman falls, blow of brutal tyranny, heartless desertion, weight of domestic care too heavy to bear, are not blows such as these constantly striking people down? In this long parenthesis, we are wandering ever so far away from Monsieur le Duc and Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry, and from the vivacious Florac statement regarding his kinsman, that woman will kill him. There is this at least to be said, that if the Duc d'Ivry did die, he was a very old gentleman, and had been a great viveur for at least 80 years of his life. As Prince de Montcontour in his father's time before the Revolution, during the emigration, even after the Restoration, Monsieur le Duc had vécu with an extraordinary vitality. He had gone through good and bad fortune, extreme poverty, display and splendor, affairs of love, affairs of honor, and of one disease or another a man must die at the end. After the Baden business, and he had dragged off his wife to Champagne, the Duke became greatly broken. He brought his little daughter to a convent at Paris, putting the child under the special guardianship of Madame de Florac, with whom and with whose family, in these latter days, the old chief of the house effected a complete reconciliation. The Duke was now forever coming to Madame de Florac. He poured all his wrongs and griefs into her ear with garrulous senile eagerness. "That little Duchess is a monster, a femme du genre, Sue," the Viscount used to say. The poor old Duke, he cry, ma parole d'honneur. He cry, and I cry too, when he comes to recount to my poor mother, whose sainted heart is the isle of all griefs, a real Hotel Dieu, my word the most sacred, with beds for all the afflicted with sweet words, like sisters of charity, to minister to them. I cry, mon bon Pendennis, where this Vieillard tells his stories about his wife and tears his white hairs to the feet of my mother. When the little Antoinette was separated by her father from her mother, the Duchesse d'Ivry, it might have been expected that that poetess would have dashed off her few more cris du lame, shrieking according to her wont, and bearing and beating that shriveled maternal bosom of hers, from which her child had just been torn. The child skipped and laughed to go away to the convent. It was only when she left Madame de Florac that she used to cry, and when urged by that good lady to exhibit a little decorous sentiment in writing to her mamma, Antoinette would ask, in an artless way, pourquoi? Mamma used never to speak to me, except sometimes before the world, before ladies, that understands itself. When her gentleman came, she put me to the door. Then she gave me tapas. Oh, oui, she gave me tapas. I cry no more. She has so much made to cry, Monsieur le Duc, that it is quite enough of one in a family. So Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry did not weep, even in print, for the loss of her pretty little Antoinette. Besides, she was engaged at that time by other sentimental occupations. A young grazier of their neighboring town, of an aspiring mind and remarkable poetic talents, engrossed the Duchess' platonic affections at this juncture. When he had sold his beasts at market, he would ride over and read Rousseau and Schiller with Madame la Duchesse, who formed him. His pretty young wife was rendered miserable by all these readings, but what could the poor little ignorant countrywoman know of Platonism? Fa, there is more than one woman we see in society, smiling about from house to house, pleasant and sentimental, and Formosa superb enough. But I fancy a fish's tail is flapping under her fine flounces, and a forked fin at the end of it. Finer flounces, finer bonnets, more lovely wreaths, more beautiful lace, smarter carriages, bigger white bows, larger footmen, were not seen during all the season of 18 blank. Then appeared round about St. George's, Hanover Square, in the beautiful month of June succeeding that September, when so many of our friends the Newcomes were assembled at Baden. Those flaunting carriages, powdered and favoured footmen, were in attendance upon members of the Newcombe family and their connections, who were celebrating what is called a marriage in high life in the temple within. Shall we set down a catalogue of the dukes, marquises, earls who were present, cousins of the lovely bride? Are they not already in the Morning Herald and Court Journal, as well as the Newcombe Sentinel and Independent, and the Dorking Intelligence and Chanticleer Weekly Gazette? There they are, all printed at full length sure enough. The name of the bride, Lady Clara Poulain, the lovely and accomplished daughter of the Earl and Duchess of Dorking. Of the beautiful bridesmaids, the Ladies Henrietta, Belinda, Adelaide Poulain, Miss Newcombe, Miss Alice Newcombe, Miss Maud Newcombe, Miss Anna Maria Hobson Newcombe, and all the other persons engaged in the ceremony. It was performed by the Right Honourable Viscount Gallinglass, Bishop of Ballyshannon, brother-in-law to the bride, assisted by the Honourable and Reverend Hercules O'Grady, his lordship's chaplain, and the Reverend John Boulders, rector of St. Mary's, Newcombe. Then followed the names of all the nobility who were present, and of the noble and distinguished personages who signed the book. Then comes an account of the principal dresses, chef d'oeuvre of Madame Crinoline, of the bride's coronal of brilliants, supplied by Messrs. Moore and Stortimer, of the veil of priceless Chantilly lace, the gift to the Dowager Countess of Kew. Then there is a description of the wedding breakfast at the house of the bride's noble parents, and of the cake, decorated by Messrs. Gunter, with the most delicious taste and the sweetest hymeneal allusions. No mention was made by the fashionable chronicler of a slight disturbance which occurred at St. George's, and which was indeed out of the province of such a genteel purveyor of news. Before the marriage service began, a woman of vulgar appearance and disorderly aspect, accompanied by 2 scared children, who took no part in the disorder occasioned by their mother's proceeding, except by their tears and outcries to augment the disquiet, made her appearance in one of the pews of the church, was noted there by persons in the vestry, was requested to retire by a beadle, and was finally induced to quit the sacred precincts of the building by the very strongest persuasion of a couple of policemen. X and Y laughed at one another, and nodded their heads knowingly, as the poor wretch with her whimpering boys was led away. They understood very well who the personage was, who had come to disturb the matrimonial ceremony. It did not commence until Mrs. de Lacy, as this lady chose to be called, had quitted this temple of Hymen. She slunk through the throng of emblazoned carriages and the press of footmen arrayed as splendidly as Solomon in his glory. John jeered at Thomas. William turned his powdered head and signaled James, who answered with a corresponding grin, as the woman with sobs and wild imprecations and frantic appeals made her way through the splendid crowd, escorted by her aides-de-camp in blue. I dare say her little history was discussed at many a dinner table that day, in the basement story of several fashionable houses. I know that at clubs in St. James's the facetious little anecdote was narrated. A young fellow came to Bayes after the marriage breakfast and mentioned this circumstance with funny comments, although the Morning Post, in describing this affair in high life, naturally omitted all mention of such low people as Mrs. de Lacy and her children. Those people who knew the noble families whose unions had been celebrated by such a profusion of grandees, fine equipages and footmen, brass bands, brilliant toilettes, and wedding favours, asked how it was that Lord Kew did not assist at Barnes Newcomes' marriage. Other persons in society inquired waggishly why Jack Belsize was not present to give Lady Clara away. As for Jack Belsize, his clubs had not been ornamented by his presence for a year past. It was said he had broken the bank at Homburg last autumn, had been heard of during the winter at Milan, Venice, and Vienna, and when, a few months after the marriage of Barnes Newcombe and Lady Clara, Jack's elder brother died, and he himself became the next in succession to the title and estates of Highgate. Many folks said it was a pity little Barney's marriage had taken place so soon. Lord Kew was not present, because Kew was still abroad. He had had a gambling duel with a Frenchman, and a narrow squeak for his life. He had turned Roman Catholic, some men said. Others vowed that he had joined the Methodist persuasion. At all events, Kew had given up his wild courses, broken with the turf, and sold his stud off. He was delicate yet, and his mother was taking care of him, between whom and the old Dowager of Kew, who had made up Barney's marriage. As everybody knew, there was no love lost. Then who was the Prince de Montcontour, who, with his princess, figured at this noble marriage? There was a Montcontour, the Duc d'Ivry's son, but he died at Paris before the Revolution of '30. One or two of the Ulsters at Bayes's, Major Pendennis, General Tuffo, old Cackleby, the old fogies, in a word, remembered the Duke of Ivry when he was here during the emigration, and when he was called Prince de Montcontour, the title of the eldest son of the family. Ivry was dead, having buried his son before him, and having left only a daughter by that young woman whom he married, and who led him such a life. Who was this present Moncontour? He was a gentleman to whom the reader has already been presented, though when we lately saw him at Baden, he did not enjoy so magnificent a title. Early in the year of Barnes Newcomes' marriage, there came to England and to our modest apartment in the Temple a gentleman bringing a letter of recommendation from our dear young Clive, who said that the bearer, the Viscount de Florac, was a great friend of his and of the Colonel's, who had known his family from boyhood. A friend of our Clive and our Colonel was sure of a welcome in Lamb Court. We gave him the hand of hospitality, the best cigar in the box, the easy chair with only one broken leg, the dinner in chambers and at the club, the banquet at Greenwich, where, ma foi, the little white buds elicited his profound satisfaction. In a word, did our best to honor that bill which our young Clive had drawn upon us. We considered the young one in the light of a nephew of our own, who took a pride in him, and were fond of him, and as for the Colonel, did we not love and honor him? Would we not do our utmost in behalf of any stranger who came recommended to us by Thomas Newcome's good word? So Florac was straightway admitted to our companionship. We showed him the town, and some of the modest pleasures thereof. We introduced him to the haunt, and astonished him by the company which he met there. Between Brent's Deserter and Mark Wilder's Gary Owen, Florac sang, Tiens, voici mon pipe, voilà mon briquet, et quand la tulipe fait le nord, toi jette, que tu sois le sou dans le régiment, avec la brûle génie de tour chez Zamant, to the delight of Tom Sargent, who, though he only partially comprehended the words of the song, pronounced the singer to be a rare gentleman, full of most excellent differences. We took out Florac to the Derby. We presented him in Fitzroy Square, whither we still occasionally went, for Clive's and our dear Colonel's sake. The Viscount pronounced himself strongly in favour of the Blanche-Mise little Rosie Mackenzie, of whom we have lost sight for some few chapters. Mrs. Mackey considered my faith to be a woman superb. He used to kiss the tips of his own fingers, in token of his admiration for the lovely widow. He pronounced her again more pretty than her daughter, and paid her 1,000 compliments, which she received with exceeding good humour. If the Viscount gave us to understand presently that Rosie and her mother were both in love with him, but that, for all the world, he would not meddle with the happiness of his dear little Clive. Nothing unfavourable to the character or constancy of the before-mentioned ladies must be inferred from Monsieur de Florac's speech, his firm conviction being that no woman could pass many hours in his society without danger to her subsequent peace of mind. For some little time we had no reason to suspect that our French friend was not particularly well furnished with the current coin of the realm. Without making any show of wealth, he would, at first, cheerfully engage in our little parties. His lodgings in the neighbourhood of Leicester Square, though dingy, were such as many noble foreign exiles have inhabited. It was not until he refused to join some pleasure trip, which we of Lamb Court proposed, honestly confessing his poverty, that we were made aware of the Viscount's little temporary calamity, and, as we became more intimate with him, he acquainted us, with great openness, with the history of all his fortunes. He described energetically that splendid run of luck which had set in at Baden with Clive's loan. His winnings, at that fortunate period, had carried him through the winter with considerable brilliancy. But Boyette and Mademoiselle Atala are the varietés, une grosse, mon cher, who devours 30 of our young men every year in her cavern, in the Rue de Breda, had declared against him, and the poor Viscount's pockets were almost empty when he came to London. He was amiably communicative regarding himself, and told us his virtues and his faults, if indeed a passion for play and for women could be considered as faults in a gay young fellow of 2 or 3 and 40, with a little engaging frankness. He would weep in describing his angel mother. He would fly off again into tirades respecting the wickedness, the wit, the extravagance, the charms of the young lady of the varietés. He would then, in conversation, introduce us to Madame de Florac, née Hig, of Mancheterre. His prattle was incessant, and to my friend Mr. Warrington, especially, he was an object of endless delight and amusement and wonder. He would roll and smoke countless paper cigars, talking unrestrainedly when we were not busy, silent when we were engaged. He would only rarely partake of our meals, and altogether refused all offers of pecuniary aid. He disappeared at dinner time into the mysterious purlieus of Leicester Square, and dark ordinaires only frequented by Frenchmen. As we walked with him in the Regent Street precincts, he would exchange marks of recognition with many dusky personages, smoking bravos and whiskered refugees of his nation. "That gentleman," he would say, "who has done me the honor to salute me, is a coiffeur the most celebrated. He forms the délices of a table d'hôte. Bonjour, mon cher monsieur. We are friends, though not of the same opinion. Monsieur is a Republican of the most distinguished, conspirator of profession, and at this time engaged in constructing an infernal machine to the address of His Majesty, Louis Philippe, King of the French, who is my friend with the scarlet beard and the white parlet. My good Warrington, you do not move in the world. You make yourself a hermit, my dear." "No, monsieur. Monsieur is secretary to Mademoiselle Caracaline, the lovely writer at the Circus of Astley. I shall be charmed to introduce you to this amiable society some day at our table d'hôte." Warrington vowed that the company of Florac's friends would be infinitely more amusing than the noblest society ever chronicled in the Morning Post. But we were neither sufficiently familiar with the French language to make conversation in that tongue as pleasant to us as talking in our own, and so were content with Florac's description of his compatriots, which the Viscount delivered in that charming French English of which he was a master. However threadbare in his garments, poor in purse, and eccentric in morals our friend was, his manners were always perfectly gentlemanlike, and he draped himself in his poverty with the grace of a Spanish grandee. It must be confessed that the grandee loved the estaminet, where he could play billiards with the first corner, that he had a passion for the gambling house, that he was a loose and disorderly nobleman, but in whatever company he found himself, a certain kindness, simplicity, and politeness distinguished him always. He bowed to the damsel who sold him a penny cigar, as graciously as to a duchess. He crushed Monant's impertinence of familiarity as haughtily as his noble ancestors ever did at the Louvre, at Marly, or Versailles. He declined to owe tempore to his landlady's request to pay his rent, but he refused with a dignity which struck the woman with awe. And King Alfred, over the celebrated muffin, on which Gandish and other painters have exercised their genius, could not have looked more noble than Florac in a robe de chambre, once gorgeous, but shady now, as became its owner's clouded fortunes, toasting his bit of bacon at his lodgings, when the fare even of his table d'hôte had grown too dear for him. As we know from Gandish's work, the better times were in store for the wandering monarch, and that the officers came, acquainting him that his people demanded his presence a grand cri, when, of course, King Alfred laid down the toast and resumed the sceptre. So in the case of Florac, two humble gentlemen, inhabitants of Lamb Court, and members of the Upper Temple, had the good luck to be the heralds, as it were, nay, indeed, the occasion of the rising fortunes of the Prince de Montcouture. Florac had informed us of the death of his cousin, the Duc d'Ivry, by whose demise the Viscount's father, the old Count de Florac, became the representative of the House of Ivry, and possessor, through his relative's bequest, of an old chateau still more gloomy and spacious than the Count's own house in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, a chateau of which the woods, domains, and appurtenances had been lopped off by the Revolution. Monsieur le Comte, Florac says, has not wished to change his name at his age. He has shrugged his old shoulder and said it was not the trouble to engrave a new card, and for me, the philosophical Viscount added, of what good shall be a title of prince in the position where I find myself? It is wonderful for us who inhabit a country where rank is worshipped with so admirable a reverence, to think that there are many gentlemen in France who actually have authentic titles and do not choose to bear them. Mr. George Warrington was hugely amused with this notion of Florac's ranks and dignities. The idea of the prince purchasing penny cigars, of the prince mildly expostulating with his landlady regarding the rent, of his punting for half-crowns in a neighborhood hall in Ayr Street, whither the poor gentleman desperately ran when he had money in his pocket, tickled George's sense of humor. It was Warrington who gravely saluted the Viscount, and compared him to King Alfred, on that afternoon when we happened to call upon him, and found him engaged in cooking his modest dinner. We were bent upon an excursion to Greenwich, and on having our friend's company on that voyage, and we induced the Viscount to forego his bacon and be our guest for once. George Warrington chose to indulge in a great deal of ironical pleasantry in the course of the afternoon's excursion. As we went down the river, he pointed out to Florac the very window in the tower when the captive Duke of Orleans used to sit when he was an inhabitant of that fortress. At Greenwich, which palace, Florac informed us, was built by Queen Elizabeth, George showed the very spot where Raleigh laid his cloak down to enable Her Majesty to step over a puddle. In a word, he mystified Monsieur de Florac. Such was Mr. Warrington's reprehensible spirit. It happened that Mr. Barnes Newcombe came to dine at Greenwich on the same day when our little party took place. He had come down to meet Rooster and one or two other noble friends whose names he took care to give us, cursing them at the same time for having thrown him over. Having missed his own company, Mr. Barnes condescended to join ours, Warrington gravely thanking him for the great honor which he conferred upon us by volunteering to take a place at our table. Barnes drank freely, and was good enough to resume his acquaintance with Monsieur de Florac, whom he perfectly well recollected at Baden, but had thought proper to forget on the one or two occasions when they had met in public since the Viscount's arrival in this country. There are few men who can drop and resume an acquaintance with such admirable self-possession as Barnes Newcombe. When, over our dessert, by which time all tongues were unloosed and each man talked gaily, George Warrington feelingly thanked Barnes in a little mock speech for his great kindness in noticing us, presenting him at the same time to Florac as the ornament of the city, the greatest banker of his age, the beloved kinsman of their friend Clive, who was always writing about him. Barnes said, with one of his accustomed curses, he did not know whether Mr. Warrington was chaffing him or not, and indeed could never make him out. Warrington replied that he never could make himself out, and if ever Mr. Barnes could, George would thank him for information on that subject. Florac, like most Frenchmen, very sober in his potations, left us for a while over hours, which were conducted after the more liberal English manner, and retired to smoke his cigar on the terrace. Barnes then freely uttered his sentiments regarding him, which were not more favorable than those which the young gentleman generally emitted respecting gentlemen whose backs were turned. He had known a little of Florac the year before at Baden. He had been mixed up with Kew in that confounded row in which Kew was hit. He was an adventurer, a pauper, a blackleg, a regular Greek. He had heard Florac was of old family. That was true. But what of that? He was only one of those deed French counts. Everybody was a count in France, confound him. The claret was beastly, not fit for a gentleman to drink. He swigged off a great bumper as he was making the remark. For Barnes Newcombe abuses the men and things which he uses, and perhaps is better served than more grateful persons. "Count," cries Warrington, "what do you mean by talking about beggarly counts? Florac's family is one of the noblest and most ancient in Europe. It is more ancient than your illustrious friend, the barber surgeon. It was illustrious before the house, or the pagoda of Kew was in existence." And he went on to describe how Florac, by the demise of his kinsman, was now actually Prince de Moncontour, though he did not choose to assume that title. Very likely, the noble Gascon drink, in which George had been indulging, imparted a certain warmth and eloquence to his description of Florac's good qualities, high birth, and considerable patrimony. Barnes looked quite amazed and scared at these announcements, then laughed and declared once more that Warrington was chaffing him. As sure as the Black Prince was Lord of Aquitaine, as sure as the English were masters of Bordeaux. And why do we ever lose the country, cries George, filling himself a bumper. Every word I have said about Florac is true. And Florac coming in at this juncture, having just finished his cigar, George turned round and made him a fine speech in the French language, in which he lauded his constancy and good humor under evil fortune, paid him 2 or 3 more cordial compliments, and finished by drinking another great bumper to his good health. Florac took a little wine, replied, with effusion, to the toast which his excellent, his noble friend had just carried. We rapped our glasses at the end of the speech. The landlord himself seemed deeply touched by it, as he stood by with a fresh bottle. "It is good wine. It is honest wine. It is capital wine," says George. "And on y soit qui mal y pense. What business have you, you little beggar, to abuse it? My ancestor drank the wine and wore the motto round his leg long before a Newcombe ever showed his pale face in Lombard Street. George Warrington never bragged about his pedigree, except under certain influences. I am inclined to think that on this occasion he really did find the claret very good." "You don't mean to say," says Barnes, addressing Florac in French, on which he piqued himself, "que vous avez un tel manger à votre nom, et que vous le laissez pas." Florac shrugged his shoulders. He at first did not understand that familiar figure of English speech, or what was meant by having a handle to your name. "Moncontour cannot dine better than Florac," he said. "Florac has 2 louis in his pocket, and Moncontour exactly 40 shillings. Florac's proprietor will ask Moncontour tomorrow for 5 weeks' rent. And as for Florac's friends, my dear, they will burst out laughing to Moncontour's nose. How droll you English are," this acute French observer afterwards said, laughing and recalling the incident. "Did you not see how that little Barnes, as soon as he knew my title of prince, changed his manner and became all respect towards me?" This, indeed, Monsieur de Florac's 2 friends remarked, with no little amusement. Barnes began quite well to remember their pleasant days at Baden, and talked of their acquaintance there. Barnes offered the prince the vacant seat in his brougham, and was ready to set him down anywhere that he wished in town. "Bah," says Florac, "we came by the steamer, and I prefer the penny boat." But the hospitable Barnes, nevertheless, called upon Florac the next day, and now, having partially explained how the Prince de Montcontour was present at Mr. Barnes Newcome's wedding, let us show how it was that Barnes' first cousin, the Earl of Kew, did not attend that ceremony. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 37, Returns to Lord Kew. We do not propose to describe at length or with precision the circumstances of the duel which ended so unfortunately for young Lord Kew. The meeting was inevitable after the public acts and insults of the morning. The maddened Frenchman went to it convinced that his antagonist had wilfully outraged him, eager to show his bravery upon the body of an Englishman, and as proud as if he had been going into actual war. That commandment, the sixth in our Decalogue, which forbids the doing of murder, and the injunction which directly follows on the same table, have been repealed by a very great number of Frenchmen for many years past, and to take the neighbor's wife and his life subsequently has not been an uncommon practice with the politest people in the world. Castellonis had no idea but that he was going to the field of honor, stood with an undaunted scowl before his enemy's pistol, and discharged his own and brought down his opponent with a grim satisfaction, and a comfortable conviction afterwards that he had acted en galant homme. It was well for this milord that he fell at the very first shot, my dear, the exemplary young Frenchman remarked. A second might have been yet more fatal to him. Ordinarily, I am sure of my coup, and you conceive that in an affair so grave it was absolutely necessary that one or other should remain on the ground. Nay, should Monsieur de Kew recover from his wound, it was Monsieur de Castelloni's intention to propose a second encounter between himself and that nobleman. It had been Lord Kew's determination never to fire upon his opponent, a confession which he made not to his second, poor scared Lord Rooster, who bore the young Earl to kill, but to some of his nearest relatives, who happened fortunately to be not far from him when he received his wound, and who came with all the eagerness of love to watch by his bedside. We have said that Lord Kew's mother, Lady Wallam, and her second son were staying at Hamburg when the Earl's disaster occurred. They had proposed to come to Baden to see Kew's new bride and to welcome her, but the presence of her mother-in-law deterred Lady Wallam, who gave up her heart's wish in bitterness of spirit, knowing very well that a meeting between the old countess and herself could only produce the wrath, pain, and humiliation which their coming together always occasioned. It was Lord Kew who bade Rooster send for his mother, and not for Lady Kew. And as soon as she received those sad tidings, you may be sure the poor lady hastened to the bed where her wounded boy lay. The fever had declared itself, and the young man had been delirious more than once. His wan face lighted up with joy when he saw his mother. He put his little feverish hand out of the bed to her. "I knew you would come, dear," he said, "and you know I never would have fired upon the poor Frenchman." The fond mother allowed no sign of terror or grief to appear upon her face, so as to disturb her firstborn and darling. But no doubt she prayed by his side as such loving hearts know how to pray, for the forgiveness of his trespass, who had forgiven those who sinned against him. "I knew I should be hit, George," said Kew to his brother when they were alone. "I always expected some such end as this. My life has been very wild and reckless, and you, George, have always been faithful to our mother. You will make a better Lord Kew than I have been, George. God bless you." George flung himself down with sobs by his brother's bedside and swore Frank had always been the best fellow, the best brother, the kindest heart, the warmest friend in the world. Love, prayer, repentance thus met over the young man's bed. Anxious and humble hearts, his own the least anxious and the most humble, awaited the dread award of life or death, and the world and its ambition and vanities were shut out from the darkened chamber where the awful issue was being tried. Our history has had little to do with characters resembling this lady. It is of the world and things pertaining to it. Things beyond it, as the writer imagines, scarcely belong to the novelist's province. Who is he, that he should assume the divine's office, or turn his desk into a preacher's pulpit? In that career of pleasure, of idleness, of crime we might call it, but that the chronicler of worldly matters had best be chary of applying hard names to acts which young men are doing in the world every day. The gentle widowed lady, mother of Lord Kew, could but keep aloof, deploring the course upon which her dear, young prodigal had entered, and praying with that saintly love those pure supplications with which good mothers follow their children, for her boy's repentance and return. Very likely her mind was narrow. Very likely the precautions which she had used in the lad's early days, the tutors and directors she had set about him, the religious studies and practices to which she would have subjected him, had served only to vex and weary the young pupil, and to drive his high spirit into revolt. It is hard to convince a woman perfectly pure in her life and intentions, ready to die if need were for her own faith, having absolute confidence in the instruction of her teachers, that she and they, with all their sermons, may be doing harm. When the young catechist yawns over his reverence's discourse, who knows but it is the doctor's vanity which is enraged, and not heaven which is offended? It may have been, in the differences which took place between her son and her, the good Lady Waltham never could comprehend the lad's side of the argument, or how his Protestantism against her doctrines should exhibit itself on the turf, the gaming table, or the stage of the opera house, and thus, but for the misfortune under which poor Kew now lay bleeding, these two loving hearts might have remained through life asunder. But by the boy's bedside, in the paroxysms of his fever, in the wild talk of his delirium, in the sweet patience and kindness with which he received his dear nurse's attentions, the gratefulness with which he thanked the servants who waited on him, the fortitude with which he suffered the surgeon's dealings with his wounds, the widowed woman have an opportunity to admire with an exquisite thankfulness the generous goodness of her son. And in those hours, those sacred hours passed in her own chamber, of prayers, fears, hopes, recollections, and passionate maternal love, wrestling with fate for her darling's life, no doubt the humbled creature came to acknowledge that her own course regarding him had been wrong, and, even more for herself than for him, implored forgiveness. For some time, George Barnes had to send but doubtful and melancholy bulletins to Lady Kew and the Newcombe family at Baden, who were all greatly moved and affected by the accident which had befallen poor Kew. Lady Kew broke out in wrath and indignation. We may be sure the Duchess d'Ivry offered to condole with her upon Kew's mishap the day after the news arrived at Baden, and indeed came to visit her. The old lady had just received other disquieting intelligence. She was just going out, but she bade her servant to inform the Duchess that she was never more at home to the Duchess d'Ivry. The message was not delivered properly, or the person for whom it was intended did not choose to understand it. But presently, as the Countess was hobbling across the walk on her way to her daughter's residence, she met the Duchesse d'Ivry, who saluted her with a demure curtsy and a commonplace expression of condolence. The Queen of Scots was surrounded by the chief part of her court, saving, of course, Messieurs Castellonis and Punter absent on service. "We were speaking of this deplorable affair," said Madame d'Ivry, which indeed was the truth, although she said it. "How we pity you, madame." Blackball and Loder, Kruckekäse and Schlagenbad assumed sympathetic countenances. Trembling on her cane, the old Countess glared out upon Madame d'Ivry. "I pray you, madam," she said in French, "never again to address me the word. If I had, like you, assassins in my pay, I would have you killed. Do you hear me?" And she hobbled on her way. The household to which she was in terrible agitation. The kind Lady Anne frightened beyond measure. Poor Ethel full of dread, and feeling guilty almost as if she had been the cause, as indeed she was the occasion of Kew's misfortune. And the family had further cause of alarm from the shock which the news had given to Sir Brian. It has been said that he had had illness of late, which caused his friends much anxiety. He had passed 2 months at Aix-la-Chapelle, his physicians dreading a paralytic attack, and Madame d'Ivry's party still sauntering on the walk, the men smoking their cigars, the women breathing their scandal, now beheld Dr. Fink issuing from Lady Anne's apartments, and wearing such a face of anxiety that the Duchess asked with some emotion, had there been a fresh bulletin from Kell? No, there had been no fresh bulletin from Kell, but 2 hours since Sir Brian Newcombe had had a paralytic seizure. "Is he very bad?" "No," said Dr. Fink, "he is not very bad." "How inconsolable Monsieur Barnes will be," said the Duchess, shrugging her haggard shoulders, whereas the fact that Mr. Barnes retained perfect presence of mind under both of the misfortunes which had befallen his family. 2 days afterwards, the Duchess's husband arrived himself, when, we may presume, that exemplary woman was too much engaged with her own affairs to be able to be interested about the doings of other people. With the Duke's arrival, the court of Mary Queen of Scots was broken up. Her Majesty was conducted to Loch Leven, where her tyrant soon dismissed her very last lady-in-waiting, the confidential Irish secretary, whose performance had produced such fine effect amongst the Newcomes. Had poor Sir Brian Newcome's seizure occurred at an earlier period of the autumn, his illness no doubt would have kept him for some months confined at Baden. But as he was pretty nearly the last of Dr. Van Fink's Bath patients, and that eminent physician longed to be off to the residence, he was pronounced in a fit condition for easy traveling in rather a brief period after his attack, and it was determined to transport him to Mannheim, and thence by water to London and Newcombe. During all this period of their father's misfortune, no sister of charity could have been more tender, active, cheerful, and watchful than Miss Ethel. She had to wear a kind face, and exhibit no anxiety when occasionally the feeble invalid made inquiries regarding poor Kew at Baden, to catch the phrases as they came from him, to acquiesce, or not to deny, when Sir Brian talked of the marriages, both marriages taking place at Christmas. Sir Brian was especially eager for his daughters, and repeatedly, with his broken words and smiles and caresses, which were now quite senile, declared that his Ethel would make the prettiest countess in England. There came a letter or two from Clive, no doubt, to the young nurse in her sick room. Manly and generous, full of tenderness and affection, as those letters surely were, they could give but little pleasure to the young lady, indeed, only add to her doubts and pain. She had told none of her friends as yet of those last words of Kew's, which she interpreted as a farewell on the young nobleman's part. Had she told them, they were likely would not have understood Kew's meaning as she did, and persisted in thinking that the two were reconciled. At any rate, whilst he and her father were still lying stricken by the blows which had prostrated them both, all questions of love and marriage had been put aside. Did she love him? She felt such a kind pity for his misfortune, such an admiration for his generous gallantry, such a remorse for her own wayward conduct and cruel behavior towards this most honest and kindly and affectionate gentleman, that the sum of regard which he could bestow upon him might surely be said to amount to love. For such a union as that contemplated between them, perhaps for any marriage, no greater degree of attachment was necessary as the common cement. Warm friendship and thorough esteem and confidence, I do not say that our young lady calculated in this matter-of-fact way, are safe properties invested in the prudent marriage stock, multiplying and bearing an increasing value with every year. Many a young couple of spendthrifts get through their capital of passion in the first 12 months and have no love left for the daily demands of afterlife. Oh me, for the day when the bank account is closed, and the cupboard is empty, and the firm of Damon and Phyllis insolvent. Miss Newcombe, we say, without doubt, did not make her calculations in this debtor and creditor fashion. It was only the gentlemen of that family who went to Lombard Street. But suppose she thought that regard and esteem and affection being sufficient, she could joyfully, and with almost all her heart, bring such a portion to Lord Kew, that her harshness towards him, as contrasted with his own generosity, and above all with his present pain, infinitely touched her. And suppose she fancied that there was another person in the world to whom, did fates permit, she could offer not esteem, affection, pity only, but something 10,000 times more precious. We are not in the young lady's secrets, but if she has some as she sits by her father's chair in bed, who day and night will have no other attendant, and as she busies herself to interpret his wants, silently moves on his errands, administers his potions, and watches his sleep, thinks of Clive absent and unhappy, of Kew wounded and in danger, she must have subject enough of thought and pain. Little wonder that her cheeks are pale and her eyes look red. She has her cares to endure now in the world, and her burden to bear in it, and somehow she feels she is alone, since that day when poor Clive's carriage drove away. In a mood of more than ordinary depression and weakness, Lady Kew must have found her granddaughter upon one of the few occasions after the double mishap when Ethel and her elder were together. Sir Brian's illness, as it may be imagined, affected a lady very slightly, who was of an age where these calamities occasion but small disquiet, and who, having survived her own father, her husband, her son, and witnessed their lordships' respective demises with perfect composure, could not reasonably be called upon to feel any particular dismay at the probable departure from this life of a Lombard Street banker, who happened to be her daughter's husband. In fact, not Barnes Newcombe himself could await that event more philosophically. So, finding Ethel in this melancholy mood, Lady Kew thought a drive in the fresh air would be of service to her, and Sir Brian, happening to be asleep, carried the young girl away in her barouche. They talked about Lord Kew, of whom the accounts were encouraging, and who was mending in spite of his silly mother and her medicines. And as soon as he is able to move, we must go and fetch him, my dear, Lady Kew graciously said, before that foolish woman has made a Methodist of him. He is always led by the woman who is nearest him, and I know one who will make of him just the best little husband in England. Before they had come to this delicate point, the lady and her grandchild had talked Kew's character over, the girl, you may be sure, having spoken feelingly and eloquently about his kindness and courage and many admirable qualities. She kindled when she heard the report of his behavior at the commencement of the fracas with Monsieur de Castelloni's, his great forbearance and good nature, and his resolution and magnanimity when the moment of collision came. But when Lady Kew arrived at that period of her discourse in which she stated that Kew would make the best little husband in England, poor Ethel's eyes filled with tears. We must remember that her high spirit was worn down by watching in much varied anxiety, and then she confessed that there had been no reconciliation, as all the family fancied, between Frank and herself. On the contrary, a parting which she understood to be final, and she owned that her conduct towards her cousin had been most captious and cruel, and that she could not expect they should ever again come together. Lady Kew, who hated sick beds and surgeons except for herself, who hated her daughter-in-law above all, was greatly annoyed at the news which Ethel gave her, made light of, if, however, and was quite confident that a very few words from her would place matters on their old footing, and determined on forthwith setting out for Kell. She would have carried Ethel with her, but that poor baronet, with cries and moans, insisted on retaining his nurse, and Ethel's grandmother was left to undertake this mission by herself, the girl remaining behind acquiescent, not unwilling, owning openly a great regard and esteem for Kew, and the wrong which she had done him, feeling secretly a sentiment which she had best smother. She had received a letter from that other person, and answered it with her mother's cognizance, but about this little affair neither Lady Anne nor her daughter happened to say a word to the manager of the whole family. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 38, in which Lady Kew leaves his lordship quite convalescent. Immediately after Lord Kew's wound, and as it was necessary to apprise the Newcombe family of the accident which had occurred, the good-natured young Kew had himself written a brief note to acquaint his relatives with his mishap, and had even taken the precaution to antedate a couple of billets to be dispatched on future days. Kindly forgeries, which told the Newcombe family and the Countess of Kew that Lord Kew was progressing very favorably, and that his hurt was trifling. The fever had set in, and the young patient was lying in great danger, as most of the laggards at Baden knew, when his friends there were set at ease by this fallacious bulletin. On the third day after the accident, Lady Wallam arrived with her younger son, to find Lord Kew in the fever which ensued after the wound. As the terrible anxiety during the illness had been Lady Wallam's, so was hers the delight of the recovery. The commander-in-chief of the family, the old lady at Baden, showed her sympathy by sending couriers and repeatedly issuing orders to have news of Kew. Sickbeds scared her away invariably. When illness befell a member of her family, she hastily retreated from before the sufferer, showing her agitation of mind, however, by excessive ill humor to all the others within her reach. A fortnight passed. A ball had been found and extracted. The fever was over. The wound was progressing favorably, the patient advancing towards convalescence, and the mother, with her child once more under her wing, happier than she had been for 7 years past, during which her young prodigal had been running the thoughtless career of which he himself was weary, and which had occasioned the fond lady such anguish. Those doubts which perplex many a thinking man, and, when formed and uttered, give many a fond and faithful woman pain so exquisite, had most fortunately never crossed Kew's mind. His early impressions were such as his mother had left them, and he came back to her, as she would have him, as a little child, owning his faults with a hearty, humble repentance, and with 1,000 simple confessions, lamenting the errors of his past days. We have seen him tired and ashamed of the pleasures which he was pursuing, of the companions who surrounded him, of the brawls and dissipations which amused him no more. In those hours of danger and doubt, when he had lain, with death perhaps before him, making up his account of the vain life which probably he would be called upon to surrender, no wonder this simple, kindly, modest, and courageous soul thought seriously of the past and of the future, and prayed and resolved, if a future were awarded to him, it should make amends for the days gone by. And surely as the mother and son read together the beloved assurance of the divine forgiveness, of that joy which angels feel in heaven for a sinner repentant, we may fancy in the happy mother's breast a feeling somewhat akin to that angelic felicity, a gratitude and joy of all others the loftiest, the purest, the keenest. Lady Wallam might shrink with terror at the Frenchman's name, but her son could forgive him with all his heart, and kiss his mother's hand, and thank him as the best friend of his life. During all the days of his illness, Kew had never once mentioned Ethel's name, and once or twice as his recovery progressed, when, with doubt and tremor, his mother alluded to it, he turned from the subject as one that was disagreeable and painful. Had she thought seriously on certain things? Lady Wallam asked. Kew thought not, but those who are bred up as you would have them, mother, are often none the better, the humble young fellow said. I believe she is a very good girl. She is very clever. She is exceedingly handsome. She is very good to her parents and her brothers and sisters. But he did not finish the sentence. Perhaps he thought, as he told Ethel afterwards, that she would have agreed with Lady Wallam even worse than with her imperious old grandmother. Lady Wallam then fell to deplore Sir Brian's condition, accounts of whose seizure, of course, had been dispatched to the Kell party, and to lament that a worldly man as he was should have such an affliction, so near the grave and so little prepared for it. Here honest Kew, however, held out. Every man for himself, mother, says he. Sir Brian was bred up very strictly, perhaps too strictly as a young man. Don't you know that good colonel, his elder brother, who seems to me about the most honest and good old gentleman I ever met in my life, was driven into rebellion in all sorts of wild courses by old Mrs. Newcome's tyranny over him. As for Sir Brian, he goes to church every Sunday, has prayers in the family every day. I'm sure has led 100 times better life than I have. Poor old Sir Brian. I often have thought, mother, that though our side was wrong, you could not be altogether right, because I remember how my tutor, and Mr. Bonner, and Dr. Laud, when they used to come down to us at Kewberry, used to make themselves so unhappy about other people. So the widow withdrew her unhappiness about Sir Brian. She was quite glad to hope for the best regarding that invalid. With some fears yet regarding her son, for many of the books with which the good lady travelled could not be got to interest him. At some he would laugh outright, with fear mixed with the maternal joy that he was returned to her, and had quitted his old ways, with keen feminine triumph, perhaps, that she had won him back, and happiness at his daily mending health. All Lady Walham's hours were passed in thankful and delighted occupation. George Barnes kept the Newcomes acquainted with the state of his brother's health. The skillful surgeon from Strasbourg reported daily better and better of him, and the little family were living in great peace and contentment, with one subject of dread, however, hanging over the mother of the two young men: the arrival of Lady Kew, as she was foreboding, the fierce old mother-in-law who had worsted Lady Walham in many a previous battle. It was what they called the summer of St. Martin, and the weather was luckily very fine. Kew could presently be wheeled into the garden of the hotel, whence he could see the broad turbid current of the swollen Rhine, the French bank fringed with alders, the vast yellow fields behind them, the great avenue of poplars stretching away to the Alsatian city, and its purple minster yonder. Good Lady Walham was for improving the shining hour by reading amusing extracts from her favorite volumes, gentle anecdotes of Chinese and Hottentot converts, and incidents from missionary travel. George Barnes, a wily young diplomatist, insinuated Gallignare, and hinted that Kew might like a novel, and a profane work called Oliver Twist having appeared about this time, which George read out to his family with admirable emphasis. It is a fact that Lady Walham became so interested in the parish boy's progress that she took his history into her bedroom, where it was discovered under Blatherwick's voice from Mesopotamia by her ladyship's maid, and that Kew laughed so immensely at Mr. Bumble, the beadle, as to endanger the reopening of his wound. While, one day, they were so harmlessly and pleasantly occupied, a great whacking of whips, blowing of horns, and whirring of wheels was heard in the street without. The wheels stopped at their hotel gate. Lady Walham started up, ran through the garden door, closing it behind her, and divined justly who had arrived. The landlord was bowing, the courier pushing about, waiters in attendance. One of them, coming up to pale-faced Lady Walham, said, "Her Excellency, the Frau Grafin van Kew, is even now absteigen." "Will you be good enough to walk into our salon, Lady Kew?" said the daughter-in-law, stepping forward and opening the door of that apartment. The Countess, leaning on her staff, entered that darkened chamber. She ran up towards an easy-chair where she supposed Lord Kew was. "My dear Frank," cries the old lady, "my dear boy, what a pretty fright you have given us all. They don't keep you in this horrid noisy room facing that—" "Ho! What is this?" cries the Countess, closing her sentence abruptly. "It is not Frank. It is only a bolster, Lady Kew, and I don't keep him in a noisy room towards the street," said Lady Walham. "Ho! How do you do? This is the way to him, I suppose." And she went to another door. It was a cupboard full of the relics of Frank's illness, from which Lady Walham's mother-in-law shrunk back aghast. "Will you please to see that I have a comfortable room, Maria, and one for my maid next me?" "I will thank you to see yourself," the Empress of Kew said, pointing with her stick, before which many a time the younger lady had trembled. This time Lady Walham only rang the bell. "I don't speak German, and have never been on any floor of the house but this. Your servant had better see to your room, Lady Kew. That next is mine, and I keep the door which you are trying locked on other side." "And I suppose Frank is locked up there," cried the old lady, "with a basin of gruel and a book of Watts' hymns." A servant entered at this moment, answering Lady Walham's summons. "Peacock, the Countess of Kew says that she proposes to stay here this evening. Please to ask the landlord to show her ladyship rooms," said Lady Walham, and by this time she had thought of a reply to Lady Kew's last kind speech. "If my son were locked up in my room, madam, his mother is surely the best nurse for him. Why did you not come to him 3 weeks sooner, when there was nobody with him?" Lady Kew said nothing, but glared and showed her teeth, those pearls set in gold. "And my company may not amuse Lord Kew?" "He," grinned the elder savagely. "But at least it is better than some to which you introduced my son," continued Lady Kew's daughter-in-law, gathering force and wrath as she spoke. "Your ladyship may think lightly of me, but you can hardly think so ill of me as of the Duchesse d'Ivry. I should suppose, to whom you sent my boy, to form him, you said, about whom, when I remonstrated, for though I live out of the world, I hear of it sometimes. You were pleased to tell me that I was a prude and a fool. It is you, I think, for separating my child from me. Yes, you, for so many years of my life, and for bringing me to him when he was bleeding and almost a corpse, but that God preserved him to the widow's prayers, and you were by, and never came near him. I did not come to see you, or, for this kind of scene, Lady Wallam," muttered the other. Lady Kew was accustomed to triumph by attacking in masses, like Napoleon. Those who faced her routed her. "No, you did not come for me. I know very well," the daughter went on. "You loved me no better than you loved your son, whose life, as long as you meddled with it, you made wretched. You came here for my boy. Haven't you done him evil enough? And now God has mercifully preserved him. You want to lead him back again into ruin and crime. It shall not be so, wicked woman, bad mother, cruel, heartless parents. George!" Here her younger son entered the room, and she ran towards him with fluttering robes and seized his hands. "Here is your grandmother. Here is the Countess of Kew, come from Baden at last. And she wants to take Frank from us, my dear, and to give him back to the Frenchwoman again. No, no, oh my God, never, never." And she flung herself into George Barnes's arms, fainting with an hysteric burst of tears. "You had best get a straight waistcoat for your mother, George Barnes," Lady Kew said, scorn and hatred in her face. If she had been Iago's daughter, with a strong likeness to her sire, Lord Steyne's sister could not have looked more diabolical. "Have you had advice for her? Has nursing poor Kew turned her head? I came to see him. Why have I been left alone for half an hour with this mad woman? You ought not to trust her to give Frank medicine. It is positively—" "Excuse me," said George with a bow. "I don't think the complaint has, as yet, exhibited itself in my mother's branch of the family." She always hated me, thought George, but if she had by chance left me a legacy, there it goes. "You would like, ma'am, to see the rooms upstairs? Here is the landlord to conduct your ladyship. Frank will be quite ready to receive you when you come down. I am sure I need not beg of your kindness that nothing may be said to agitate him. It is barely 3 weeks since Monsieur de Castelloni's ball was extracted, and the doctors wish he should be kept as quiet as possible. Be sure that the landlord, the courier, and the persons engaged in showing the Countess of Kew the apartments above spent an agreeable time with Her Excellency, the Frau Gräfin von Kew. She must have had better luck in her encounter with these than in her previous passages with her grandson and his mother, for when she issued from her apartment in a new dress and fresh cap, Lady Kew's face wore an expression of perfect serenity. Her attendant may have shook her fist behind her, and her man's eyes and face looked blitz and Donnerwetter, but their mistress's features wore that pleased look which they assumed when she had been satisfactorily punishing somebody. Lord Kew had by this time got back from the garden to his own room, where he awaited grandmamma. If the mother and her 2 sons had, in the interval of Lady Kew's toilette, tried to resume the history of Bumble the Beetle, I fear they could not have found it very comical. "Bless me, my dear child, How well you look. Many a girl would give the world to have such a complexion. There is nothing like a mother for a nurse. Ah, no, Maria, you deserve to be the Mother Superior of a house of Sisters of Charity. You do. The landlord has given me a delightful apartment. Thank you. He is an extortionate wretch, but I have no doubt I shall be very comfortable. The Doddsburys stopped here. I see by the traveller's book quite right, instead of sleeping at that odious buggy Strasbourg. We have had a sad, sad time, my dears, at Baden, between anxiety about poor Sir Brian and about you, you naughty boy. I'm sure I wonder how I have got through it all. Dr. Fink would not let me come away today. Would come. I am sure it was uncommonly kind, ma'am, said poor Kew, with a rueful face. That horrible woman against whom I always warned, but young men will not take the advice of old grandmammas, has gone away these 10 days. Monsieur le Duc fetched her, and if he locked her up at Montcontour and kept her on bread and water for the rest of her life, I am sure he would serve her right. When a woman once forgets religious principles, Kew, she is sure to go wrong. The conversation room is shut up. The Dorkings go on Tuesday. Clara is really dear little artless creature, one that you will like, Maria. And as for Ethel, I really think she is an angel. To see her nursing her poor father is the most beautiful sight. Night after night she has stayed up with him. I know where she would like to be, the dear child. And if Frank falls ill again, Maria, he won't need a mother or useless old grandmother to nurse him. I have got some pretty messages to deliver from her, but they are for your private ears, my lord. Not even mammas and brothers may hear them. Do not go, mother. Pray stay, George, cried the sick man. And again Lord Stane's sister looked uncommonly like that lamented marquis. My cousin is a noble young creature, he went on. She has admirable good qualities, which I appreciate with all my heart. And her beauty, you know how I admire it. I have thought of her a great deal as I was lying on the bed yonder. The family look was not so visible in Lady Kew's face. And I wrote to her this very morning. She will have the letter by this time, probably. Bien, Frank, Lady Kew smiled, in her supernatural way, almost as much as her portrait by Harlow, as you may see it at Kewberry to this very day. She is represented seated before an easel, painting a miniature of her son, Lord Walham. I wrote to her on the subject of the last conversation we had together, Frank resumed, in a rather timid voice, the day before my accident. Perhaps she did not tell you, ma'am, of what passed between us. We had had a quarrel, one of many. Some cowardly hand, which we both of us can guess at, had written to her an account of my past life, and she showed me the letter. Then I told her that if she loved me, she never would have showed it to me, without any other words of reproof. I bade her farewell. It was not much, the showing that letter, but it was enough. In 20 differences we have had together, she had been unjust and captious, cruel towards me, and too eager, as I thought, for other people's admiration. Had she loved me, it seemed to me Ethel would have shown less vanity and better temper. What was I to expect in life afterwards from a girl who before our marriage used me so? Neither she nor I could be happy. She could be gentle enough and kind, and anxious to please any man whom she loves. God bless her. As for me, I suppose, I'm not worthy of so much talent and beauty, so we both understood that was a friendly farewell. And as I have been lying on my bed yonder, thinking perhaps I never might leave it, or if I did, that I should like to lead a different sort of life to that which ended in sending me there. My resolve of last month was only confirmed. God forbid that she and I should lead the lives of some folks we know, that Ethel should marry without love. perhaps to fall into it afterwards, and that I, after this awful warning I have had, should be tempted to back into that dreary life I was leading. It was wicked, ma'am. I know it was. Many and many a day I used to say so to myself, and longed to get rid of it. I am a poor, weak devil, I know. I am only too easily led into temptation, and I should only make matters worse if I married a woman who cares for the world more than for me, and would not make me happy at home. Ethel care for the world? Gasped out Lady Kew. A most artless, simple, affectionate creature, my dear Frank. She— He interrupted her, as a blush came rushing over his pale face. Ah, said he, if I had been the painter, and young Clive had been Lord Kew, which of us do you think she should have chosen? And she was right. He is a brave, handsome, honest young fellow, and is 1,000 times clever and better than I am. Not better, dear, thank God, cried his mother, coming round to the other side of his sofa and seizing her son's hand. No, I don't think he is better, Frank, said the diplomatist, walking away to the window. And as for Grandmamma at the end of this little speech and scene, her ladyship's likeness to her brother, the late revered Lord Steyne, was more frightful than ever. After a minute's pause, she rose up on her crooked stick and said, I really feel I am unworthy to keep company with so much exquisite virtue. It will be enhanced, my lord, by the thought of the pecuniary sacrifice which you are making. For I suppose you know that I have been hoarding, yes, and saving, and pinching, denying myself the necessities of life in order that my grandson might one day have enough to support his rank. Go and live and starve in your old dreary house, and marry a parson's daughter, and sing psalms with your precious mother. And I have no doubt you and she who has thwarted me all through my life, and whom I hated, yes, I hated from the moment she took my son from me, and brought misery into my family, will be all the happier when she thinks that she has made a poor, fond, lonely old woman more lonely and miserable. If you please, George Barnes, be good enough to tell my people that I shall go back to Baden. And waving her children away from her, the old woman tottered out of the room on her crutch. So the wicked fairy drove away disappointed in the chariot with the very dragons which had brought her away in the morning, and just had time to get their feed of black bread. I wonder whether they were the horses Clive and J.J. and Jack Belsize had used when they passed on their road to Switzerland. Black Care sits behind all sorts of horses and gives a trinkgeld to postilions all over the map. A thrill of triumph may be permitted to Lady Wallam after her victory over her mother-in-law. What Christian woman does not like to conquer another? And if that other were a mother-in-law, would the victory be less sweet? Husband and wives both will be pleased that Lady Wallam has had the better of this bout. And you, young boys and virgins, when your turn comes to be married, you will understand the hidden meaning of this passage. George Barnes got Oliver Twist out and began to read therein. Miss Nancy and Fanny again were summoned before this little company to frighten and delight them. I dare say even Fagin and Miss Nancy failed with the widow, so absorbed was she with the thoughts of the victory which she had just won. For the evening service in which her sons rejoiced her fond heart by joining, she lighted on a psalm which was as a Te Deum after the Battle of Kell by Rhine, where Kew's soul, as his mother thought, was the object of contention between the enemies. I have said, this book is all about the world and a respectable family dwelling in it. It is not a sermon, except where it cannot help itself, and the speaker pursuing the destiny of his narrative finds such a homily before him. O friend, in your life and mine, don't we light upon such sermons daily? Don't we see at home as well as amongst our neighbors that battle betwixt evil and good? Here on one side is self and ambition, and advancement, and right and love on the other. Which shall we let to triumph for ourselves? Which for our children? The young man was sitting smoking the vesper cigar. Frank would do it, and his mother actually lighted his cigar for him now, enjoining him straightway after to go to bed. Kew smoked and looked at a star, shining above in the heaven. Which is that star, he asked, and the accomplished young diplomatist answered it was Jupiter. What a lot of things you know, George, cries the senior, delighted. You ought to have been the elder. You ought, by Jupiter. But you have lost your chance this time. Yes, thank God, says George. And I am going to be all right, and to turn over a new leaf, old boy, and paste down the old ones, eh? I wrote to Martin's this morning to have all my horses sold, and I'll never beg. So help me, Jupiter. I made a vow, a promise to myself, you see, that I wouldn't if I recovered, and I wrote to Cousin Ethel this morning, as I thought over the matter yonder. I felt quite certain I was right, and that we could never pull together. Now the Countess is gone, I wonder whether I was right, to give up £60,000 and the prettiest girl in London. Shall I take the horses and go after her? My mother's gone to bed. She won't know, asked George. 60,000 is a lot of money to lose. Kew laughed. If you were to go and tell our grandmother that I could not live the night through, and that you would be Lord Kew in the morning, and your son Viscount Waltham, I think the Countess would make up a match between you and the £60,000, and the prettiest girl in England. She would, by Jupiter. I intend only to swear by the heathen gods now, Georgie. No, I am not sorry I wrote to Ethel. What a fine girl she is. I don't mean her beauty merely, but such a noble-bred one. And to think that there she is in the market to be knocked down to, I say, I was going to call that 3-year-old Ethelinda. We must christen her over again for Tattersall's, Georgie. A knock is heard through an adjoining door, and a maternal voice cries, It is time to go to bed. So the brothers part, and let us hope sleep soundly. The Countess of Kew, meanwhile, has returned to Baden, where, though it is midnight when she arrives, and the old lady has had 2 long bootless journeys, you will be grieved to hear that she does not sleep a single wink. In the morning she hobbles over to the Newcombe quarters, and Ethel comes down to her pale and calm. How is your father? He has had a good night. He is a little better, speaks more clearly, has a little more the use of his limbs. I wish I had had a good night, groans out the Countess. I thought you were going to Lord Kew at Kell, remarked her granddaughter. I did go, and returned with wretches who would not bring me more than 5 miles an hour. I dismissed that brutal grinning courier, and I have given warning to that fiend of a maid. And Frank is pretty well, Grandmamma. Well, he looks as pink as a girl in her first season. I found him, and his brother George and their mamma. I think Maria was hearing them, their catechism, cries the old lady. N and M together. Very pretty, says Ethel gravely. George has always been a good boy, and it's quite time for my Lord Kew to begin. The elder lady looked at her descendant, but Miss Ethel's glance was impenetrable. I suppose you can fancy, my dear, why I came back, said Lady Kew. Because you quarreled with Lady Waltham, Grandmamma. I think I have heard that there used to be differences between you. Miss Newcombe was armed for defense and attack, in which cases, we have said Lady Kew did not care to assault her. My grandson told me that he had written to you, the Countess said. Yes, and had you waited but half an hour yesterday, you might have spared me the humiliation of that journey. You? The humiliation? Ethel? Yes, me, Ethel flashed out. Do you suppose it is none to have me bandied about from bidder to bidder, and offered for sale to a gentleman who will not buy me? Why have you and all my family been so eager to get rid of me? Why should you suppose or desire that Lord Kew should like me. Hasn't he the opera, and such friends as Madame la Duchesse d'Ivry, to whom your ladyship introduced him in early life? He told me so, and she was good enough to inform me of the rest. What attractions have I in comparison with such women? And to this man from whom I am parted by good fortune, to this man who writes to remind me that we are separated, your ladyship must absolutely go and entreat him to give me another trial. It is too much, grandmamma. Do please to let me stay where I am, and worry me with no more schemes for my establishment in life. Be contented with the happiness which you have secured for Clara Lane and Barnes, and leave me to take care of my poor father. Here I know I am doing right. Here, at least, there is no such sorrow and doubt and shame for me as my friends have tried to make me endure. There is my father's bell. He likes me to be with him at breakfast and to read his paper to him. Stay a little, Ethel, cried the Countess with a trembling voice. I am older than your father, and you owe me a little obedience. That is, if children do owe any obedience to their parents nowadays. I don't know. I am an old woman. The world perhaps has changed since my time, and it is you who ought to command, I dare say, and we to follow. Perhaps I have been wrong all through life, and in trying to teach my children to do as I was made to do. God knows I have had very little comfort from them, whether they did or whether they didn't. You and Frank I had set my heart on. I loved you out of all my grandchildren. Was it very unnatural that I should wish to see you together? For that boy, I have been saving money these years past. He flies back to the arms of his mother, who has been pleased to hate me as only such virtuous people can, who took away my own son from me, and now his son, towards whom the only fault I ever committed was to spoil him and be too fond of him. Don't leave me too, my child. Let me have something that I can like at my years. And I like your pride, Ethel, and your beauty, my dear, and I am not angry with your hard words. And if I wish to see you in the place in life which becomes you, do I do wrong? No, silly girl. There, give me the little hand. How hot it is! Mine is as cold as a stone, and shakes, doesn't it? It was a pretty hand once. What did your mother say to Frank's letter? I did not show it to her, Ethel answered. Let me see it, my dear, whispered Lady Kew in a coaxing way. There it is, said Ethel, pointing to the fireplace, where there lay some torn fragments and ashes of paper. It was the same fireplace at which Clive's sketches had been burned. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 39, Amongst the Painters. When Clive Newcome comes to be old, no doubt he will remember his Roman days as amongst the happiest which fate ever awarded him. The simplicity of the student's life there, the greatness and friendly splendor of the scenes surrounding him, the delightful nature of the occupation in which he is engaged, the pleasant company of comrades, inspired by a like pleasure over a similar calling, the labor, the meditation, the holiday, and the kindly feast afterwards, should make the art students the happiest of youth, did they but know their good fortune. Their work is for the most part delightfully easy. It does not exercise the brain too much, but gently occupies it, and with the subject most agreeable to the scholar. The mere poetic flame, or jet of invention, needs to be lighted up but very seldom, namely, when the young painter is devising his subject, or settling the composition thereof. the posing of figures and drapery, the dexterous copying of the line, the artful processes of cross-hatching, of stumping, of laying on lights, and what-not, the arrangement of color, and the pleasing operations of glazing and the like, are labors for the most part merely manual. These, with the smoking of a proper number of pipes, carry the student through his day's work. If you pass his door, you will very probably hear him singing at his easel. I should like to know what young lawyer, mathematician, or divinity scholar can sing over his volumes, and at the same time advance with his labor. In every city where art is practiced, there are old gentlemen who never touched a pencil in their lives, but find the occupation and company of artists so agreeable that they are never out of the studios, follow one generation of painters after another, sit by with perfect contentment while Jack is drawing his Pifferoa, or Tom designing his cartoon, and years afterward when Jack is established in Newman Street, and Tom, a royal academician, shall still be found in their rooms, occupied now by fresh painters and pictures, telling the youngsters, their successors, what glorious fellows Jack and Tom were. A poet must retire to privy places and meditate his rhymes in secret. A painter can practice his trade in the company of friends. Your splendid chef d'école, a Rubens or a Horace Vernet, may sit with the secretary reading to him, a troop of admiring scholars watching the master's hand, or a company of court ladies and gentlemen, to whom he addresses a few kind words now and again, looking on admiringly, whilst the humblest painter, be he ever so poor, may have a friend watching at his easel, or a gentle wife sitting by with her work in her lap, and with fond smiles or talk or silence cheering his labor. Amongst all ranks and degrees of painters assembled at Rome, Mr. Clive found companions and friends. The cleverest man was not the best artist very often. The ablest artist not the best critic nor the best companion. Many a man could give no account of the faculty within him, but achieved success because he could not help it, and did, in an hour and without effort, that which another could not effect with half a life's labor. There were young sculptors who never read a line of Homer, who took on themselves nevertheless to interpret and continue the heroic Greek art. There were young painters with the strongest natural taste for low humor, comic singing, and cider-cellar jollifications, who would imitate nothing under Michelangelo, and whose canvases teemed with tremendous allegories of fates, furies, genii of death and battle. There were long-haired lads who fancied the sublime lay in the Peruginesque manner, and depicted saintly personages with crisp draperies, crude colors, and halos of gold leaf. Our friend marked all these practitioners of art with their various oddities and tastes, and was welcomed in the ateliers of all of them, from the great dons and seniors, the senators of the French and English Academy, down to the jovial students who railed at the elders over their cheap cups at the lepra. What a gallant, starving, generous, kindly life many of them led! What fun in their grotesque airs! What friendship and gentleness in their poverty! How splendidly Carlo talked to the Marquis his cousin, and the Duke his intimate friend! How great Federigo was on the subject of his wrongs from the Academy at home, a pack of tradesmen who could not understand high art, and who had never seen a good picture. With what haughtiness Augusto swaggered about at St. John's soirees, though he was known to have borrowed Fernando's coat and Luigi's dress boots. If one or the other was ill, how nobly and generously his companions flocked to comfort him, took turns to nurse the sick man through nights of fever, contributed out of their slender means to help him through his difficulty. Max, who loves fine dresses and the carnival so, gave up a costume and a carriage so as to help Pall, when he sold his picture through the agency of Pietro, with whom he had quarreled, and who recommended him to a patron, gave a third of the money back to Max, and took another third portion to Lazzaro, with his poor wife and children, who had not got a single order all that winter. And so the story went on. I have heard Clive tell of two noble young Americans who came to Europe to study their art, of whom the one fell sick, whilst the other supported his penniless comrade, and out of 6 pence a day absolutely kept but a penny for himself, giving the rest to his sick companion. "I should like to have known that good Samaritan, sir," our colonel said, twirling his mustachios, when we saw him again, and his son told him that story. J.J., in his steady, silent way, worked on every day, and for many hours every day. When Clive entered their studio of a morning, he found J.J. there, and there he left him. When the Life Academy was over at night, and Clive went out to his soirees, J.J. lighted his lamp and continued his happy labor. He did not care for the brawling supper parties of his comrades, liked better to stay at home than to go into the world, and was seldom abroad of a night except during the illness of Luigi before mentioned, when J.J. spent constant evenings at the other's bedside. J.J. was fortunate as well as skillful. People in the world took a liking to the modest young man, and he had more than one order for pictures. The Artists' Club at the Lepra set him down as close with his money, but a year after he left Rome, Lazzaro and his wife, who still remained there, told a different tale. Clive Newcombe, when he heard of their distress, gave them something, as much as he could spare, but J.J. gave more, and Clive was as eager in acknowledging and admiring his friend's generosity as he was in speaking of his genius. His was a fortunate organization indeed. Study was his chief amusement. Self-denial came easily to him. Pleasure, or what is generally called so, had little charm for him. His ordinary companions were pure and sweet thoughts. His outdoor enjoyment, the contemplation of natural beauty. For recreation, the 100 pleasant dexterities and manipulations of his craft were ceaselessly interesting to him. He would draw every knot in an oak panel, or every leaf in an orange tree, smiling and taking a gay delight over the simple feats of skill. Whenever you found him, he seemed watchful and serene. His modest virgin lamp always lighted and trim. No gusts of passion extinguished it. No hopeless wandering in the darkness afterwards led him astray. Wayfarers through the world, we meet now and again with such purity, and salute it, and hush whilst it passes on. We have it under Clive Newcome's own signature that he intended to pass a couple of years in Italy, devoting himself exclusively to the study of his profession. Other, besides professional reasons, were working secretly in the young man's mind, causing him to think that absence from England was the best cure for a malady under which he secretly labored. But change of air may cure some sick people more speedily than the sufferers ever hoped, and also it is on record that young men with the very best intentions respecting study do not fulfill them, and are led away from their scheme by accident, or pleasure, or necessity, or some good cause. Young Clive worked sedulously 2 or 3 months at his vocation at Rome, secretly devouring, no doubt, the pangs of sentimental disappointment under which he labored, and he drew from his models, and he sketched round about everything that suited his pencil on both sides of Tiber, and he labored at the Life Academy of nights, a model himself to other young students. The symptoms of his sentimental malady began to abate. He took an interest in the affairs of Jack and Tom and Harry round about him. Art exercised its great healing influence on his wounded spirit, which, to be sure, had never given in. The meeting of the painters at the Café Greco and at their private houses was very jovial, pleasant, and lively. Clive smoked his pipe, drank his glass of masala, sang his song, and took part in the general chorus as gaily as the jolliest of the boys. He was the cock of the whole painting school, the favorite of all, and to be liked by the people, you may be pretty sure that we, for our parts, must like them. Then, besides the painters, he had, as he had informed us, the other society of Rome. Every winter there is a gay and pleasant English colony in that capital, of course more or less remarkable for rank, fashion, and agreeability with every varying year. In Clive's year, some very pleasant folks set up their winter quarters in the usual foreigners' resort round about the Piazza di Spagna. I was amused to find lately, looking over the travels of the respectable Monsieur de Pollolins, that 120 years ago, the same quarter, the same streets and palaces, scarce changed from those days, were even then polite foreigners' resort. Of one or two of the gentlemen Clive had made the acquaintance in the hunting field. Others he had met during his brief appearance in the London world. Being a youth of great personal agility, fitted thereby to the graceful performance of polkas, etc., having good manners and good looks, and good credit with Prince Poloni, or some other banker, Mr. Newcombe was thus made very welcome to the Anglo-Roman society, and as kindly received in genteel houses, where they drank tea and danced the gallop, as in those dusky taverns and retired lodgings where his bearded comrades, the painters, held their meetings, thrown together every day, and night after night, flocking to the same picture galleries, statue galleries, Pincian drives, and church functions. The English colonists at Rome perforce became intimate, and in many cases friendly. They have an English library, where the various meets for the week are placarded. On such a day the Vatican galleries are open. The next is the Feast of Saint So-and-so. On Wednesday there will be music and vespers at the Sistine Chapel. On Thursday the Pope will bless the animals, sheep, horses, and what not, and flocks of English accordingly rush to witness the benediction of droves of donkeys. In a word, the ancient city of the Caesars, the august fanes of the popes, with their splendor and ceremony, are all mapped out and arranged for English diversion. And we run in a crowd to High Mass at St. Peter's, or to the illumination on Easter Day, as we run when the bells ring to the Vosgenian at Cremon, or the fireworks at Vauxhall. Running to see fireworks alone, rushing off to examine Bosgemen by oneself, is a dreary work. I should think very few men would have the courage to do it unattended, and personally would not prefer a pipe in their own rooms. Hence, if Clive went to see all these sights as he did, it is to be concluded that he went in company. And if he went in company and sought it, we may suppose that little affair which annoyed him at Baden no longer tended to hurt his peace of mind very seriously. The truth is, our countrymen are pleasanter abroad than at home, most hospitable, kindly, and eager to be pleased and to please. You see a family half a dozen times a week in the little Roman circle, whom you shall not meet twice in a season afterwards in the enormous London round. When Easter is over and everybody is going away at Rome, you and your neighbor shake hands, sincerely sorry to part. In London, we are obliged to dilute our kindness so that there is hardly any smack of the original milk. As one by one the pleasant families dropped off with whom Clive had spent his happy winter, as Admiral Freeman's carriage drove away, whose pretty girls he had caught at St. Peter's kissing St. Peter's toe, as Dick Denby's family ark appeared with all Denby's sweet young children kissing farewells to him out of the window, as those three charming Miss Belos, with whom he had had that glorious day in the catacombs, as friend after friend quitted the great city with kind greetings, warm pressures of the hand, and hopes of meeting in a yet greater city on the banks of the Thames. Young Clive felt a depression of spirit. Rome was Rome, but it was pleasanter to see it in company. Our painters are smoking still at the Oath's Greco, but a society all smoke and all painters did not suit him. If Mr. Clive is not a Michelangelo or a Beethoven, or if his genius is not gloomy, solitary, gigantic, shining alone like a lighthouse, a storm round about him, and breakers dashing at his feet, I cannot help myself. He is as heaven made him, brave, honest, gay, and friendly, and persons of a gloomy turn must not look to him as a hero. So Clive and his companion worked away with all their hearts from November until far into April, when Easter came, and the glorious gala with which the Roman Church celebrates that holy season. By this time, Clive's books were full of sketches: ruins, imperial and medieval, peasants and bagpipe men, passionists with shaven poles, capuchins and the equally hairy frequenters of the Café Greco, painters of all nations who resort there, cardinals and their queer equipages in attendance, the Holy Father himself. It was Gregory the 16th of the name, the dandified English on the Pincio, and the wonderful Roman members of the hunt. Were not all these designed by the young man and admired by his friends in after days? J.J.'s sketches were few, but he had painted 2 beautiful little pictures and sold them for so good a price that Prince Paloma's people were quite civil to him. He had orders for yet more pictures, and having worked very hard, thought himself authorized to accompany Mr. Clive upon a pleasure trip to Naples, which the latter deemed necessary after his own tremendous labors. He, for his part, had painted no pictures, though he had commenced a dozen and turned them to the wall. But he had sketched, and dined, and smoked, and danced, as we have seen. So the little Britska was put behind horses again, and our 2 friends set out on their tour, having quite a crowd of brother artists to cheer them, who had assembled and had a breakfast for the purpose at that comfortable osteria near the Lateran Gate. How the fellows flung their hats up and shouted, "Levez vol," and "Adieu," and "God bless you, old boy," in many languages. Clive was the young swell of the artists of that year, and adored by the whole of the jolly company. His sketches were pronounced on all hands to be admirable. It was agreed that if he chose, he might do anything. So with promises of a speedy return, they left behind them the noble city, which all love was once have seen it, and of which we think afterwards ever with the kindness and the regard of home. They dashed across the Campagna and over the beautiful hills of Albano, and sped through the solemn Pontine marshes, and stopped to roost at terracing, which was not at all like Fra Diavolo's terracing at Covent Garden, as J.J. was distressed to remark. And so, galloping onwards through 100 ancient cities that crumble on the shores of the beautiful Mediterranean, behold, on the second day as they ascended a hill about noon, Vesuvius came in view, its great shape shimmering blue in the distant haze, its banner of smoke in the cloudless sky. And about 5 o'clock in the evening, as everybody will who starts from terracing early and pays the postboy well, the travelers came to an ancient city, walled and fortified, with drawbridges over the shining moats. "Here is Capua," says J.J., and Clive burst out laughing, thinking of his Capua, which he had left how many months, years it seemed to go. From Capua to Naples is a fine straight road, and our travelers were landed at the latter place at supper time, where, if they had quarters at the Vittoria Hotel, they were as comfortable as any gentleman painters need wish to be in this world. The aspect of the place was so charming and delightful to Clive. The beautiful sea stretched before his eyes when waking. Capri, a fairy island in the distance, in the amethyst rocks of which sirens might be playing. That fair line of cities skirting the shore, glittering white along the purple water. over the whole brilliant scene Vesuvius rising, with cloudlets playing round its summit, and the country bursting out into that glorious vegetation with which sumptuous nature decorates every spring. This city and scene of Naples was so much to Clive's liking that I have a letter from him dated a couple of days after the young man's arrival, in which he announces his intention of staying there forever, and gives me an invitation to some fine lodgings in a certain palazzo, on which he has cast his eye. He is so enraptured with the place that he says to die and be buried there even would be quite a treat. So charming is the cemetery where the Neapolitan dead repose. The fates did not, however, ordain that Clive Newcome should pass all his life at Naples. His Roman banker presently forwarded a few letters to his address, some which had arrived after his departure, others which had been lying at the poste restante, with his name written in perfectly legible characters, but which the authorities of the post, according to their custom, would not see when Clive sent for them. It was one of these letters which Clive clutched the most eagerly. It had been lying since October, actually, at the Roman post, though Clive had asked for letters there 100 times. It was that little letter from Ethel, in reply to his own, whereof we have made mention in a previous chapter. There was not much in the little letter. Nothing, of course, that virtue or grandmamma might not read over the young moiter's shoulder. It was affectionate, simple, rather melancholy, described in a few words Sir Brian's seizure and present condition, spoke of Lord Kew, who was mending rapidly, as if Clive, of course, was aware of his accident, of the children, of Clive's father, and ended with a hearty "God bless you" to Clive from his sincere Ethel. You boast of its being over. You see it is not over, says Clive's monitor and companion. Else, why should you have dashed at that letter before all the others, Clive? J.J. had been watching, not without interest, Clive's blank face as he read the young lady's note. "How do you know who wrote the letter?" asked Clive. "I can read the signature in your face," says the other, "and I could almost tell the contents of the note. Why have you such a telltale face, Clive?" "It is over, but when a man has once, you know, gone through an affair like that," says Clive, looking very grave, he's anxious to hear of Alice Gray, and how she's getting on, you see, my good friend." And he began to shout out, as of old, "Her heart it is another's, she never can be mine," and to laugh at the end of the song. "Well, well," says he, "it is a very kind note, a very proper little note, the expression elegant. J.J., the sentiment is most correct. All the little T's most properly crossed, and all the little I's have dots over their little heads. It's a sort of prize note, don't you see, and one such as in the old spelling book story, the good boy received a plum cake for writing. Perhaps you weren't educated on the old spelling book, J.J. My good old father taught me to read out of his. I say, I think it was a shame to keep the old boy waiting whilst I have been giving an audience to this young lady. Dear old father," and he apostrophized the letter. "I beg your pardon, sir. Miss Newcome requested 5 minutes' conversation, and I was obliged, from politeness, you know, to receive. There's nothing between us, nothing but what's most correct, upon my honor and conscience." And he kissed his father's letter, and calling out again, "Dear old father," proceeded to read as follows. "Your letters, my dearest Clive, have been the greatest comfort to me. I seem to hear you as I read them. I can't but think that this, the modern and natural style, is a great progress upon the old-fashioned manner of my day, when we used to begin to our fathers, 'Honored father,' or even 'Honored sir.' Some precisians used to write still from Mr. Lord's Academy at Tooting, where I went before Greyfriars, though I suspect parents were no more honored in those days than nowadays. I know one who I'd rather be trusted than honored, and you may call me what you please, so as you do that. It is not only to me your letters give pleasure. Last week I took yours from Baden, number 3, September 15th, into Calcutta, and could not help showing it at Government House, where I dined. Your sketch of the old Russian princess and her little boy, gambling, was capital. Colonel Buckmaster, Lord Bagwig's private secretary, knew her, and says it is to a T. And I read out to some of my young fellows what you said about play, and how you had given it over. I very much fear some of the young rogues are at dice and brandy pawnee before tiffin. What you say of young Ridley? I take cum grano. His sketches I thought were very agreeable, but to compare them to a certain gentleman's. Never mind, I shall not try to make him think too well of himself. I kissed dear Ethel's hand in your letter. I write her a long letter by this mail. If Pall de Florac in any way resembles his mother, between you and him there ought to be a very warm regard. I knew her when I was a boy, long before you were born or thought of, and in wandering 40 years through the world since, I have seen no woman in my eyes so good or so beautiful. Your cousin Ethel reminded me of her, as handsome, but not so lovely. Yes, it was that pale lady you saw at Paris, with eyes full of care and hair streaked with gray. So it will be the turn of you young folks. Come 8 more lustres, and your heads will be bald like mine, or gray like Madame de Florac's, and bending over the ground where we are lying in quiet. I understand from you that young Pall is not in very flourishing circumstances. If he still is in need, mind and be his banker, and I will be yours. Any child of hers must never want when I have a spare guinea. I do not mind telling you, sir, that I cared for her more than millions of guineas once, and half broke my heart about her when I went to India as a young chap. So, if any such misfortunes happen to you, consider, my boy, you are not the only one. Benny writes me word that he has been ailing. I hope you are a good correspondent with him. What made me turn to him just after speaking of unlucky love affairs? Could I be thinking about little Rosie Mackenzie? She is a sweet little lass, and James will leave her a pretty piece of money. For a bon sap, I should like you to marry, but God forbid you should marry for 1,000,000 of gold mohurs. And gold mohurs bring me to another subject. Do you know I narrowly missed losing half a lakh of rupees, which I had at an agent's here? And who do you think warned me about him? Our friend Roman Lall, who has lately been in England, and with whom I made the voyage from Southampton. He is a man of wonderful tact and observation. I used to think meanly of the honesty of natives and treat them haughtily, as I recollect doing this very gentleman at your Uncle Newcomes in Briarstone Square. He heaped coals of fire on my head by saving my money for me, and I have placed it with interest in his house. If I would but listen to him, my capital might be trebled in a year, he says, and the interest immensely increased. He enjoys the greatest esteem among the moneyed men here, keeps a splendid establishment and house here in Barrackpore, is princely in his benefactions. He talks to me about the establishment of a bank, of which the profits are so enormous and the scheme so, seemingly, clear, that I don't know whether I mayn't be tempted to take a few shares. Nous verrons. Several of my friends are longing to have a finger in it, but be sure this, I shall do nothing rashly and without the very best advice. I have not been frightened yet by your drafts upon me. Draw as many of these as you please. You know I don't half like the other kind of drawing, except as a délaissement. But if you chose to be a weaver like my grandfather, I should not say you nay. Don't stint yourself of money or of honest pleasure. Of what good is money, unless we can make those we love happy with it? There would be no need for me to save if you were to save too. So, and as you know as well as I, what our means are, in every honest way use them. I should like you not to pass the whole of next year in Italy, but to come home and pay a visit to honest James Binney. I wonder how the old barrack in Fitzroy Square looks without me. Try and go round by Paris on your way home, and pay your visit, and carry your father's fond remembrances to Madame la Comtesse de Florac. I don't say remember me to my brother, as I write Brian by this mail. Adieu, mon fils. Je t'embrasse, and am always my Clive's affectionate father, T.N. Isn't he a noble old trump? That point had been settled by the young men any time these 3 years. And now Mr. J.J. remarked that when Clive had read his father's letter once, then he read Ethel's over again, and put it in his breast pocket, and was very disturbed in mind that day, pishing and shawing at the statue gallery which they went to see at the Museo. After all, says Clive, what rubbish these second-rate statues are. What a great hulking abortion is this brute of Farnese Hercules. There's only one bit in the whole gallery that is worth a 2-penny piece. It was the beautiful fragment called Psyche. J.J. smiled at his comrade's spoken admiration of this statue, in the slim shape, in the delicate formation of the neck, in the haughty, virginal expression. The Psyche is not unlike the Diana of the Louvre, and the Diana of the Louvre, we have said, was like a certain young lady. After all, continues Clive, looking up at the great knotted legs of that clumsied, caricatured porter, which likened the Athenian, sculptured in bad times of art, surely. She could not write otherwise than she did, don't you see? Her letter is quite kind and affectionate. You see, she says, she shall always hear of me with pleasure. Hopes I'll come back soon, and bring some good pictures with me, since pictures I will do. She thinks small beer of painters, J.J. Well, we don't think small beer of ourselves, my noble friend. I suppose it must be over by this time, and I may write to her as the Countess of Kew. The custode of the apartment had seen admiration and wonder expressed by hundreds of visitors to his marble giant, but he had never known Hercules occasion emotion before, as in the case of the young stranger, who, after staring a while at the statue, dashed his hand across his forehead with a groan, and walked away from before the graven image of the huge strong man, who had himself been made such a fool by women. My father wants me to go and see James and Madame de Florac, says Clive, as they stride down the street to the Toledo. J.J. puts his arm through his companion's, which is deep the pocket of his velvet paletot. You must not go home till you hear it is over, Clive, whispers J.J. Of course not, old boy, says the other, blowing tobacco out of his shaking head. Not very long after their arrival, we may be sure they went to Pompeii, of which place, as this is not an Italian tour, but a history of Clive Newcome, Esquire, and his most respectable family, we shall offer to give no description. The young man had read Sir Bulwer Lytton's delightful story, which has become the history of Pompeii, before they came thither, and Pliny's description apud the guidebook, admiring the wonderful ingenuity with which the English writer had illustrated the place by his text, as if the houses were so many pictures to which he had appended a story. Clive the wag, who was always indulging his vein for caricature, was proposing that they should take the same place, names, people, and make a burlesque story. What would be a better figure, says he, than Pliny's mother, whom the historian describes as exceedingly corpulent, and walking away from the catastrophe with slaves holding cushions behind her, to shield her plump person from the cinders. Yes, old Mrs. Pliny shall be my heroine, says Clive. A picture of her on a dark gray paper, and touched up with red at the extremities, exists in Clive's album to the present day. As they were laughing, rattling, wondering, mimicking, the cicerone attending them with his nasal twaddle, anon pausing and silent, yielding to the melancholy pity and wonder which the aspect of that strange and smiling place inspires. Behold, they come upon another party of English, 2 young men accompanying a lady. "What, Clive?" cries one. "My dear, dear Lord Kew," shouts the other, and as the young man rushes up and grasps the 2 hands of the other, they begin to blush. Lord Kew and his family resided in a neighboring hotel on the Chiafa at Naples, and that very evening, on returning from the Pompeian excursion, the 2 painters were invited to take tea by those friendly persons. J.J. excused himself and stayed at home drawing all night. Clive went, and passed a pleasant evening, in which all sorts of future tours and pleasure parties were projected by the young men. They were to visit Paestum, Capri, Sicily. "Why not Malta and the East?" asked Lord Kew. Lady Waltham was alarmed. Had not Kew been in the East already? Clive was surprised and agitated too. Could Kew think of going to the East and making long journeys when he had? He had other engagements that would necessitate his return home. No, he must not go to the East, Lord Kew's mother avowed. Kew had promised to stay with her during the summer at Castelmare, and Mr. Newcombe must come and paint their portraits there, all their portraits. She would like to have an entire picture gallery of Kew's, if her son would remain at home during the sittings. At an early hour, Lady Waltham retired to rest, exacting Clive's promise to come to Castelmare, and George Barnes disappeared to array himself in an evening costume and to pay his round of visits as become a young diplomatist. This part of diplomatic duty does not commence until after the opera at Naples, and society begins when the rest of the world has gone to bed. Kew and Clive stayed till 1 o'clock in the morning, when the latter returned to his hotel. Not one of those fine parties at Paestum, Sicily, etc. was carried out. Clive did not go to the East at all, and it was J.J. who painted Lord Kew's portrait that summer at Castelmare. The next day Clive went for his passport to the embassy, and a steamer departing direct from Marseille on that very afternoon. Behold, Mr. Newcombe was on board of her, Lord Kew and his brother and J.J. waving their hats to him as the vessel left the shore. Away went the ship, cleaving swiftly through the azure waters, but not swiftly enough for Clive. J.J. went back with a sigh to his sketchbook and easels. I suppose the other young disciple of art had heard something which caused him to forsake his sublime mistress for one who was much more capricious and earthly. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 40, Returns from Rome to Pall. One morning in the month of July, when there was actually sunshine in Lamb Court, and the 2 gentlemen who occupied the 3rd-floor chambers, there in partnership, were engaged, as their custom was, over their pipes and their manuscripts, and their Times newspaper. Behold, a fresh sunshine burst into their room in the person of a young Clive, with a bronzed face and a yellow beard and mustachios, and those bright, cheerful eyes, the sight of which was always so welcome to both of us. What, Clive? What, the young one? What, Benjamin? Shout Pendennis and Warrington. Clive had obtained a very high place indeed in the latter's affections, so much so that if I could have found it in my heart to be jealous of such a generous, brave fellow, I might have grudged him his share of Warrington's regard. He blushed up with pleasure to see us again. Pigeon, our boy, introduced him with a jubilant countenance, and Flanagan, the laundress, came smirking out of the bedroom, eager to get a nod of recognition from him, and bestow a smile of welcome upon everybody's favorite Clive. In 2 minutes, an armchair full of magazines, slips of copy, and books for review was emptied over the neighboring coal scuttle, and Clive was in the seat, a cigar in his mouth, as comfortable as if he had never been away. When did he come? Last night. He was back in Charlotte Street at his old lodgings. He had been to breakfast in Fitzroy Square that morning. James Binney chirped for joy at seeing him. His father had written to him desiring him to come back and see James Binney. Pretty Miss Rosie was very well, thank you. And Mrs. Mac? Wasn't Mrs. Mackenzie delighted to behold him? Come, sir, on your honor and conscience. Didn't the widow give you a kiss on your return? Clive sends an uncut number of the Pall Mall Gazette flying across the room at the head of the Inquirer, but blushes as sweetly that I have very little doubt some pretty meeting had taken place. What a pity it is he had not been here a short while since for a marriage in high life, to give away his dear barns, and sign the book, along with the other dignitaries. We described that ceremony to him, and announced the promotion of his friend Florac, now our friend also, director of the great Anglo-Gallic Railway, the Prince de Montcontour. Then Clive told us of his deeds during the winter, of the good fun he had had at Rome, and the jolly fellows he had met there. Was he going to astonish the world by some grand pictures? He was not. The more he worked, the more discontented he was with his performance somehow. But J.J. was coming out very strong. J.J. was going to be a stunner. We turned with pride and satisfaction to that very number of the Pall Mall Gazette, which the youth had flung at us, and showed him a fine article by F. Bayham, Esquire, in which the picture sent home by J.J. was enthusiastically lauded by the great critic. So he was back amongst us, and it seemed but yesterday he had quitted us. To Londoners, everything seems to have happened but yesterday. Nobody has time to miss his neighbor who goes away. People go to the Cape, or on a campaign, or on a tour around the world, or to India, and return with a wife and 2 or 3 children, and we fancy it was only the other day they left us. So engaged is every man in his individual speculations, studies, struggles. So selfish does our life make us. Selfish, but not ill-natured. We are glad to see an old friend, though we do not weep when he leaves us. We humbly acknowledge, if fate calls us away likewise, that we are no more missed than any other atom. After talking for a while, Mr. Clive must needs go into the city, whither I accompanied him. His interview with Messrs. Jolly and Baines at the house in Fog Court must have been very satisfactory. Clive came out of the parlor with a radiant countenance. "Do you want any money, old boy?" says he. "The dear old governor has placed a jolly sum to my account, and Mr. Baines has told me how delighted Mrs. Baines and the girls will be to see me at dinner. He says my father has made a lucky escape out of one house in India, and a famous investment in another. Nothing could be more civil. How uncommonly kind and friendly everybody is in London. Everybody." Then bestowing ourselves in a hansom cab, which had probably just deposited some other capitalist in the city, we made for the west end of the town, where Mr. Clive had some important business to transact with his tailors. He discharged his outstanding little account with easy liberality, blushing as he pulled out of his pocket a new checkbook, page 1 of which he bestowed on the delighted artist. From Mr. B's shop to Mr. Truefitt's is but a step. Our young friend was induced to enter the hairdresser's and leave behind him a great portion of the flowing locks and the yellow beard, which he had brought with him from Rome. With his mustachios he could not be induced to part, painters and cavalry officers having a right to those decorations. And why should not this young fellow wear smart clothes and a smart mustache, and look handsome, and take his pleasure, and bask in his sun when it shone? Time enough for flannel and a fire when the winter comes, and for gray hair and cork-soled boots in the natural decline of years. Then we went to pay a visit at a hotel in Jermyn Street to our friend Florac, who was now magnificently lodged there. A powdered giant lolling in the hall, his buttons emblazoned with prodigious coronets, took our cards up to the prince. As the door of an apartment on the first floor opened, we heard a cry as of joy, and that nobleman in a magnificent Persian dressing gown, rushing from the room, plunged down the stairs and began kissing Clive, to the respectful astonishment of the Titan in livery. "Come that I present you, my friends," our good little Frenchman exclaimed, "to Madame to my wife." We entered the drawing-room. A demure little lady of near 60 years of age was seated there, and we were presented in form to Madame Princess de Mercantour, née Higg, of Manchester. She made us a stiff little curtsy, but looked not ill-natured. Indeed, few women could look at Clive Newcome's gallant figure and brave smiling countenance and keep a frown on their own very long. "I have heard of you from somebody else besides the prince," said the lady, with rather a blush. "Your uncle has spoke to me often about you, Mr. Clive, and about your good father." "C'est son directeur," whispers Florac to me. I wondered which of the firm of Newcombe had taken that office upon him. "Now you are come to England," the lady continued, "whose Lancashire pronunciation being once indicated, we shall henceforth, out of respect to the prince's rank, generally preterment. Now you are come to England, we hope to see you often. Not here in this noisy hotel, which I can't bear, but in the country. Our house is only 3 miles from Newcombe. Not such a grand place as your uncle's, but I hope we shall see you there a great deal, and your friend Mr. Pendennis, if he is passing that way." The invitation to Mr. Pendennis, I am bound to say, was given in terms by no means so warm as those in which the princess's hospitality to Clive were professed. "Shall we meet at your Uncle Hobson's?" the lady continued to Clive. "His wife is a most charming, well-informed woman, has been most kind and civil, and we dine there today. Barnes and his wife is gone to spend the honeymoon at Newcombe. Lady Clara is a sweet, dear thing, and her pa and ma most affable, I am sure. What a pity Sir Brian couldn't attend the marriage. There was everybody there in London, almost. Sir Harvey Diggs says he is mending very slowly. In life we are in death, Mr. Newcombe. Isn't it sad to think of him, in the midst of all his splendor and prosperity, and he so infirm and unable to enjoy them? But let us hope for the best, and that his health will soon come round." With these and similar remarks, in which poor Florac took but a very small share, for he seemed dumb and melancholy in the company of the princess, his elderly spouse, the visit sped on. Mr. Pendennis, to whom very little was said, having leisure to make his silent observations upon the person to whom he had been just presented. As there lay on the table 2 neat little packages addressed the Princess de Mercantour, an envelope to the same address, with the prescription, number 9396, further inscribed on the paper, and a sheet of notepaper bearing Kabbalistic characters, and the signature of that most fashionable physician, Sir Harvey Diggs. I was led to believe that the Lady of Montcontour was, or fancied herself, in a delicate state of health. By the side of the physic for the body was medicine for the soul, a number of pretty little books in middle-age bindings, in antique type, many of theist, adorned with pictures of the German school, representing demure ecclesiastics, with their heads on one side, children in long starched nightgowns, virgins bearing lilies, and so forth, from which it was to be concluded that the owner of the volumes was not so hostile to Rome as she had been at an earlier period of her religious life, and that she had migrated, in spirit, from Clapham to Knightsbridge. So many wealthy mercantile families have likewise done in the body. A long strip of embroidery of the Gothic pattern furthermore betrayed her present inclinations, and the person observing these things, whilst nobody was taking any notice of him, was amused when the accuracy of his conjectures was confirmed by the reappearance of the gigantic footman, calling out, "Honey man," in a loud voice, and preceding that divine into the room. "C'est le directeur. Venez fumer dans ma chambre, Pen," growled Florac, as Honeyman came sliding over the carpet, his elegant smile changing to a blush when he beheld Clive, his nephew, seated by the princess's side. This, then, was the uncle who had spoken about Clive and his father to Madame de Florac. Charles seemed in the best condition. He held out 2 brand-new lavender-colored kid gloves to shake hands with his dear Clive. Florac and Mr. Pendennis vanished out of the room as he appeared, so that no precise account can be given of this affecting interview. When I quitted the hotel, a brown brougham with a pair of beautiful horses, the harness and panels emblazoned with the neatest little ducal coronets you ever saw, and a cipher under each crown as easy to read as the arrow-headed inscriptions on one of Mr. Laird's Assyrian chariots, was in waiting, and I presume that Madame la Princesse was about to take an airing. Clive had passed the avuncular banking house in the city, without caring to face his relatives there. Mr. Newcome was now in sole command, Mr. Barnes being absent at Newcome, the baronet little likely ever to enter bank parlour again, but his bounden duty was to wait on the ladies, and of course, only from duty's sake, he went the very first day and called in Park Lane. The family was absent ever since the marriage summary last week. The footman, who had accompanied the party to Baden, informed Clive when he opened the door and recognized that gentleman. "Sir Brian pretty well, thank you, sir. The family was at Brighton. That is Miss Newcome is in London, staying with her grandmamma in Queen Street, Mayfair, sir." The varnished doors closed upon Jeeves within. The brazen knockers grinned their familiar grin at Clive, and he went down the blank steps discomfited. Must it be owned that he went to a club, and looked in the directory for the number of Lady Kew's house in Queen Street? Her ladyship had a furnished house for the season. No such noble name to be found among the inhabitants of Queen Street. Mr. Hobson was from home, that is. Thomas had orders not to admit strangers on certain days or before certain hours, so that Aunt Hobson saw Clive without being seen by the young man. I cannot say how much he regretted that mischance. His visits of propriety were thus all paid, and he went off to dine dutifully with James Binney, after which meal he came to a certain rendezvous given to him by some bachelor friends for the evening. James Binney's eyes lightened up with pleasure on beholding his young Clive. The youth, obedient to his father's injunction, had hastened to Fitzroy Square immediately after taking possession of his old lodgings, his during the time of his absence. The old properties and carved cabinets, the picture of his father looking melancholy out of the canvas, greeted Clive strangely on the afternoon of his arrival. No wonder he was glad to get away from a solitude peopled with a number of dismal recollections, to the near hospitality of Fitzroy Square and his guardian and friend there. James had not improved in health during Clive's 10 months' absence. He had never been able to walk well, or to take his accustomed exercise after his fall. He was no more used to riding than the late Mr. Gibbon, whose person James's somewhat resembled, and of whose philosophy our Scottish friend was an admiring scholar. The Colonel gone. James would have arguments with Mr. Honeyman over their claret, bring down the famous 15th and 16th chapters of the Decline and Fall upon him, and quite get the better of the clergyman. James, like many other skeptics, was very obstinate, and for his part believed that almost all parsons had as much belief as the Roman augurs in their ceremonies. Certainly, poor Honeyman, in their controversies, gave up one article after another, flying from James's assault. But the battle over, Charles Honeyman would pick up these accoutrements which he had flung away in his retreat, wipe them dry, and put them on again. Lamed by his fall, and obliged to remain much within doors, where certain society did not always amuse him, James Binney sought excitement in the pleasures of the table, partaking of them the more freely now that his health could afford them the less. Clive, the sly rogue, observed a great improvement in the commissariat since his good father's time, ate his dinner with thankfulness, and made no remarks. Nor did he confide to us for a while his opinion that Mrs. Mac bored the good gentleman most severely, that he pined away under her kindnesses, sneaked off to his study chair in his nap, was only too glad when some of the widow's friends came, or she went out, seeming to breathe more freely when she was gone, and drink his wine more cheerily when rid of the intolerable weight of her presence. I protest the great ills of life are nothing. The loss of your fortune is a mere flea-bite. The loss of your wife, how many men have supported it and married comfortably afterwards? It is not what you lose, but what you have daily to bear that is hard. I can fancy nothing more cruel, after a long easy life of bachelorhood, than to have to sit day after day with a dull, handsome woman opposite, to have to answer her speeches about the weather, housekeeping, and what-not, to smile appropriately when she is disposed to be lively. That laughing at the jokes is the hardest part, and to model your conversation so as to suit her intelligence, knowing that a word used out of its downright signification will not be understood by your fair breakfast-maker. Women go through this simpering and smiling life, and bear it quite easily. Theirs is a life of hypocrisy. What good woman does not laugh at her husband's or father's jokes and stories time after time, and would not laugh at breakfast, lunch, and dinner if he told them? Flattery is their nature. To coax, flatter, and sweetly befool someone is every woman's business. She is none if she declines this office. But men are not provided with such powers of humbug or endurance. They perish and pine away miserably when bored, or they shrink off to the club or public house for comfort. I want to say as delicately as I can, and never liking to use rough terms regarding a handsome woman, that Mrs. Mackenzie, herself being in the highest spirits and the best humor, extinguished her half-brother, James Binney, Esquire, that she was as a malaria to him, poisoning his atmosphere, numbing his limbs, destroying his sleep. That day after day, as he sat down at breakfast, and she leveled commonplaces at her dearest James, her dearest James became more wretched under her, and no one could see what his complaint was. He called in the old physicians at the club. He dosed himself with poppy and mandragora and blue pill. Lower and lower went poor James's mercury. If he wanted to move to Brighton or Cheltenham, well and good. Whatever were her engagements, or whatever pleasure darling Rosie might have in store, dear thing. At her age, my dear Mrs. Newcombe, would not one do all to make a young creature happy? Under no circumstances could I think of leaving my poor brother. Mrs. Mackenzie thought herself a most highly principled woman. Mrs. Newcombe had also a great opinion of her. These two ladies had formed a considerable friendship in the past months, the captain's widow having an unaffected reverence for the banker's lady, and thinking her one of the best informed and most superior women in the world. When she had a high opinion of a person, Mrs. Mac always wisely told it. Mrs. Newcombe, in her turn, thought Mrs. Mackenzie a very clever, agreeable, ladylike woman. Not accomplished, but one could not have everything. No, no, my dear, says simple Hobson. Never would do to have every woman as clever as you are, Maria. Women would have it all their own way then. Maria, as her custom was, thanked God for being so virtuous and clever, and graciously admitted Mrs. and Miss Mackenzie into the circle of adorers of that supreme virtue and talent. Mr. Newcombe took little Rosie and her mother to some parties. When any took place in Bryanstone Square, they were generally allowed to come to tea. When on the second day of his arrival the dutiful Clive went to dine with Mr. James, the ladies, in spite of their raptures at his return and delight at seeing him, were going in the evening to his aunt. Their talk was about the princess all dinner time. The prince and princess were to dine in Bryanstone Square. The princess had ordered such and such things at the jeweller's. The princess would take rank over an English earl's daughter, over Lady Anne Newcombe, for instance. Oh dear, I wish the prince and princess were smothered in the Tower, growled James Benny. Since you have got acquainted with them, I have never heard of anything else. Clive, like a wise man, kept his counsel about the prince and princess, with whom we have seen that he had had the honor of an interview that very day. But after dinner, Rosie came round and whispered to her mamma, and after Rosie's whisper, mamma flung her arms around Rosie's neck and kissed her, and called her a thoughtful darling. What do you think this creature says, Clive? Says Mrs. Mac, still holding her darling's little hand. I wonder I had not thought of it myself. What is it, Mrs. Mackenzie? Asked Clive, laughing. She says, why should not you come to your aunt's with us? We are sure Mrs. Newcombe would be most happy to see you. Rosie, with a little hand put to mamma's mouth, said, Why did you tell, you naughty mamma? Isn't she a naughty mamma, Uncle James? More kisses follow after this sally, of which Uncle James receives one with perfect complacency, mamma crying out as Rosie retires to dress. That darling child is always thinking of others, always. Clive says he will sit and smoke a cheroot with Mr. Binney, if they please. James's countenance falls. We have left off that sort of thing here, my dear Clive. A long time, cries Mrs. Mackenzie, departing from the dining room. But we have improved the claret, Clive, my boy, whispers Uncle James. Let us have another bottle, and we will drink to the dear Colonel's good health and speedy return. God bless him. I say, Clive, Tom seems to have had a most fortunate escape out of Winter's house, thanks to our friend Marmon Lowell, and to have got into a capital good thing with this Bundelkund Bank. They speak famously of it at Hanover Square, and I see that her courier quotes the shares at a premium already. Clive did not know anything about the Bundelkund Bank, except a few words found in a letter from his father, which he had in the city this morning, and an uncommonly liberal remittance the governor has sent me home, sir, upon which they fill another bumper to the colonel's health. Mamma and Rosie come and show their pretty pink dresses before going to Mrs. Newcomes, and Clive lights a cigar in the hall. And isn't there a jubilation at the haunt when the young fellow's face appears above the smoke clouds there? End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 41, An Old Story. Many of Clive's Roman friends were by this time come to London, and the young man renewed his acquaintance with them, and had speedily a considerable circle of his own. He thought fit to allow himself a good horse or two, and appeared in the park among other young dandies. He and Monsieur de Montcontour were sworn allies. Lord Fairham, who had purchased J.J.'s picture, was Clive's very good friend. Major Pendennis himself pronounced him to be a young fellow of agreeable manners, and very favorably viewed, as the Major happened to know, in some very good quarters. Ere many days Clive had been to Brighton to see Lady Anne and Sir Brian, and good Aunt Honeyman, in whose house the baronet was lodged, and I suppose he found out, by some means or other, where Lady Kew lived in Mayfair. But her ladyship was not at home, nor was she at home on the second day, nor did there come any note from Ethel to her cousin. She did not ride in the park as of old. Clive, bien vu as he was, did not belong to that great world as yet, in which he would be pretty sure to meet her every night at one of those parties where everybody goes. He read her name in the paper morning after morning, as having been present at Lady This's entertainment and Lady That's ministerial reunion. At first, he was too shy to tell what the state of the case was, and took nobody into his confidence regarding his little tundra. There he was riding through Queen Street, Mayfair, attired in splendid raiment, never missing the park, actually going to places of worship in the neighborhood, and frequenting the opera, a waste of time which one would never have expected in a youth of his nurture. At length, a certain observer of human nature, remarking his state, rightly conjectured that he must be in love, and taxed him with the soft impeachment, on which the young man, no doubt anxious to open his heart to someone, poured out all that story which has before been narrated, and told how he thought his passion cured, and how it was cured. But when he heard from Kew at Naples that the engagement was over between him and Miss Newcombe, Clive found his own flame kindle again with new ardor. He was wild to see her. He dashed off from Naples instantly receiving the news that she was free. He had been 10 days in London without getting a glimpse of her. That Mrs. Mackenzie bothers me so. I hardly know where to turn, said poor Clive. And poor little Rosie is made to write me a note about something twice a day. She's a good dear little thing, little Rosie, and I really had thought once oh, never mind that. Oh, Pen, I'm up another tree now, and a poor, miserable young beggar I am. In fact, Mr. Pendennis was installed as confidant, Vice J.J. absent on leave. This is a part which, especially for a few days, the present biographer has always liked well enough. For a while at least, I think almost every man or woman is interesting when in love. If you know 2 or 3 such affairs going on in any soiree to which you may be invited, is not the party straightway amusing? Yonder goes Augustus Tompkins. working his way through the rooms to that far corner where demure Miss Hopkins is seated, to whom the stupid grinning Bumpkins thinks he is making himself agreeable. Yonder sits Miss Fanny, distraught, and yet trying to smile as the captain is talking his folly, the parson his glib compliments. And see, her face lights up all of a sudden. Her eyes beam with delight at the captain's stories, and at that delightful young clergyman likewise. It is because Augustus has appeared. Their eyes only meet for 1 semisecond, but that is enough for Miss Fanny. Go on, Captain, with your twaddle. Proceed, my reverend friend, with your smirking commonplaces. In the last 2 minutes, the world has changed for Miss Fanny. That moment has come for which she has been fidgeting and longing and scheming all day. How different an interest, I say, as the meeting of people for a philosopher who knows of a few such little secrets, to that which your vulgar looker-on feels who comes but to eat the ices and stare at the ladies' dresses and beauty. There are 2 frames of mind under which London society is bearable to a man. To be an actor in one of those sentimental performances above hinted at, or to be a spectator and watch it. But as for the mere desus de carte, would not an armchair and the dullest of books be better than that dull game? So I not only became Clive's confidant in this affair, but took a pleasure in extracting the young fellow's secrets from him, or rather in encouraging him to pour them forth. Thus was the great part of the previous tale revealed to me. Thus Jack Belsize's misadventures, of the first part of which we had only heard in London, and whither he returned presently to be reconciled to his father, after his elder brother's death. Thus my Lord Kew's secret history came into my possession. Let us hope for the public's future delectation, and the chronicler's private advantage. And many a night until daylight did appear, as poor Clive stamped his chamber o'er my own, pouring his story out to me, his griefs and raptures, recalling, in his wild young way, recollection of Ethel's sayings and doings, uttering descriptions of her beauty, and raging against the cruelty which she exhibited towards him. As soon as the new confidant heard the name of the young lover's charmer, to do Mr. Pendennis justice, he endeavored to fling as much cold water upon Clive's flame as a small private engine could be brought to pour in such a conflagration. "Miss Newcombe, my dear Clive," says the confidant, "do you know what you are aspiring to? For the last 3 months, Miss Newcombe has been the greatest lioness in London, the reigning beauty winning the horse, the first favorite out of the whole Belgravian harem. No young woman of this year has come near her. Those of past seasons she has distanced and utterly put to shame. Miss Blackcap, Lady Blanche Blackcap's daughter, was, as perhaps you were not aware, considered by her mamma the great beauty of last season, and it was considered rather shabby of the young Marquis of Farintosh to leave town without offering to change Miss Blackcap's name. Heaven bless you, this year Farintosh will not look at Miss Blackcap. He finds people at home when, I see you wince, my suffering innocent, when he calls in Queen Street. Yes, and Lady Kew, who is one of the cleverest women in England, will listen for hours to Lord Farintosh's conversation, than whom the rotten row of Hyde Park cannot show a greater booby. Miss Blackcap may retire, like Jephthah's daughter, for all Farintosh will relieve her. Then, my dear fellow, there were, as possibly you do not know, Lady Hemingwald and Lady Iseult, Lady Rackshaw's lovely twins, whose appearance created such a sensation at Lady Holboy's first. Was it her first or was it her second? Yes, it was her second breakfast. Whom weren't they going to marry? Crackthorpe as mad, they said, about both. Bustington, Sir John Fosby, The young baronet with the immense northern property, the Bishop of Windsor, was actually said to be smitten with one of them, but did not like to offer as her present M-Y, like QU-N, EL-Z-B-TH of gracious memory, is said to object to bishops, as bishops marrying. Where is Bustington? Where is Crackthorpe? Where is Fobsby, the young baronet of the north? My dear fellow, when those two girls come into a room now, they make no more sensation than you or I. Miss Newcombe has carried their admirers away from them. Fobsby has actually, it is said, proposed for her, and the real reason for that affair between Lord Bustington and Captain Crackthorpe of the Royal Horse Guards Green was a speech of Bustington's, hinting that Miss Newcombe had not behaved well in throwing Lord Kew over. Don't you know what old Lady Kew will do with this girl, Clive? She will marry Miss Newcombe to the best man, if a richer and better parti than Lord Farintosh presents himself. Then it will be Farintosh's turn to find that Lady Kew is not at home. Is there any young man in the peerage unmarried and richer than Farintosh? I forget. Why does not someone publish a list of the young male nobility and baronetage, their names, weights, and probable fortunes? I don't mean for the matrons of Mayfair. They have the list by heart and study it in secret, but for young men in the world, so that they may know what their chances are, and who naturally has the pull over them. Let me see. There is young Lord Gaunt, who will have a great fortune, and is desirable because you know his father is locked up. But he is only 10 years old. No, they can scarcely bring him forward as Farintosh's rival. You look astonished, my poor boy. You think it is wicked in me to talk in this brutal way about bargain and sale, and say that your heart's darling is, at this minute, being paced up and down the Mayfair market to be taken away by the best bidder. Can you count purses with Sultan Farintosh? Can you compete even with Sir John Fobsby of the North? What I say is wicked and worldly, is it? So it is. But it is true as Tattersall's, as true as Circassia or Virginia. Don't you know that the Circassian girls are proud of their bringing up, and take rank according to the prices which they fetch? And you go and buy yourself some new clothes, and a 50-pound horse, and put a penny rose in your buttonhole, and ride past her window, and think to win this prize? Oh, you idiot! A penny rosebud. Put money in your purse. A 50-pound hack when a butcher rides as good a one. Put money in your purse. A brave young heart, all courage and love and honor. Put money in thy purse. T'other coin don't pass in the market, at least where old Lady Kew has the stall. By these remonstrances, playful though serious, Clive's adviser sought to teach him wisdom about his love affair, and the advice was received as advice upon those occasions usually is. After calling thrice and writing to Miss Newcombe, there came a little note from that young lady saying, "Dear Clive, we were so sorry we were out when you called. We shall be at home tomorrow at lunch, when Lady Kew hopes you will come, and see yours ever, E.N." Clive went. Poor Clive! He had the satisfaction of shaking Ethel's hand and a finger of Lady Kew, of eating a mutton chop in Ethel's presence, of conversing about the state of art at Rome with Lady Kew, and describing the last works of Gibson and MacDonald. The visit lasted but for half an hour. Not for 1 minute was Clive allowed to see Ethel alone. At 3 o'clock, Lady Kew's carriage was announced, and our young gentleman rose to take his leave, and had the pleasure of seeing the most noble peer, Marquis of Farintosh and Earl of Rossmont, descend from his lordship's brougham and enter at Lady Kew's door, followed by a domestic bearing a small stack of flowers from Covent Gardens. It befell that the good-natured Lady Ferrum had a ball in these days, and meeting Clive in the park, her lord invited him to the entertainment. Mr. Pendennis also had the honor of a card. Accordingly, Clive took me up at Baze's, and we proceeded to the ball together. The lady of the house, smiling upon all her guests, welcomed with particular kindness her young friend from Rome. "Are you related to thee, Miss Newcome, Lady Anne Newcome's daughter, her cousin? She will be here tonight." Very likely Lady Ferrum did not see Clive wince and blush at this announcement, her ladyship having to occupy herself with 1,000 other people. Clive found a dozen of his Roman friends in the room, ladies young and middle-aged, plain and handsome, all glad to see his kind face. The house was splendid, the ladies magnificently dressed, the ball beautiful, though it appeared a little dull until that event took place whereof we treated 2 pages back, in the allegory of Mr. Tompkins and Miss Hopkins, and Lady Kew and her granddaughter made their appearance. That old woman, who began to look more and more like the wicked fairy of the stories, who is not invited to the princess's christening feast, had this advantage over her likeness, that she was invited everywhere, though how she, at her age, could fly about to so many parties, unless she was a fairy, no one could say. Behind the fairy, up the marble stairs, came the most noble Farintosh, with that vacuous leer which distinguishes his lordship. Ethel seemed to be carrying the sack of flowers which the Marquis had sent to her. The noble Bustington, Viscount Bustington, I need scarcely tell the reader, is the heir of the house of Prodbury. The Baronet of the North, the gallant Crackthorpe, the first men in town, in a word, gathered round the young beauty, forming her court, and little Dick Hitchin, who goes everywhere, you may be sure, was near her with a compliment and a smile. Ere this arrival, the twins had been giving themselves great airs in the room. The poor twins. When Ethel appeared, they sank into shuddering insignificance, and had to put up with the conversation and attentions of second-rate men, belonging to second-rate clubs in heavy dragoon regiments. One of them actually walked with a dancing barrister, but he was related to a duke, and it was expected the Lord Chancellor would give him something very good. Before he saw Ethel, Clive vowed he was aware of her. Indeed, had not Lady Ferrum told him Miss Newcome was coming? Ethel, on the contrary, not expecting him, or not having the prescience of love, exhibited signs of surprise when she beheld him, her eyebrows arching, her eyes darting looks of pleasure. When Grandmamma happened to be in another room, she beckoned Clive to her, dismissing Crackthorpe and Fobsby, Farintosh and Bustington, the amorous youth who around her bowed, and summoning Mr. Clive to an audience with the air of a young princess. And so she was a princess, and this the region of her special dominion, the wittiest and handsomest. She deserved to reign in such a place, by right of merit and by general election. Clive felt her superiority and his own shortcomings. He came up to her as to a superior person. Perhaps she was not sorry to let him see how she ordered away grandees and splendid Bustingtons, informing them, with a superb manner, that she wished to speak to her cousin, that handsome young man with the light mustache yonder. "Do you know many people? This is your first appearance in society? Shall I introduce you to some nice girls to dance with? What very pretty buttons." "Is that what you wanted to say?" asked Clive, rather bewildered. "What does one say at a ball? One talks conversation suited to the place. If I were to say to Captain Crackthorpe, 'What pretty buttons,' he would be delighted. But you have a soul above buttons, I suppose." Being, as you say, a stranger in this sort of society, you see, I am not accustomed to the exceeding brilliancy of its conversation, said Clive. What? You want to go away, and we haven't seen each other for near a year, cries Ethel, in quite a natural voice. Sir John Floudsby, I'm very sorry, but do let me off this dance. I have just met my cousin, whom I have not seen for a whole year, and I want to talk to him. It was not my fault that you did not see me sooner. I wrote to you that I only got your letter a month ago. You never answered the second I wrote you from Rome. Your letter lay there at the post ever so long, and was forwarded to me at Naples. Where? Asked Ethel. I saw Lady Kew there. Ethel was smiling with all her might, and kissing her hand to the twins, who passed at that moment with their mamma. Oh, indeed, you saw. How do you do, Lord Kew? And after seeing him, I came over to England, said Clive. Ethel looked at him gravely. What am I to understand by that, Clive? You came over because it was very hot at Naples, and because you wanted to see your friends here, n'est-ce pas? How glad Mamma was to see you. You know she loves you as if you were her own son. What, as much as that Angel Barnes? Cries Clive bitterly. Impossible. Ethel looked once more. Her present mood and desire was to treat Clive as a chit, as a young fellow without consequence, a 13th younger brother. But in his looks and behavior there was that which seemed to say not too many liberties were to be taken with him. Why weren't you here a month sooner, and you might have seen the marriage? It was a very pretty thing. Everybody was there. Clara, and so did Barnes, really looked quite handsome. It must have been beautiful, continued Clive. Quite a touching sight, I am sure. Poor Charles Belsize could not be present because his brother was dead. And what else, pray, Mr. Newcombe, cries Miss, in great wrath, her pink nostrils beginning to quiver. I did not think, really, that when we met after so many months, I was to be insulted. Yes, insulted by the mention of that name. I most humbly ask pardon, said Clive with a grave bow. Heaven forbid that I should wound your sensibility, Ethel. It is, as you say, my first appearance in society. I talk about things or persons that I should not mention. I should talk about buttons, should I? Which you were good enough to tell me was the proper subject of conversation. Mayn't I even speak of connections of the family? Mr. Belsize, through his marriage, has the honor of being connected with you, and even I, in a remote degree, may boast of a sort of an ever so distant cousinship with him. What an honor for me. Pray, what is the meaning of all this? Cries Miss Ethel, surprised and perhaps alarmed. Indeed, Clive scarcely knew. He had been chafing all the while he talked with her, smothering anger as he saw the young men round about her, revolting against himself for the very humility of his obedience, and angry at the eagerness of delight with which he had come at her call. The meaning is, Ethel, he broke out, seizing the opportunity, that when a man comes 1,000 miles to see you and shake your hand, you should give it him a little more cordially than you choose to do to me. That when a kinsman knocks at your door, time after time, you should try and admit him, and that when you meet him, you should treat him like an old friend, not as you treated me when my Lady Kew vouchsafed to give me admittance, not as you treat these fools that are fribbling round about you, cries Mr. Clive, in a great rage, folding his arms, and glaring round on a number of the most innocent young swells. And he continued looking as if he would like to knock a dozen of their heads together. Am I keeping Miss Newcome's admirers from her? That is not for me to say, she said quite gently. He was, but to see him angry did not displease Miss Newcombe. That young man who came for you just now, Clive went on, that Sir John, Are you angry with me because I sent him away?" said Ethel, putting out a hand. "Hark, there is the music. Take me in and waltz with me. Don't you know it is not my door at which you knocked?" she said, looking up into his face as simply and kindly as of old. She whirled round the dancing room with him in triumph, the other beauties dwindling before her. She looked more and more beautiful with each rapid move of the waltz, her color heightening and her eyes seeming to brighten. Not till the music stopped did she sink down on a seat, panting and smiling radiant. As many, many 100 years ago, I remember to have seen Taglioni after a conquering pas seul. She nodded a thank you to Clive. It seemed that there was a perfect reconciliation. Lady Kew came in just at the end of the dance, scowling when she beheld Ethel's partner, but in reply to her remonstrances, Ethel shrugged her fair shoulders with a look which seemed to say, "Je le veux," gave an arm to her grandmother, and walked off, saucily protecting her. Clive's friend had been looking on observingly and curiously as the scene between them had taken place, and at the dance with which the reconciliation had been celebrated. I must tell you that this arch young creature had formed the object of my observation for some months past, and that I watched her as I have watched a beautiful panther at the zoological gardens, so bright of eye, so sleek of coat, so slim in form, so sweet and agile in her spring. A more brilliant young coquette than Miss Newcome in her second season, these eyes never looked upon, that is the truth. In her first year, being engaged to Lord Kew, she was perhaps a little more reserved and quiet. Besides, her mother went out with her that first season, to whom Miss Newcome, except for a little occasional flightiness, was invariably obedient and ready to come to call. But when Lady Kew appeared as her duenna, the girl's delight seemed to be to plague the old lady, and she would dance with the very youngest sons merely to put grandmamma in a passion. In this way, poor young Copley, who has 200 a year of allowance, besides 80 and an annual rise of 5 in the treasury, actually thought that Ethel was in love with him, and consulted with the young man in his room in Downing Street, whether 280 a year, with £5 more next year, would be enough for them to keep house on. Young Tandy at the Temple, Lord Skibbereen's younger son, who sat in the house for some time on the Irish Catholic side, was also deeply smitten, and many a night in our walks home from the parties at the other end of the town would entertain me with his admiration and passion for her. "If you have such a passion for her, why not propose?" it was asked of Mr. Tandy. "Propose? Propose to a Russian archduchess?" cries young Tandy. "She's beautiful, she's delightful, she's witty. I have never seen anything like her eyes. They send me wild, wild," says Tandy, slapping his waistcoat under Temple Bar. But a more audacious little flirt never existed since the days of Cleopatra. With this opinion likewise in my mind, I have been looking on during Clive's proceedings with Miss Ethel. Not, I say, without admiration of the young lady who was leading him such a dance. The waltz over, I congratulated him on his own performance. His continental practice had greatly improved him, and as for your partner, it is delightful to see her, I went on. I always like to be by when Miss Newcome dances. I had sooner see her than anybody since Taglioni. Look at her now, with her neck up and her little foot out, just as she is preparing to start. Happy Lord Bustington. "You are angry with her because she cut you," growls Clive. "You know you said she cut you, or forgot you, and your vanity's wounded. That is why you are so satirical." "How can Miss Newcome remember all the men who were presented to her?" says the other. "Last year she talked to me because she wanted to know about you. This year she doesn't talk, because I suppose she doesn't want to know about you anymore. Hang it, don't, Pen, cries Clive, as a schoolboy cries out to another not to hit him. She does not pretend to observe, and is in full conversation with the amiable Bustington. Delicious interchange of noble thoughts. But she is observing us talking, and knows that we are talking about her. If ever you marry her, Clive, which is absurd, I shall lose you for a friend. You will infallibly tell her what I think of her, and she will order you to give me up. Clive had gone off in a brown study as his interlocutor continued. Yes, she is a flirt. She can't help her nature. She tries to vanquish everyone who comes near her. She is a little out of breath from waltzing, and so she pretends to be listening to poor Bustington, who is out of breath too, but puffs out his best in order to make himself agreeable. With what a pretty air she appears to listen. Her eyes actually seem to brighten. "What?" says Clive with a start. I could not comprehend the meaning of the start, nor did I care much to know, supposing that the young man was waking up from some lover's reverie, and the evening sped away, Clive not quitting the ball until Miss Newcombe and the Countess of Kew had departed. No further communication appeared to take place between the cousins that evening. I think it was Captain Crackthorpe who gave the young lady an arm into her carriage. Sir John Fobsby, having the happiness to conduct the old Countess, and carrying the pink bag for the shawls, wrappers, etc., on which her ladyship's coronet and initials are emblazoned. Clive may have made a movement as to step forward, but a single finger from Miss Newcombe warned him back. Clive and his two friends in Lamb Court had made an engagement for the next Saturday to dine at Greenwich, but on the morning of that day there came a note from him to say that he thought of going down to see his aunt, Miss Honeyman, and begged to recall his promise to us. Saturday is a holiday with gentlemen of our profession. We had invited F. Bayham, Esquire, and promised ourselves a merry evening, and were unwilling to balk ourselves of the pleasure on account of the absence of our young Roman. So we three went to London Bridge Station at an early hour, proposing to breathe the fresh air of Greenwich Park before dinner. And, at London Bridge, by the most singular coincidence, Lady Kew's carriage drove up to the Brighton entrance, and Miss Ethel and her maid stepped out at the brougham. When Miss Newcombe and her maid entered the Brighton station, did Mr. Clive, by another singular coincidence, happen also to be there? What more natural and dutiful than that he should go and see his aunt, Miss Honeyman? What more proper than that Miss Ethel should pass this Saturday and Sunday with her sick father, and take a couple of wholesome nights' rest after those 5 weary past evenings, for each of which we may reckon a couple of soirees and a ball, and that relations should travel together, the young lady being protected by her femme de chambre, that surely, as everyone must allow, was perfectly right and proper. That a biographer should profess to know everything which passes, even in a confidential talk in a first-class carriage between two lovers, seems perfectly absurd. Not that grave historians do not pretend to the same wonderful degree of knowledge, reporting meetings of the most occult of conspirators, private interviews between monarchs and their ministers, even the secret thoughts and motives of those personages, which possibly the persons themselves did not know, all for which the present writer will pledge his known character for veracity, is that on a certain day certain parties had a conversation, of which the upshot was so-and-so. He guesses, of course, at a great deal of what took place, knowing the characters and being informed at some time of their meeting. You do not suppose that I bribed the femme de chambre, or that those two city gents, who sate in the same carriage with our young friends, and could not hear a word they said, reported their talk to me? If Clive and Ethel had had a coop to themselves, I would yet boldly tell what took place. But the coop was taken by other 3 young city gents who smoked the whole way. Well then, the bonnet begins close up to the hat. Tell me, sir, is it true that you were so very much at prey of the young freemans at Rome, and that afterwards you were so wonderfully attentive to the 3rd Miss Balliol? Did you draw her portrait? You know you drew her portrait. You painters always pretend to admire girls with auburn hair, because Titian and Raphael painted it. Has the Faunarina red hair? Why, we are at Croydon, I declare. The Faunarina, the hat replies to the bonnet. If that picture at the Borghese Palace be an original, or a likeness of her, it is not a handsome woman, with vulgar eyes and mouth, and altogether a most mahogany-colored person. She is so plain, in fact, I think that very likely it is the real woman, for it is with their own fancies that men fall in love, or rather every woman is handsome to the lover. You know how old Helen must have been. I don't know any such thing or anything about her. Who was Helen? Asked the bonnet, and indeed she did not know. It's a long story, and such an old scandal now, that there is no use in repeating it, says Clive. You only talk about Helen because you wish to turn away the conversation from Miss Freeman, cries the young lady. From Miss Balliol, I mean. We will talk about whichever you please. Which shall we begin to pull to pieces, says Clive. You see, to be in this carriage, to be actually with her, to be looking into those wonderful lucid eyes, to see her sweet mouth dimpling, and hear her sweet voice ringing with its delicious laughter, to have that hour and a half his own, in spite of all the world dragons, grandmothers, conveyances. The future made the young fellow so happy, filled his whole frame and spirit with a delight so keen, that no wonder he was gay, and brisk, and lively. And so you knew of my goings-on, he asked. Oh, me, they were at Reigate by this time. There was Gatton Park flying before them on the wings of the wind. I know of a number of things, says the bonnet, nodding with ambrosial curls. And you would not answer the second letter I wrote to you? We were in a great perplexity. One cannot be always answering young gentlemen's letters. I had considerable doubt about answering a note I got from Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square, said the Lady Chapeau. No, Clive, we must not write to one another, she continued more gravely, or only very, very seldom. Nay, my meeting you here today is by the merest chance, I am sure. For when I mentioned at Lady Farram's the other evening that I was going to see Papa at Brighton today, I never for one moment thought of seeing you in the train. But as you are here, it can't be helped, and I may as well tell you that there are obstacles. What, other obstacles? Clive gasped out. Nonsense, you silly boy. No other obstacles but those which have always existed, and must. When we parted, that is, when you left us at Baden, you knew it was for the best. You had your profession to follow, and could not go on idling about a family of sick people and children. Every man has his profession, and you yours, as you would have it. We are so nearly allied that we may like each other like brother and sister almost. I don't know what Barnes would say if he heard me. Wherever you and your father are, how can I ever think of you but you know how? I always shall, always. There are certain feelings we have which I hope never can change, though, if you please, about them I intend never to speak any more. Neither you nor I can alter our conditions, but must make the best of them. You shall be a fine, clever painter, and I, who knows what will happen to me? I know what is going to happen today. I am going to see Papa and Mamma, and be as happy as I can till Monday morning. I know what I wish would happen now, said Clive. They were going screaming through a tunnel. What? Said the bonnet in the darkness, and the engine was roaring so loudly that he was obliged to put his head quite close to say, I wish the tunnel would fall in and close upon us, or that we might travel on for ever and ever. Here there was a great jar at the carriage, and the lady's maid, and I think Miss Ethel, gave a shriek. The lamp above was so dim that the carriage was almost totally dark. No wonder the lady's maid was frightened, but the daylight came streaming in, and all poor Clive's wishes of rolling and rolling on forever were put an end to by the implacable sun in a minute. Ah, why was it the quick train? Suppose it had been the parliamentary train. Even that, too, would have come to an end. They came and said, Tickets, please, and Clive held out the three of their party, his and Ethel's and her maid's. I think for such a ride as that, he was right to give up Greenwich. Mr. Kew was in waiting with a carriage for Miss Ethel. She shook hands with Clive, returning his pressure. I may come and see you, he said. You may come and see Mamma. Yes. And where are you staying? Bless my soul. They were staying at Miss Honeyman's. Clive burst into a laugh. Why, he was going there too. Of course Aunt Honeyman had no room for him, her house being quite full with the other Newcomes. It was a most curious coincidence, their meeting, but altogether Lady Anne thought it was best to say nothing about the circumstance to Grandmamma. I myself am puzzled to say which would have been the better course to pursue under the circumstances. There were so many courses open, as they had gone so far. Should they go on farther together? Suppose they were going to the same house at Brighton. Oughtn't they to have gone in the same carriage, with Kew and the maid, of course? Suppose they met by chance at the station. Ought they to have traveled in separate carriages? I ask any gentleman, and father of a family, when he was immensely smitten with his present wife, Mrs. Brown, if he had met her traveling with her maid in the mail when there was a vacant place, what would he himself have done? End of chapter 41.